Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 Women's Grand Prix here in Cyprus. This is the Hilton Nicosia, venue of the event. Come with me and I'll show you around the swimming pools and the rest of the area. This is where the magic is. The wonderful swimming pool complex, the saunas, the gym of the Nicosia Hilton. This is where the players can come and relax before the games and during the mornings to take their minds off the games so they're in good form and good spirit to play and perform in the afternoon. So as you can see, the hotel is wonderful, the swimming pool is fantastic, but now we're back in the venue for the third round of the Women's Grand Prix. Over to you guys.
Hello everyone and welcome to the fourth leg of the Women's Grand Prix here in Cyprus. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich and I'm really happy to be here with Grandmaster Alik Gershon. Hello Alik.
Hi Anastasiya.
We reached already the round 3 and we're going to have really interesting battles today. I'm sure about it, and yesterday we were following round 2 and it will be, I think, great to see who is actually leading right now in the tournament. So perhaps we can
take a look,
check the table, just to be aware of what's going on in the tournament. So we have the clear leader at the moment, yes, so Zhu Jiner, she has 2 points out of 2, absolutely great result.
Yes, couldn't be better, and she is playing extremely impressive.
Yeah, 100% right now, and the second place is actually Greek player, Tsolakidou, who scored 1.5 points out of 2. She was a little bit in danger yesterday against Harika Dronavalli, but managed to survive and stabilize her situation. It's 1.5 points, clear second place. And there are a few people who have 1 point right now in the tournament. You can see everyone on the table. So we can see that Harika has 1 point, right? I started from the down. Yes, Mariya, Muzychuk, Dzagnidze, and then if we look at the up of the table, we can see Aleksandra, Goryachkina, Muzychuk, and Divya, Deshmukh. All of them, they have 1 point right now in the tournament. So I think it's good to get to the playing venue and see what's happening there. Oh, look, not so many players at the moment. I think all of them are in the players area. This is maybe the case, and we could see on our screen Lukasz Tarjei. He is the main organizer, I think, in this event. And also we will have special guests. It's always great to have the ambassadors visiting the tournament, right? Doesn't happen often, and they also came for the opening ceremony, and we will also see them today making the first ceremonial move in the game between Zhu Jiner, the leader of the tournament, and Harika Dronavalli.
And we see on the screen, we see Zhu Jiner, she's getting ready. She wants to keep her lead, maybe extend her lead.
Yes, today she plays with Harika, who is, I think, should be in a good shape, but still, at the moment, she has less points, only 1 out of 2, compared to her opponent, who is leading right now.
Yeah, and I want to remind that Zhu Jiner is her first tournament, first leg in this Grand Prix series, and she started with a storm. Yes, absolute storm. She will play the rest of all of the 3 tournaments that are remaining in the Grand Prix.
So she's a full participant, and she's fighting for these 2 spots. It's very early to say right now if she will be able to fight. I mean, but it's clear that she came here not for a walk.
The intentions are clear so far, yes?
Exactly, yes. So also, if you would like to check her interviews from the previous rounds, you can always go to FIDE YouTube channel and have a look. She explained many things about the previous game, and it was really nice to follow her analysis. You know, Alik, we spent so much time on this ending, right? And it was nice also to hear. Yes, Actually, she looks. I really like her style today. She has really nice jacket and colors, bright colors. So it's always great to see players, paying attention to how they look. And we have actually official dress code in this tournament. And during the technical meeting, the chief arbiter of the event reminded players about it, and it's really nice to see her dressed well. So
she's very concentrated. You can see that, right?
let's have a look also like Anna Muzychuk. We can see her on the screen right now, and she's playing today
Against Nana Dzagnidze,
Nana
right?
Dzagnidze, yes.
Anna against Nana, and for both of them, it's so they started a little bit cautiously, right? But one win can unlock the whole potential, and in chess it happens a lot, right? You manage to score one win, you unlock all your energy, and then you just rush forward with your games.
They played so many games against each other. I remember we were checking yesterday Anna's table, like head-to-head with other participants, and there were a bunch of games between them. So always looking forward to see their encounters. I think they're the most experienced players in this Grand Prix event. Like both of them started to play a long time ago in this Grand Prix series. I remember them from the first season, and I mean, back in 2000, we are talking about 2011, 2012. So can you imagine how long time ago it was? Stavroula Tsolakidou is now on the screen. She's talking, right?
It's very
She's
nice
chatting.
to see. They're chatting before the game with Mariya Muzychuk, and this is always nice to see, right? The players, even although they are tense and in. What,
Obviously nervous, yes.
2 minutes from now they will try to beat each other, but now they are friendly and relaxed, and this is very sportsmanship behavior.
Yeah, so let's say it's important not to bring chess. I mean, somehow not to reflect what's going on what's going on the chess sport to, let's say, your relations with the players, to your friendships. So it's nice to see them both smiling, chatting. And
Absolutely.
on the background, I see our official photographer, Mark Lifshitz, who is doing a great job, takes photos during the tournament. And if you would like to check all the pictures of the players and of the event, you can always go to FIDE Flickr account and do this. So I think it's...
Harika is here, yes? So Harika, right?
is here, and the ambassador of India, His Excellency Mr. Manish, is near to their board.
He's checking which move she wants to play, right? And I think...
Yeah, it's really interesting, like what's going on, because normally we had two ambassadors, Chinese ambassador, also His Excellency Liu Yantao, and they were supposed to make moves for, I mean, their players, for Chinese player and for Indian player. So this is maybe what should happen right now. Yes, so Harika was probably confused at the beginning because Black cannot really start the game, right? So she was, because she didn't see the other ambassador. So now she realized that there are gonna be two moves produced on the board. And
yeah, the Chinese ambassador will make the move for Zhu Jiner, right? And
exactly, Liu Yantao, His Excellency Liu Yantao is making move e4.
E4 is on the board.
Exactly, and some photos, obviously. So there, everybody is posing for the pictures. But no, I don't know if he will put this move. Ah, okay. So he holds his hand for the pictures. Yes. And now. His Excellency Mr. Manish from India, ambassador from India, is making move for Harika. What a great choice! E5.
E4, E5, absolutely beautiful.
Symmetrical move for E5. Cannot be wrong. This is what I played all my life, and it's nice to see everyone smiling. And of course, it's really honor for everyone to have ambassadors visiting the chess tournament. Shows how much attention actually both countries pay to chess. And
nowadays, these are the two leading countries.
Absolutely, yes, right. So we have a world women's champion from China, and
the men champion from India, and And so many young, talented players from both countries for many, many years to come, I think. So,
including the players who participate in this tournament. We have two Indian
Absolutely.
players, like Harika, Dronavalli, and Divya Deshmukh are playing in this event, and one Chinese player. And look at the
and
board.
Harika changed her choice, and she played E6,
E6.
the
Wow,
French defense.
yes, is on the board.
This is
Showing-
already the second French in this tournament, yes?
Yes, exactly. So maybe it's time to check the pairings, and just we were mentioning some of them, but let's have a look and have the full picture of what's going on today in the round 3.
Yeah, so Anna Muzychuk, as we said, is playing against Dana Dzagnidze. Divya Deshmukh is playing Aleksandra Goryachkina. Stavroula Tsolakidou is going to play against Mariya Muzychuk. She is trailing, Stavroula is trailing by half a point behind Zhu Jiner, so she definitely wants to catch up.
And
Zhu
she
Jiner-
plays with white also, right?
Exactly. Zhu Jiner is playing against Harika Dronavalli. This will be probably our main game for today. And Olga Badelka against Elisabeth Paehtz. They did not start too well, and actually yesterday Olga was on the verge of scoring her second loss in the tournament, but she escaped very skillfully against Nana.
Dzagnidze, yes. So, and Elisabeth Paehtz, unfortunately for her, lost the second game in a row. The tournament didn't start that well, but I had a chat with her in the morning, and I was trying to cheer her up a little bit and say, like, okay, forget about what happened. Start the tournament from now. It's like, you know, like can happen some unfortunate losses. But of course, I know how difficult it is for any player to forget about the bad start. But I hope that experience is going to help her. She's been in different situations throughout her career, and I'm sure that she will manage to put herself together and, you know, give a fight today.
We definitely hope so for her, because she, as you said, she's been so many times in these situations.
Like all of us, so she knows
yes.
normally.
Unfortunately, she has
everybody
been
has
there,
his
yeah.
tricks, right? I mean, it's like we can spend the whole hour talking about it. Like, how do you deal with such situations? Like when you started the tournament, maybe not so successfully, and like, do you have some recipe what to do in such situations? Like, what do you think? Harika?
Yeah, so I think, was it Mikhail Tal? Yes, he said
he was
that,
always losing in the first round.
but
this,
I think
at least
he has this famous saying, I think it's attributed to him, that after the one loss, I'm playing very strongly. After two losses in a row, I'm extremely strong, and after three, everybody can beat me, or something like that. Yeah,
so it's important not to do the long castle.
Exactly, the long castle is very dangerous, because it's a roller coaster of emotions, of course, and hopefully for Elisabeth, she will manage to at least, you know, calm today. Maybe she can.
Even make a
draw,
yes,
right?
Yes, like just to stop this series of losing.
Exactly.
It's important just kind of like make sure that you are going to get some points in this event. But maybe it depends. Maybe she's in a good mood, and perhaps she will try also to play for something more. Let's see how the position will develop. And
I want to offer you one interesting position here. This is a game between Anna and Nana Dzagnidze. And second move in the Sicilian defense, A6.
A6, yes. What, she's preventing this bishop to go to B5? Or what? I'm just trying to understand.
Actually, you know, it's sometimes it might be very tricky, because A6 could be very helpful in many variations. For instance, in the Taiman of Sicilian. So, for instance, if white goes the usual, this is
just normal setup.
Absolutely
right?
normal setup. And you are asking your opponent, okay, what do you want to do? How do you want to proceed? As you said, we are preventing bishop from going to b5, so knight c6 is in the cards as well. And more of all, I think it's you want to surprise your opponent.
Absolutely.
To get her out of her home preparation, out of her comfort zone a little bit.
Absolutely, and knowing Anna, who is normally preparing for so many hours the day before the game, the day when you have the game, I know that she's such a hard-working person. Like, she is checking everything, and she is like aware of everything when she tries to. I mean, when she has the round, that I'm sure she spent so much time preparing different options, and then of course I don't think A6 was one of them, right? So it's really hard to predict such a move. So actually every player goes through so many emotions even at the beginning of the game. Like all this hard work you've done is just killed like that after move A6. And
yes,
I mean, you can feel also disappointed at this moment, or on the other hand, you can take it easy and think that okay, it's not the main line. It's clear that white cannot be worse for sure, and maybe it gives some opportunity to play just a normal game without that much theory.
Absolutely. But definitely Nana has something in mind by playing A6. She probably prepared some, there are so many transpositions, and perhaps she wants to get some specific variation, and she found that this might be the best way to do that.
Yeah, maybe you should also try to avoid maybe some lines as well. So she played D6, and let's have a look at head-to-head statistics between these players. They've met, as I mentioned, so many times before. So,
wow, yeah. So they have. Let's start with the big numbers. 16 draws between those between them. Yes. In their maybe what 20 years of
26 games. Yes, if I can calculate it correctly.
This is too difficult for me,
yes,
but it seems about right. Yes.
Yes. So it's like they played against each other, and as you said, really huge numbers, so many draws.
And then Nana is actually leading with 7 wins and 3 losses. So this is interesting. Although she has the black pieces, but she has the better score between the two of them.
Exactly. So D4.
Okay, D4 is played, and now they will transpose into some kind of, I guess, a Najdorf with Bishop E2, which is, unless black. Oh, sorry, white took with the queen. Yes, Anna took with the queen on
something
D4.
What we didn't expect, right?
So this is interesting because here actually the pawn on A6 makes a lot of sense because now we can
right. We can transfer to this variation, and you don't have Bishop B5.
Exactly.
The normal move.
So normally, if for instance, in the normal Sicilian lines, right? So there is this line. And if white can take on D4 and play Bishop B5 here, right?
Is it called like Leningrad, Moscow variation? I mean, I'm a little bit like confused, but okay, with all these names. But yeah, Bishop B5. I used to play something like that, and the idea is that queen goes so early out in the opening, but at the same time you prepare to do sometimes the long castling, right? You empty some space.
Exactly.
And that's the main idea, to develop pieces quickly and do the long castling and have some kind of pressure on the D file.
So this is an interesting choice, and
I'm surprised.
Not very intuitive to me. I must admit.
But
Anna is playing very confidently.
Yes.
So it looks as if she knows what she's doing.
She moved,
the
I think,
queen goes to E3.
Yes, queen E3.
Yes. Very interesting. When we start playing, they teach us not to play with the queen.
Too many moves.
And first of all, you don't make 2 moves with the piece in the opening. You don't get the queen out because the reason for that is, of course, that you allow your opponent to attack the queen, and while she's developing her pieces, you are running with your queen, right? But
I'm surprised because even now black can play something like knight f6 and I don't know, maybe threaten sometimes to attack this queen again. I'm not sure I want to spend some time to play like h3 moves or something like that. Probably not.
Yeah, but I can assure you that Anna knows this very well, and she is well aware of this fact. And if she plays that, she must have some idea to do.
Or she pretends that she knows.
No, come on.
No, I don't think so either. But the good thing is that, of course, it's not possible to know any theory here. At least we don't know anything because it's really rare variation like bishop b2 combination of moves bishop b2 and queen d4 is not happening that often. Let's put it this way. So we will just look at this game and try to make some natural moves and analyze it.
But imagine the psychological effect. You play a6, you want to surprise your opponent, and then she blitzes out those moves, and now you kind of you think, did I enter her home preparation phase like somehow, or what did just happen here?
Yes, that's a good point. Yes, and it's going to be very interesting to know Nana's thoughts after the end of this round, and it will be really interesting to ask both players about their feelings at this moment. Wow.
Well,
what a good start.
What a good start, absolutely. Okay, let's go to our second game, Divya Deshmukh against Aleksandra Goryachkina. And here we have...
If I remember correctly, Divya has never played against Aleksandra before. Maybe I'm wrong, but I remember that she hasn't played against
She hasn't played against many of those opponents, and this is I think it's a very important tournament for her because
like she has to try to show her ambitions in this event, and actually it's very important also when you play such events for one of the first times. It's important not to collapse, because like you always will get there is no rest, there is no break. Like even you lose or win, next day you're going to play against a very strong opponent once again, and I mean it's important, yes, to show. But so far she's doing really well.
She's doing fantastic.
Like 2 draws.
You know, in those super tournaments, those players, they can be compared to sharks, right? They want to attack the newcomers. They feel, and especially if you're wounded, they feel it, right?
Yes.
And they try to find and score against the weaker or not weaker, let's say the less informed players in this specific tournament, right? So it's very important not to show any weakness, and
there is this also saying that it's better to get the points against top players while they're young, right?
Exactly.
So like they have a good moment to try to do this. But you're right. I mean, I mentioned before that Divya was playing in Prague recently before this event, and she didn't play that well. Of course, every player here is aware of her last games, and they were following her result. And yes, they're like looking forward to check which shape she has right now.
Absolutely. And so far, she's doing absolutely well.
You couldn't take on a5, just by the way. It was just black is not missing anything, because here you can just play queen d4, threatening both knight and pawn on f2. So this pawn was like poisoned.
Poisoned pawn. And yeah, this was very important to say. But now we already do want to take on e5, right?
Exactly, after the castling.
You're the expert of e4, e5.
Yeah, but maybe it's like, let's see, what happened? Was it exchange variation?
It's knight e7, a forced move. Well,
just if we go back.
It was the...
Bishop b5 and bishop c6, so just like without invitation, okay, after d3, so she decided to take here right away.
So it's knight e7 is an interesting solution. Well, both were defending the pawn on e5 and were not allowing white to pin us, right? So this is the reason for this a little bit awkwardly looking move, because the bishop is blocked. So this is not a move you want to make.
But what
else?
After
you analyze, so my first unknowingly my first intention would be to play something like queen e7, but I'm supposing that after bishop g5 the spin is less than
just unpleasant, yes.
Pleasant, and then c4, c3, d4 is coming, and you might not be in time. So knight d7 was
trying
played.
to regroup, maybe to play f6 at a certain point as well. But no, she didn't have time for that. Yes, so she
still
decided
d4, h6, another interesting
pawn move. You know.
So this is typically this is of course a prophylactic, but I'm wondering why.
Why h6? I'm also surprised, because like
such
it seems like there were no there was not such a big threat right now, like bishop g5, like what she was
Bishop
afraid of.
G5 doesn't look threatening too
Yes.
much. Even queen e8 or
If you
even
don't
f6.
want to play f6,
if
yes,
I won,
you can play
I don't see many problems with that.
I don't know. Maybe knight g5.
Knight g5, but then h6. Why am I?
Yes, very strange. We
worried
don't
here?
have this light square bishop.
But I think we can trust in Aleksandra's preparation.
We
She
can,
knows what
yes.
she's doing, right? So
Yes, but
this
it
would be
seems
interesting.
like still like losing time a little bit, right? I mean, according to normal principles of the opening, like you normally try to take control in the center and you run away with your king as soon as possible. Like especially, I mean, pawn moves were forbidden when I was playing chess in these kind of situations. But yes, let's see what happened
This is
next. Maybe
interesting.
she knew something.
After h6, d4, very
Very
natural.
logical. Bishop d6, protecting the pawn.
So maybe the reason was somehow related. Okay, we're not.
Hard to say. It's like small
We'll not
details in
play
the opening.
Sherlock Holmes here. Yes. So rook e8, and now we exchange on e5. This is an interesting choice to take
Yes.
with the bishop, claiming that the knight is more important because the knight will want to, after white has weakened with c3, the knight has a very nice outpost on d3.
It's really nice. Like normally we don't see this. Yes, we don't take with bishop. We don't propose to our opponent to take bishop like that.
Exactly. So the natural move would be again, and so many non-trivial moves in the very
Early stage, right?
a very early stage, first
Yeah.
7 moves, and we have seen so many.
Yeah, because maybe simply if she would have taken with the knight, maybe we could just take. Let's come back and then play f4.
Perhaps f4 and
f4
e5.
and
Yes,
e5, yes. Maybe this it would be really bad for black. Yes. And knight e4 later on.
Yeah,
right?
and white is basically has achieved all she wanted.
Because black needs to play like bishop 7, bishop f8, and then I don't know. Maybe we don't want to exchange queens, so first we'll move the queen, or maybe even knight e4 right away would be fine. Like hard to say, but seems like white would enjoy this position. So the difference is that now with knight on e5, if you play f4 here in this current position, then knight can, as you said, Alik can land in a nice square.
In either of those two nice squares, right? And I think the fact that white just played h3 comes to hint us that she didn't like knight g4 too much.
And I understand why. Like if you move the bishop now, also like some queen h4 ideas maybe can also
absolutely.
appear. So like it seems like black will do really good here. So she decided to prevent this move knight g4 by playing move h3.
What do you think? Both players seem to know. So Divya has more time than she started with. And actually, Aleksandra is, she has spent already about 10 minutes or even more than 10 minutes on her clock.
So it's clear that Divya for sure knows the theory really well here. h3 is like looks very logical. So now we can see that the pawn structure is like this kind of typical structure which appears normally when we play this exchange variation of Ray Lopez. Black has 4 pawns on the queen side against 3, and white enjoy this central pawn on e4, and it's 4 against 3.
A virtual extra pawn, yes?
Virtual, yes, extra pawn. So it's going to be a long fight, yes. And typically what's going on here is like, I think that white would like to exchange everything and go for the ending with not so many pieces left, and and try to enjoy the fact that he has like 4 pawns against 3.
Yeah, and double pawns are horrible in trying to create passed pawns, right?
Exactly, not so useful, exactly. But of course, it's a long way before. Easy to say, really hard to do.
But this is our master plan, and this is very important, right? So we can offer some exchanges. This will be the guiding line for our game. What plays for in Black's favor here?
This knight on e5, yes, at the moment is like it seems like dominating, and the fact that it can land on d3, still you have to be careful. Like, for example, I don't know, whatever move, like if you are not too accurate, like bishop b6, and if you play f4, right away, knight d3, queen c2, I don't know.
Maybe even f5,
even f5 is
f6.
possible, yes. So
Black having played h6, this might be not so ideal, right? Once
wow, yes, you're
White
right.
manages to break, to move so fast with the pawn, because we have weakened a lot the king side.
Another point was that also with knight on d3 you have to be careful, because like white can play queen c2, rook d1, and now I mean you have squares to come back, but I mean before playing without f5, yes, you have actually control of most of the squares, and like queen c2, rook d1. I'm not sure that black didn't go too far. Yes, so this move probably, I mean, it is not possible right now. So perhaps maybe knight c4 was a different option.
Exactly. I also wanted to say that another thing that strategic thing that plays in black's favor here, if we can say, speak about favors here, but in black's defense, black is worse, right? White is slightly better, but one of the ideas that black might have is the opposite color bishops, and if, for instance, we exchange the knights, as you said, so for instance, a move like knight c4
provokes this exchange.
It provokes the exchange of the bishops, and then along the d file we will swap a few rooks and queens. And then those opposite color bishops, even though white has a virtual extra pawn, it's quite useless in the end games of opposite color bishops. So this might be a plan for black, right?
It's a good point that actually we have opposite color bishops here. So yeah, these exchanges are really possible. But you can see that Aleksandra spends time right now. I mean, she's spending time and thinking on her move, what to do, and while she's thinking, maybe we can go to other games. I mean, of course, there are some options like bishop b6, something what we discussed before, but she keeps checking. Maybe she doesn't like something.
It's a correct time, I think, just to
Make
think
sure
and plan ahead one of those critical positions after you end from the opening into the middle game, right? You regroup and rethink what you're going to do.
You know, it's actually speaking about this moment between the opening and the middle game. It's a very common question for many players. I mean, including of course players who just make their first steps in chess, how to play at this moment, like what should I do, like what I should look forward to, I mean which moves I should, which plans I have to think about. Like it's a very common questions, like because it's actually a very important moment. So like what would you recommend, what was your plan when you were playing chess actively?
Well, to answer honestly, I don't know. But of course, it depends.
I mean, there is no one recipe.
There is no one recipe.
For sure, yes,
definitely, it depends on the pattern of the position, how well you know the plan. Sometimes, you know, you kind of go straight from the opening. Sometimes you even
to the ending,
to the end game, or if you know the ideas extremely well, you don't need to spend the time. That's what we spoke about a few days ago, right? So. It really depends how well you're familiar with the position.
Imagine I'm not. Imagine I have no clue.
Then it's basically you're doing what we are trying to do, right? Having no clue about it.
Even though we had some ideas.
We have some ideas
about this position, but yes, I know.
So you try to pick those patterns that are familiar to you. Okay, so I know that those double pawns. This means that White will probably play along the center / king side. The fact that I'm having the opposite colors, I will want to exchange maybe the knights. The fact that I see this weakness, how can I exploit it? And we can see that Goryachkina hasn't wasted a lot of time in install the queen on d3, which is very interesting. because
Exactly.
it's very dominating there on d3.
By the way, I was thinking, now that we were talking, I was thinking that after bishop b6, for example, white had a move b3 even, to prevent this knight c4 jump, and then again threatening to play f4.
Yes,
So perhaps
absolutely.
she also kind of maybe saw it that knight c4 is not really possible and decided to play really, I mean, I like this move, queen d3. It looks really...
It's one of those moves that once played, you say, yeah, that,
yes,
it
this is the
feels,
move, yes,
feels
exactly.
like a good move.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree with everything what you said, that it's important to understand chess in general, and it helps a lot to get some ideas, like what can you do, how can you proceed this moment when the game reaches this important critical point that you have to choose a plan or like understand where to put your pieces. Only with experience it comes, and of course, more ideas better for you.
Exactly, that's
you.
the good news. It's
Yes.
it's not that it's cumulative, right? You know more and more, and then you have more
like knowledge,
tools
or
in your
you know
toolbox.
less and less, like Socrates said, yes, like
Yes,
more you know about chess, less
the
you
less
understand. I mean, the biggest you don't know even more. For sure works with chess. Like I've seen many people who know a little about the game, but they behave like they know everything.
Yeah.
And more I look at the board, I understand that I need to study more and more to get it better. And also now with new technologies and the fact that chess has changed so much.
And some things you have to
Yes, exactly.
redevelop the skills that you have to reevaluate. Yes. So.
Exactly. It's also the huge process. Yes. So queen d3 looks like a very interesting move. Clearly, Divya will spend some time thinking about her reply. Perhaps it's the first critical moment for her. She was blitzing out the moves earlier until this point. Now that she's thinking maybe it's time to jump somewhere else, let's see which games we haven't checked yet.
Stavroula against Mariya Muzychuk.
Yes. It's important, of course, to check.
It's a queen's gambit declined, I think. Oh, it's transposed, to queen's gambit declined with the c6, the Slav, bishop g5, h6. There is a very sharp line with the
D takes c4.
D takes c4, e4,
and then lots of
white gets a very long-term initiative for the pawn, but this is a more solid approach for black. And
knight e4.
Rook g1 is one of the ideas, of the fresh ideas in such positions. So white prepares to go to castle alongside, and she wants to use the fact that black has played h6
and create an attack, right, on the king side. Yes.
Exactly. So rook g1 goes.
They play so quickly.
That.
Seems like they know.
Yeah, it is a theoretical position, I think.
Knight e4.
Knight e4, and this is a pawn sacrifice, but not really, right?
Yeah,
because there is queen b4.
And then black can take on b2, but
knight d2 probably.
Really
queen
fast,
takes
yes.
b2.
So what happened is again, like white got the central pawn, and he exchanged the central pawn for b2. The question is like, what is next? Rook is hanging.
The rook is hanging.
Yes.
This is for sure.
This
is the only thing I know for sure in this position.
It seems like no long castling anymore.
Probably not.
Not in this game.
And probably not short. Although I have seen games that the rook was kind of taking a walk, then coming back to h1, and
then yes. But it's probably our arbiters will make sure that it's not going to happen.
With DGT boards
not
in the room, it's very difficult to do.
I see.
So I would. This would be an interesting idea, of course.
Wow.
Of course,
I like it.
Trying to
sacrifice
two rooks to win, but unfortunately for white. Sorry.
But the problem is, yes, there is one small problem, right?
One tiny problem that after
Even
bishop d3, knight f6
knight f6
is threatening, protecting, and then we'll just grab the the rook.
The rook, yes. So there is no any intermediate moves like rook b1 because black will just take on
Take
b1, yes,
on b1,
first.
take
And
on e4, and this is
that's it.
exchange. Yes. Doesn't matter how we take.
Yes, and win the exchange in this position.
So queen b4, knight d2 is on the board, and I think maybe white wants to play this endgame. What do you think?
Wow. Interesting.
Because
like,
I think I want to exchange the queens because my king is very vulnerable in on e1, right?
we just discovered that, yes, this king probably will not castle today.
Yeah, and if
So
not castle, then I don't want the queens on the board.
Yeah, so for example, queen b1, of course, black still has choice and is not obliged to exchange the queens. I think the move has been made. Let's see what Mariya
took on
played.
b2.
Yes, so she took on b2. Queen b1, if I try to avoid and play queen c3, I mean, you don't have queen d3 because rook is hanging.
Oh, yeah.
Right now,
I
so
wanted to play queen b3, so
queen,
I don't have
queen,
it
queen
either.
b3 also is a little bit difficult. And
Oh,
and
but
maybe
no, but actually I was wrong. I was wrong because Stavroula played rook b1.
rook b1,
in
yes.
fact.
So let's try to figure it out. Like if queen takes on a2, because I would like
Because
first to
we're
check.
materialist,
Yes,
right?
Of course, at the beginning we have to find out what's happening here. Like maybe there is strong initiative.
Yeah, it
for
feels
white.
like a very theoretical line, which I don't know, but
Doesn't matter. We'll find it. We'll find out. Yes.
well, yeah, we'll work our way through it.
Yes. It's, I think, more interesting. I mean, of course, we could just open database, but now, together with our followers, we will try to understand everything. It's not a bad idea to use your brain, right? Everything, no, but
a bit too optimistic, but
yes.
something, yes. Okay.
Yes.
So we are a pawn down.
But I
Our
like
king
this
is
rook
stuck
on
in the
G1.
center,
Yes.
but we are optimists, right? So,
Absolutely, yes. We are.
what works for us is the queen is a little bit offside, right? And maybe we can start pushing. What
Just
about
like that,
yeah,
yes.
just like that.
Yes, we don't spend time for bishop d3, as you explained, Alik, before. It's knight f6 again, can simply defend everything, and we need to lose a tempo to move the queen. No need for that. So I think it's not a bad idea is to start with g4 right away and kind of start asking questions.
Yeah.
Immediately. Like, we don't need this bishop on d3 right now. It's better to start pushing the pawns as soon as possible. Why we do this? We want to open the files.
We want to open the file, and we want to use the fact that, okay, those pawns, yeah, you have an extra pawn, but until it's going to be felt, it's 3-4 moves, right? You don't have those 4 moves because you are undeveloped. This is, I'm kind of talking myself into liking the position, but this is how it works, I think. So black is not very developed. The king is left pretty much alone, right?
The king, yes.
And once we make progress with g5, I think black starts to feel the pressure of all white pieces coming together.
So black should find very concrete reply for this move. And yes, the fact that h6 is on the board, as you mentioned,
exactly.
This
is extremely important. Like, so had the pawn been on h7, it's a whole lot of different story, right? So you don't have anything that works for you. You cannot open so easily the game. And so Mariya played queen c3, and I was going to say that I like this queen a2 less and less the more I look at the position, because the queen is really outside of the game. And Mariya did play queen c3, which makes a lot more sense, right? So as we established, we don't really need this pawn right now, but this pin and having the queen much closer to the center, I think it's much more important at this point.
By the way, even bishop d3 is not possible right now, because after knight f6 you're losing the bishop even. Just to mention, yes.
Just a very nice illustration. Absolutely.
So this queen helps, of course, black to even to defend the position.
This exactly. And another thing that might work for black. So let's say we keep pushing.
Yes.
So for instance, ideas like rook d8 and knight c5 might come into play because we all of a sudden we also can remind white that the king on e1 is also vulnerable, right?
But g4 is on the board.
G4 is on the board,
yes.
of course.
And I like this move rook d8 because it creates concrete threat. The only thing, like maybe we can check a little bit further, like even rook d8 and g5 perhaps.
Yeah, we need to.
Let's check it a little bit.
And knight
c5
is
I'm not sure. I'm not obliged to take,
you're
right?
not obliged, unfortunately.
Yes, for black.
And if you just go here, maybe, yeah, or here.
Uh-huh.
No, queen g4, e5 you don't want to allow.
Yeah, so maybe queen...
So
I don't know, maybe even queen h4 also.
Queen h4.
Some ideas, yes. I try to use the fact that, yes, for example, if you play something like h5, or you cannot even, yes, I mean, I have g6 or like have even queen h5, everything. So you have to solve this problem, e5.
You know, when the pieces are not mine.
No, but they just take on h6,
You take,
no?
yeah, but okay.
You're so
I'm
calm.
so brave. I'm so brave when the pieces are not mine.
No, I don't believe
But what do you do?
this. No, I have rook g7.
I go back.
I also had h takes g7, but you had bishop h7 in mind,
Yes.
right? So just for the record, like it
For
was
the record.
important.
For the record,
moment.
here
If
I wanted to play
threatening
bishop
on
h7.
h8, bishop h7.
I'm threatening to knight e4. So it's not that I don't have any threats.
Yeah. You have really great nervous system, you know, just to
Yeah.
to play like that, you know,
When I
let
can-
me take on g7. I mean,
You know what
need-
helps my nervous system? The fact that I can do like that and the move is back. So
Yes, it's funny. So still, let's say take on h6. I want to see after rook g7, like,
yeah, so
do we have
my
anything?
genius plan was that if you, for instance, play queen f6.
Yes, I thought about it. I thought about queen f6.
Yeah, that
right.
was my big.
Maybe.
My big plan was to take here
Oh,
and check and win this one.
this is really nice. I must admit, because queen f6 looks like killing move.
yes.
And it seemed like I just want to play rook h7 and give you a checkmate on g7. But
This
yes, I
was
mean,
my master plan.
this is really a nice plan.
But-
I don't like it, of course. But so instead of queen f6, same story will happen if I play even queen g5.
Queen g5,
perhaps.
same story, because at the
Yes.
end I will have this.
You also
rook
threatened
hanging.
the rook, yes, which is like, I don't know if I had any intermediate moves, but yeah. So what are your threats right now? You
I want to
have
take
many
probably,
of them.
or
yes.
knight e4.
Knight e4
I
is-
think I have some threats, yeah. Not many, but some I have.
Yes. So you see, sometimes you play very brave. You think that okay, here it is, it's checkmate. But black has enough counterplay and can actually hold the position. So I wonder if Mariya knows all this. And normally, when you play with black and you know that your opponent can start attacking you, you should have something in your pocket. Like you should wait.
I will tell
be
you
ready.
what else would worry me if I were black is that my opponent hasn't spent any time, and so she has 1:30 on her clock still, and Mariya spent more than half an hour already. So that means that
Good point. Yes. So
yeah, then Stavroula is in her book, and you don't want to play this position when you don't remember.
yes.
And your opponent is playing with the computer aid, right, from home.
Okay, it's less likely, but I've also seen the stories when you're trying to pretend that you don't know. It's also possible.
Yeah, that's also
And
possible,
then
of course.
with like shaking hand, you bring this rook on d8, pretending that it's unclear. Yes, and you actually wait for your opponent to go
Right,
into the
yeah.
line you just showed. Yes. Okay. Let's. This
That-
is my
that-
second
that's-
theory.
Absolutely, that's
course,
an option.
Of course, according to what we see, normally your idea, the first idea is like the most possible one, that she simply tries maybe to remember these lines or simply has to play over the board and to create something right now. But I mean, rook d8 looks
Rook d8
pretty
is a-
good.
You
What
know,
else can
What
be?
else? Maybe knight c5 immediately, you know?
Oh,
Again.
Yeah, if we take
Disclaimer,
rook d8,
not my pieces.
yeah, rook d1.
Rook d1
Yes.
and e5.
Oh, just like that.
Just like that.
Positional
Yeah.
sacrifice, yes. So the idea is that, yes, I defend
I want
it.
to go to get the bishop out, and then I will threaten to
take and play
on
another
d2 and bring another rook.
And
Is
you're
that
trying to tell me,
such-
like, good luck defending this, yes?
Yes, because now it works against you, all this setup, yeah?
Yes, you were right about the fact that this king is also, like, a little bit vulnerable, and white should be also very, very careful. So, like, straightforward lines like g5, for example, is it
I will not be surprised if it's zero, if the computer says it's 0, 0, 0,
zero or something? Like h5, yes. Because, I mean, you cannot allow, I mean, bishop c4 would be too optimistic, yes, and perhaps will take on h6 and too many threats. Like,
Probably. Let's see.
Yeah.
So bishop e6, yeah?
yes,
Or
and if I take on h6,
you take. Now you're threatening check.
yeah, now I'm
and
threatening,
and
but
sort
king
of a
of
mate,
eight.
maybe king of 8. Yes, I have.
yes, but h7, no.
And
yes.
if I go here, then you just take.
Yes, I thought about it, like I should take, yes. There is no other way.
And I'm not happy.
Yeah, but if you keep playing the way you did, like just take on d2,
Wow.
are you sure that I have
No, I'm not sure of anything now.
d2? Yes, so like check.
Oh, but look at this. This might be. So check. You
Uh-huh.
have to go here, right?
Yes,
Okay, we can take, I think.
we can take rook d8, yes, this we can afford.
Ah, we have bishop d3.
I thought about this bishop d3 before, but but preventing, yes, stopping all the
yeah,
threats.
we are buying an important tempo here, I think.
Yes, and then perhaps it's good for.
Because if we play f5, this is a little bit crazy what
yes,
we're doing here.
looks,
Yes,
looks
because
crazy, yes, because queen
it
f6.
just goes from here and
Too
from
much.
to e7.
But cool, I like these lines.
It's
You
a
know,
nice
line.
game.
Yes.
Resign, but let's. But we didn't have to do that.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. So we just checked it. Yes, like there is this option, but it seems like white is on time. After g5 again, you can play h5.
We can play h5 perhaps. So instead of bishop
Bishop
e6,
e6.
yeah. So we can play h5.
Stopping, let's say, all the ideas with opening the G file.
And we are a piece down, but I don't see how white. So maybe white can try and unpin like that.
Or also something what you showed before, like I always have this bishop d3 at the end of the day after you sacrifice on d2.
I'm not sure I want to
you will
sacrifice
just
anymore.
play
I convinced myself into thinking that okay, maybe I have the time to just just double.
Yeah, because bishop d3 is nice resource. Like otherwise, black could have something like rook d2 and bishop f5 and rook d8, but then you always have this bishop d3 move, yes,
yeah.
which is kind of unpleasant.
Oh, but look what Mariya played.
Oh.
This is something we haven't even analyzed. E5.
E5. Oh,
Also
it's
makes
actually
a lot of
typical
sense.
idea, by the way, guys. So sorry for missing it, right? So when your opponent still has his king in the center, what normally we should do?
Open the center,
We
yes?
forgot the main principle. Yes, let's open the center. Let's try to ask questions like what this king is doing there, where it's going to run. And yes, e5 is of course a very logical move. We still don't know the consequences, and but it seems like from this point of view, it's very logical. Yes?
It's logical, but Ken, I think logic plays less, and we see the bar says it's equal. So as we expected, the computer says it's equal. But it's those general principles are good until they are not, right? And here, what really matters is the concrete play, right?
Yes.
And,
But for attack on the flank or on the side of the board, you always answer
you
with
counter it with
kind of, not always, but let's say you should. This is what I learned.
That's the rule, yeah.
That's the rule. Yes. You have to answer with the attack in the center. So if I like
Absolutely.
trying to ask questions immediately is like very logical. But yes, you're right. G5, we should know what we are doing. So. G5 also is like very concrete because bishop d3 is coming now and knight f6 is not an option anymore, right? So shall I try to even take or h5?
Yeah, maybe take.
Even take, I'm thinking. No,
Maybe
considering.
take.
Yes, because you don't have also
But
so
what
many
if
pieces.
H5 really?
Even
Let's
also
say
h5.
H5
Just I
or-
kind of don't like the fact that king, bishop d3, then g6.
Okay, let's start with take.
Yes, and if rook g5,
Sorry.
bless you. Like if maybe rook g5.
Rook g5. And maybe this is the 0-0 that we see. Yeah,
Maybe
if,
there
if
is a
white,
sacrifice. Yes.
white wants to take, and this just a perpetual because the king will not be able to run away. It will be. Sorry, the knight. Yeah. So I thought I want to show it. I thought that this is a perpetual because if the king runs, I have a check on e4.
The problem is that it's
But
pinned. Yes.
it's- unfortunately, I cannot make this work.
That doesn't matter. I mean, we'll find something else. But yes, I mean, this sacrifice is not possible right now.
But this
You're
is-
still trying. Yes, I see.
It doesn't mean that I gave up.
Yes, I see. King e2.
Yes, yeah, still not in time. Okay, but I don't have to sue.
You
to
don't
commit
need to do
suicide,
it
yeah.
immediately, right?
Exactly. So
Um,
the real threat is probably queen g4 or queen g2, or even, as you said, bishop d3 might be.
so my
might
idea
be-
was actually to take on d4 maybe.
You're taking
Yes,
d4.
you showed me how to play brave chess, and now I'm trying to pretend that
Brave, crazy. What's the difference?
that's a good point. We're lucky to have this opportunity just to check what's going on. Yes,
Yeah.
but I see that you are thinking already about some concrete lines. There are many of them. Yes,
But I cannot make them work. So first of all, if this, then
the funny thing is, if you play like queen g2 or something like that, I always have d takes e3 protecting the
beautiful,
pawn.
beautiful.
Some
The
geometry.
the
Yes.
power of the queen on c3.
Yes.
Okay,
just
so
to be
that
sure.
solves me some issues, some.
So you want to play bishop g3. Then I thought to play like knight f6.
Yeah.
But then
now
I'm
you're not
closing. Then
you're
I'm
not
closing.
protecting.
And
You
I
now
can be in
defend
danger.
yourself.
Knight e8. Of what I don't want to play this, but
Knight e8, queen e4. This is a draw. So,
yes, you found. Yes,
You will play f5. I know. Yeah.
also possible. Interesting. No, but you
I
see
just
how
want to show.
double-edged is
By
it?
the way, one of my intentions was
To take, yes.
here, but here I don't have a check on h3, which is important,
Yeah,
right? So
bishop is taking control. Interesting. Yes. So
g5 is on the board.
g5 is on the
Yeah.
board. Yeah, but you have to play something like that because what was the alternative? I don't know if there was
Yeah,
anything
white.
else.
Once you have went for this setup, you kind of have to. Although you don't have to burn all your bridges, you can maybe go into an endgame and claim that okay.
Okay, I agree. Everybody has
we-
some chances, so
yeah.
let's. No, we don't play it like that. Yes,
No,
no,
not
no,
like
no.
that.
We have
G5.
to play g5 and
g5
see what
fire
happens.
on the board.
Yes,
Maybe let's jump to the other two
Yeah.
games because this game I think we will spend
it's
a lot
gonna
of time
be-
here. Yeah.
it's interesting for sure. Happy to see such games. You know, like
Absolutely.
always nice to see such double-edged
Okay,
positions.
so we declared that Zhu Jiner against Harika Dronavalli will be our main game, and we still haven't visited it yet. So
No, we checked that it was e6. We discovered that it was French defense.
and it's yeah, this also a strategic battle, right? Black gives up the spatial advantage in the center and on the king side, and instead and gives up the two bishops, but instead ruining white's pawn structure on the queen side,
Yeah.
and will play against those weaknesses later on.
Yeah, so it's going to be like positional battle, most probably. But, you know, French defense it's not a bad choice for black when you're trying, right, to at least have a game.
Yeah.
And, like,
And what
Maybe
does
even
it tell you? What does it the choice of opening by Harika? What does it tell you?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that first of all, uh, girls follow the fashion, and we discussed the World Championship match, which recently had this opening quite often. I mean, quite sometimes, and also maybe they were in the same camp, even who knows, before Olympiad,
Yes,
or have same coaches.
definitely possible.
But the fact is, yes, that it's like difficult strategical battle, and perhaps like more experienced opponent can have some advantages, right? If you understand positions better, if you have more experience, it's easier to play for you. So I like Harika's choice. I mean, it seems like she's ready to play. I mean, at least E4, E5 maybe wouldn't be that easier. No, but let's remember also her tournament situation. Like in let's check the
Grand
table.
Prix, yes.
Yes, the overall situation. I'm trying to find her. Yes. So look, she has played already in one of them, made and got 35 points. So it means it wasn't that successful. Let's put it this way. So in order to fight for anything in this event, she has to try to win it.
Top 3, I think, at
Or
least, yeah.
to
or,
be in top 3, better to win. And she's playing against the leader of the
Yeah,
tournament.
so
So it's like she doesn't have this privilege to have white pieces. I mean, she has already black pieces. What you do normally?
Yeah,
You try to
French
risk a little bit.
is exactly this kind of opening that you play for 3 results. Yeah.
Exactly. So maybe you take some risks by playing that, like E5 was maybe like a more safe choice, but at the same time, it's a fight.
Yeah. And okay, so as we said, one player will be playing on the king side, the other will be playing on the queen side, and they don't waste time and they start doing it right
Yes.
away.
But now I see actually, what is this? Is it like a proposal to exchange the queens? If we go to the final position on the board.
Let's go. Yeah,
Yes.
but let's just go a little bit faster. So h4, h5 is a very typical idea. The point is that we want to force black to play h6, and by fixating the pawns, we will have a very good attacking chances.
Yes, exactly. And yes, so now we can see on the board that she proposed to exchange the queens. Now it's important to understand like what black should do. Do you exchange the queens now, or you would like to keep them after all adventures?
That's a tough question.
Not simple questions in this game for sure.
Yeah, because you can make a case for both. Without the queen, it will be more difficult to exploit this the weaknesses here, because the king will probably be able to come to d3 if I'm black. Yeah. So I'm thinking if I exchange. And how do I develop my initiative here? Because here white really achieved a lot already, right? Because
yes, h7 will be the weakness, and like good luck defending it.
yeah, there
Yes.
are so many weaknesses here on the king side, right? Because so just imagine the rook will come all the way here, then the other rook comes, and
Knight g5 or
the
even,
knight
yes.
will jump, and the bishop can go. The dark squares are very weakened. So I would.
At the same time, black has some ideas to kind of attack the center by playing maybe knight f5.
Knight f5, I'm still meeting with g4.
So
right?
maybe first.
Now it's time for
yeah.
for some concrete. So if
Yes, you're
concretely
right.
it
So
works,
maybe first take,
but
then
I'm not
it's gonna
sure
be c3,
you
yes.
love to take, here, because you solved many of my issues with
Yes.
the double pawns. You still have some trumps here, but
But it seems like white might be faster, yes, by taking on h6 and.
so I would want to play this to prevent you from g4 and attack this pawn. Let's consider it.
I mean, like rook g1 even.
Rook g1.
What, rook g4? I'm not sure I want to play something like that, but I don't see that many moves right now. So it's a very important, very critical moment. The interesting thing is Black already got rid of those bishops. So there is no bishop on c8 anymore, which actually is a problem for Black in French defense. So this is not the case compared to the previous games that we discussed. But now, yes, this weakness is on the king side. It can be a problem, right, for Black. So you should be very careful.
But you know, oftentimes Black just ignores all this and just closes with c4 and then uses the fact that we kind of cut the board in half here. Not really half. We cut a third out of the board and try to just push the pawns, right?
Even to play b5, exchange this pawn, and then just push a5 pass pawn.
Exactly,
yes?
Start pushing. So this might be, this is how White loses here, because and this is just a game who's first, right? White tries to break through on the king side. Of course, we don't castle here. We will go, we will put our king somewhere in the center because it feels well behind those pawns.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it's a great idea how you avoid queen's exchange and at the same time, like you have clear plan. Yes, what you are doing, and you just kind of say that what White will do now. After.
Or you can make a case maybe for playing the same position without the queens, and
but then you don't have this b5. I think queen is
harder,
supporting.
Yeah, I agree. It's harder
push
to
b5.
push.
It looks like that at least. So would be really like double-edged, right, situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Alik, I think it's time for our first short break. Please don't go anywhere. We will be back and check all the games of the round 3 of the Women's Grand Prix tournament. See you on the other side of the break.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone. We keep watching the round 3 of the Women's Grand Prix event here in Cyprus, and we followed all the games, but somehow we didn't still haven't checked one of them. Olga Badelka is playing today against Elisabeth, as we mentioned before, but we actually didn't touch it at all. So perhaps
Let's
should start
from the very beginning.
from the beginning, like quickly check the opening stage. So somebody played c4.
Yes,
English.
English opening, and this is a very known line. So White puts a lot of hopes on her fianchetto bishop, which
I mean,
hopefully
which is really
will
good for the
put some
moment.
pressure. Yeah, will put some pressure along the long diagonal. And another, when Black develops with this setup of those pawns, so Black does that to get some control, some grip on the center. The drawback, the main drawback of it is the weakness of the d5 square, and we will see now how skillfully White manages to exploit that. So first of all, the knight usually goes to d2, and then oftentimes it makes this path to d5. Let's see if that's what indeed happened. Of course, in this game, as we'll see now, it happened a little bit differently, but the idea is the same, right? The knight goes to e3 and to d5.
She could afford it because the bishop was on d7, right?
Exactly, and for this reason, by the way, a queen a4, if you questioned why did White go, so it looks a little bit artificial, right? Why to go to a4 and then come back to c2? The main idea is to draw the bishop back from e6 to d7, and now
Move
the
this
c4
knight on
square
c4.
is open for the knight to go. And b5, it's not a pawn blunder. You cannot take here because
Nice.
of this nice
Tactic.
little tactic. Although it should be checked further. Maybe
mean-
not knight d4. Maybe knight b4 is better to not drop this pawn. Right, and
Good
now
point,
after
yes, and
taking,
now-
just
Now you
wo-
cannot really win any pawn
Exactly,
because what
so-
you mentioned that you could take on a5, right?
Exactly.
Now you don't have this option at all.
Because here we could play probably, we could take with the pawn. It would be more compensation at least than the other line. Anyway, of course, we still don't take on b5, especially given that we really want to go to e3.
Did she kind of help by playing b5? Because we really wanted to place the knight there, but I don't know what was. Another option. Just I don't, if you're weakening a little bit the queen side by playing b5, I'm not sure about that. I mean, it looks nice. This move looks nice, provoking your opponent to make a mistake as well. But at the same time,
Yeah, it is a very demanding move, but I think Black has to play. Usually, Black has to play on the king side, on the queen side. Sorry, and
bring the queen maybe
The-
later. Yes.
the
Okay, get some
queen-
space as well, right?
we need to get some counterplay. Yes,
Yes.
and here f4. This is an interesting move, which it's a little bit typical because we want to start asking questions in the center, want to start targeting this black center, because having the very solid, very strong center, black is very solid, very difficult to break through, and f4 is one of the ways we want to break through the center.
Yeah, also asking some questions, like what you will do now with this pawn, like either you take on the 4, which will be already, like will give White opportunity to bring more pawns later in the center, like a4.
Even maybe
even take with g pawn.
take
This is
with
what
the
I was
g
thinking
pawn,
about,
and
yes.
then start pushing.
Also possible, yes. So that's why probably Black decided not to take on a 4, and Elisabeth chose to, I think,
She played,
just defend.
Elisabeth defended with rook e8, f5. Also interesting because, again, because of this knight on d5, the knight is so beautifully placed.
And also you kind of prevent bishop b6. You cannot even give your bishop for this knight right now. I mean, even if you want it. But of course, the main idea is to grab some space, threaten f6, maybe later
F6
bring
is a very
your queen
unpleasant
on the
threat,
king
yeah.
side. Yes, so black has to actually do something about it because f6 was already in the air. Like after, if you allow white to play f6, like what are you going
You're
to
in
do?
a huge trouble
Yes,
here.
like then queen d2, queen h6, like good
Yeah.
luck trying to defend against some
Exactly. So
checkmate
if we
threats
do
also.
make a non-move, then this is virtually game over because
It's even hard to protect, yes.
yes.
And that sounds like bishop h3, yes.
Bishop h3, and this is
That
game
threat,
over.
yes, very hard to do something about it. So f6, very logical.
F6
move.
logical, but still, so it feels that black is very much behind in creating counterplay. And I'm thinking, can we maybe even win a pawn by force?
By playing queen b3, creating a really huge threat. It's a good question now.
So
Because,
the threat
like-
is we are threatening to take
Yes, to take on f6.
with double check, yes?
Exactly. And even though, I mean, you have to check it until the end because c4 is there.
Probably.
I mean,
No, but
No, yeah.
this is
it's double check, I'm sorry. Yes.
the
You-
power of double
we
check. I'm
cannot,
not
do
afraid.
anything.
I'm
Yes,
not
yes, yes.
afraid of anything.
Yes, exactly. So not even anything like that. So king h8, for example.
Probably king h8 because
There's-
c4 you don't have you do nothing.
So
and
maybe
now
there is
if
some
I
tactic here.
take,
So you take, and do we
and now
have?
you start jumping. Yes.
I will probably. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm pawn down. I have a couple of jumps, but I think if I play like something like knight d4, you just even have rook b2 in the worst case.
In the worst
Yeah,
case,
so
yes.
just protecting everything, just in the worst case.
But
Maybe
you
the-
will
even
take on f5, maybe. So I'm not sure I want to. What?
So it's
what
more-
if
you have
I'm
more
brave?
active.
I'm still brave.
Yes.
I'm in my brave mode today.
Perhaps it's not a bad idea. Rook b7, attacking the bishop.
Attacking
And
the
now
bishop.
let's say I don't have time. Both
So
pieces are
You have to take.
threat. Yes, I have to because knight was hanging as well.
But
King
now
f2.
king f2. You
Take.
have to take. I take again, attacking both your pieces.
I have to take on
You have
d3
to
with
take
check.
again.
King s3, and now
And,
how to defend both pieces.
well, king e3 is a blunder.
I got it.
Because-
Yes. Because fantastic.
Because we managed to survive. But if we don't blunder with white,
Yes, we're not obliged to do this. Like king e2,
so maybe king e2.
threatening the knight, and the difference is that now after knight b2 there is no any kind of
There
forks.
is no check. Which
Yes, there is no
is-
check. Yes.
And nothing else, right?
Don't see anything. So both pieces are hanging. I don't know what about rook d8, just to be sure.
Yeah, rook d8. We take,
Take.
and
d3.
then this is protected. That's the
That's
beauty,
important.
right?
Yes, there is no piece to create any to put pressure on the spin.
Yeah. But Olga did not play queen b3. She chose the more solid.
No, queen b3 was like very
Looked,
possible.
looked interesting.
Looked
Yes.
absolutely like if you can get the pawn. But you know, we didn't check another line. Instead of knight d4,
Let's-
it was knight b4.
Ah,
Yeah,
let's
so
check it.
let's
yeah,
check it.
let's
King
check it.
h8.
By the way, maybe not king h8. So
Why?
having analyzed this line, maybe we want the bishop protected.
To be protected, also possible. So,
But let's first say look at what you are suggesting.
So
So the
then
same line,
take,
take,
and then knight
take,
b4.
knight b4. And what if we still go
You still
here?
have this one,
You want to play bishop c6?
maybe.
Do you?
What else? Because if knight d5, you just simply take the bishop, right? So the only way I can try to do something like bishop c6, yes. threatening
and
both.
if I take, it's not enough. You take here.
Take here and then
I
take on
and
before.
You take on before, and this is an exchange for one pawn, not enough.
No. So I don't know if you had something else. Instead of rook b7, you could
Maybe
play on
this,
a5.
yeah.
Yes, and the question is, so what I'm threatening, at least in the other line, I could take on e2. Now I don't have this privilege, so...
If you want, you can take on a2.
but
Be my guest.
yes, but then I'm pissed down. I don't want to do this. And yeah, I cannot really repeat by playing knight c6. Rook will just run away. What else? Seems like nothing. Yes. So you could just. Seems like White had a chance to.
Just this. And
maybe White had just a chance to win a pawn.
it definitely looks like. And again, we probably should check rook e7, but rook e7 is.
Then I don't have.
We don't have to
c6.
take.
Yeah.
And we also don't have to take, right? Because if you make such a move as
then you have the spin
rook
as well,
f7,
right?
yeah, I would check.
Some options like knight e3, no?
I was thinking about knight f6,
knight
but
f6,
probably,
yes.
yeah, but you're right about, or maybe even bishop f3 it might be very unpleasant.
Also nice, yes, bishop f3.
We have to calculate, so this, there is check,
Bishop c6.
bishop c6,
and then bishop b6.
and
Maybe, because
yeah,
you were
but
threatening
okay,
bishop d5,
we
yes.
are just pawn up and...
do you feel, Alik, like Olga just missed an opportunity?
It feels like she did.
Like queen
It
b3
feels like
was so tempting.
She missed a little
I
bit,
don't know,
yeah.
it seemed like double threat and like good luck trying to defend against anything. I'm sure she calculated something. Maybe she didn't like something, but it's hard to find it right now because it's so straightforward. Like you threaten to give this double check, and also you threaten to take the pawn. And as you could see, we were checking a few lines, and it seems like all these lines they work for White. Maybe she trusted her opponent that.
It can happen, yeah.
Also, so instead of playing queen b3, she choose to play bishop d2, developing the last piece. Again, threatening probably something like, I don't know.
Queen b3, still queen
yes,
b3.
queen b3, by the way, yes.
and also c4, but I'm not sure about c4.
c4
so.
before, yes,
Exactly,
I was checking it, yes. Like it just, maybe d4, no? No, not really. You don't want to play this move, yes. I'm just trying to use this bishop on d2, but
I think
it seems
black
like
has maybe c4
c4,
now.
just to close. And, I mean, prevent queen
Preventing
b3.
everything, for solving
Yes.
all my problems. Well, not all my problems, but all the problems in this game.
Yeah, because, I mean, black also should do something. This knight on d5 looks really, really nice. Yes, it's this knight in the center. We know that this knight was really good bishop.
Exactly. White is still better, quite a bit better. Even, for instance, after c4, take and rook b7, how do you defend? Because not so easy.
Yeah, so like you don't have rook e7, like rook d8 only.
Rook d8, and then
Or rook
you
f7.
can start checking all kinds of sacrifices even.
No, but even the fact that you control this b file, and even if you put rook on b1,
Or even maybe something like that, yes?
maybe something concrete even
Going
this.
here, threatening to take and take.
This square on d5, I mean,
This is a killer square, yeah.
it's important
Absolutely.
square. It's probably main square in the position. Like, and also I like how you combine the threats. You have the knight there, but from time to time you jump back in order to give the space for your bishop and create some different threats. Yeah. So shall we go quickly and check the game of between Divya and Goryachkina?
Yes, please.
Actually, what happened? I would like to mention that once we had this break, we decided to go with Alik to the playing venue and check the atmosphere and see how is it. I mean, how is it? Because we have this great opportunity to do so, right? Why not
To
go
crash
and
the
check?
party, yes?
Yes, exactly. So, Alik, what did you feel when you came to the hall?
A very serious atmosphere, not like here in the studio, right?
I agree. Like you don't see it on the cameras, It's like it's completely different feeling when you get there. Like everybody is so focused, they stay at the board. Only Anna, Muzychuk, and Harika moved to the players' area, but just for a very quick time. Harika took some water, and Anna was just walking around a little bit, but so everybody stays just at the board. They don't relax. They just simply think about, like, you can feel it, right? The pressure,
Absolutely.
the tension.
Absolutely,
In
the
the
tension
venue
is enormous, and they have a lot to play for. So yeah.
Absolutely, but also why we decided to go to the playing hall to check, because we were really surprised on what happened in the game between Aleksandra, Goryachkina, and Divya, because suddenly, after this move queen d3, which we discussed with you, Alik, before, she spent like 45 minutes thinking on her next move. She was blitzing out first moves, like clearly knowing what she's doing, but after queen d3, like 45 minutes. We went to check because we thought that something happened to transmission.
Maybe she heard us and took our advice seriously, that
Yes.
after the opening you should plan your middle game. Yes,
Yes, and you
maybe
should be
too
very
seriously.
careful.
Yes.
Yes, critical moment, but still, normally with such a time control, which is like, let's remind our viewers, it's 90 minutes for 40 moves plus increments 30 seconds from the move one, and after 40 moves you will get additional 30 minutes. So look, you have 90 minutes for 40 moves. You don't spend 45 minutes on move. Which was the move?
It
Actually?
was move to 14.
14, yes. Like normally you don't do this. Like you need to make a decision. It's clear you have a few options and you try to find maybe the best one, but like I wouldn't recommend to think for so long. Like you will need these minutes later.
But often sometimes it happens. It doesn't happen often. And you remember maybe in the 84 or 85 match between Karpov and Kasparov.
I was
Gary,
still 3, but yes, I remember. I understand
Gary
what you mean.
spent an hour and 20 minutes on one move there in the right after the opening, and he lost the game.
But what time control? Also,
It
I
was
think
2
they had
hours.
2 hours.
It was 2 hours for
but
40
no
with no increment, and
yes.
and the general wisdom, the common wisdom says that if you are spending more than 20 minutes on the same move, the time you spend after 20 minutes is counterproductive, right? You don't come up with anything new.
Try to explain what does it mean, like counterproductive in this case.
So
like
you basically, if you spend 20 minutes and it happens to me a lot now nowadays, so I can speak from experience.
Yes.
So you kind of enter this mental state that you walk around in circles in your thoughts, and you revisit the same lines again and again, and it basically means that you have a mess in your brains. Yes.
Yes,
So
yes. Actually, it shows maybe that you are not in such a great shape, that you are not sure about what's happening on the board, or you're checking few times the lines which normally you would check like 1-2 times, and also like it means also like you don't have power to make a decision quickly.
Exactly.
Like so it's not a good sign, I would say, but still doesn't mean anything. Remember, Stavroula Tsolakidou spent 40 minutes on her move playing in the first round against Elisabeth Paehtz, but still she managed to win the game, even though it was also like a critical moment, and she took like, I think maybe not 40 but half an hour on her move. So also I know that Boris Gelfand, for example, he likes also to think at some point, even during rapid games, and we know that he shows really good results.
Yes.
So perhaps it can be different for each opponent. I don't know Divya's style that well yet. Maybe it's also typical for her. Maybe our viewers can tell us some stories, and maybe they remember her thinking for a long time in some other rounds or some other games. Would be nice if you can share it with us. We are checking the chat from time to time, just for you to know. And so what happens now?
It feels to me that she was spending the time because she was trying to prevent massive exchanges here, and by the look of it, she didn't find a good way to solve those exchanges, because Black, after queen d3 actually, Black is threatening to play knight c4 and exchange the queens, as we said, eliminate many pieces, and then, or at least, you know, the two important pieces, if Black manages to eliminate, as we have seen here in the following sequence. After knight c4, we exchanged the queens, we exchanged the knights. Now this, I'm pretty sure this didn't happen. This happens a lot in the DGT boards when you move the rook and you press on the b1 square, the board thinks that you played rook b1. Anyway, so this, after those exchanges, as we said, those opposite color bishops, they give black enormous drawing chances because
Absolutely, yes, but
especially given the fact that the d file will lead probably to some more exchanges.
exactly. You actually predicted everything, Alik. You said it while the position was still before queen d3 and before everything. Like this is really like great understanding, like where you want to get and like which chances you want to have. But at the same time, I'm wondering how. Maybe it still can be unpleasant for black to play this position. What do you think? Only white can actually try to do something in the. I believe in this game.
Yeah, it can be very unpleasant, especially if you're playing against one Magnus Carlsen with the blacks and I guess, but again, you know that this should be holdable, right?
Yes.
And this gives you a lot of confidence.
So, by the way, third endgame for Divya in this tournament. Remember, we discussed with you.
She has a thematic tournament here, yes?
She's not against the idea to go to the ending. Perhaps also her opponents had the same plan. But so far, it worked well for her. Yeah. And she managed to... I mean, she had no problems at all in two previous games. It seems like also she will not have any in this one. I just wonder if she would like to press a little bit, play this ending, or like basically, first of all, they have to play it until
and right? I think she should because she has nothing to risk, absolutely nothing. I mean, you really have to lose your mind to lose this game with white, and not to say that it cannot happen. It can happen, right?
You can lose any position.
You can lose
we
any
established this pattern that you can lose anything. But already, judging from what you draw already on the board, that you notice the c7 pawn. Yes, there's some kind of small weakness.
Exactly. This is one of the weaknesses that I would. But again, it doesn't give me too much because even if I manage to put the bishop on f4, so black will maybe even have to play rook c8, or maybe even not. I mean, on bishop e3, probably we can play. Sorry. So let's go to the main. Yeah. Oh,
so
Divya played.
She decided just to play probably f4 in order to kind of get some squares in the center, show that she has actually more pawns on this side, and just to kind of check her opponent.
Maybe create an extra passed pawn and then try to milk it a little bit. Yeah, why not?
No, it can be unpleasant sometimes. We've seen many times this kind of rook and bishop endings, and the side which has an advantage, small advantage, is trying forever to play this position.
Absolutely.
Even though we know Aleksandra is such an experienced player, and like it's not a big problem perhaps to hold this ending. Again, maybe it's not psychologically nice to play this position.
Yeah, but I'm sure she had much more difficult endgames in her career. Yes.
But even in this tournament, remember this ending against Nana Dzagnidze, but she played it so like confidently and made a draw without any problems, it seemed. So at the moment, time-wise, everything is fine. Like,
it's everything fine. Even though
Divya
spent 40 minutes, they're pretty much equal on time, and the position doesn't. Yeah, it's very simple position. You can make 100 moves here in 5 minutes, basically, if you want. So
exactly. Maybe this is what she felt like. Okay, now it's a critical moment, but after we exchange everything, even I think for too long, it actually doesn't.
You cannot take your time for the next game, right? So
exactly. Yes. So let's
go to our crazy games. So let's just take a look at 1 second at Muzychuk against Dzagnidze, because
so we have so interesting games today that like we're not
we
sure where to go.
We have
to speed up a little bit.
Exactly. Okay, so we left the game here, and the point, of placing the queen on e3, Anna wanted to get this Maroczy kind of, well, which is normally the case when you take with the queen. You don't want to put the knight to be forced to place the knight on c3 before you manage to push the pawn on the c4. This
it's part
gives
of the
you,
plan, yes?
as we examined in the game of Badelka against Paehtz, right? This gives you some grip in the center. And here there was an interesting idea by Nana. She played bishop h6. So
preferring to exchange
the bishop, which we usually think is very strong, and especially when one white played c4 and weakened the d4 pawn square.
At the same time, like maybe she wanted her opponent not to have this advantage of two bishops.
Exactly. I think that's
that was the case. Yes. Reasons. Also, maybe it's a bit concrete, right? I mean, what happened next? Like
so
queen c3, threatening the rook.
Knight e5.
Yes, it seems like it was very concrete situation.
Extremely, yes.
And
now the knight jumps to g4. And this is also important. You probably have to take, because otherwise you're losing the pawn on c4. And again, it shows you that those moves with the queen,
you spend so much time that you would like to have a couple of moves, right, to develop all your pieces. So
look, how many times did we move the queen? So we already moved twice, right? 3 times,
4 times,
4, 5 times, yeah. And I mean, it doesn't come without price. Yes.
Yes, of course. So now the rook is hanging. Like, what would be the move for black? I'm just wondering. Like, would you like?
I think we have to calculate this.
f4.
F4, rook takes c4. And what happens here?
Queen d5.
Yeah, I was hoping
that I'll play it
to showcase my
nice. Okay, let's show till the end. Queen
powers.
c4. Check. And then
not every
typical
day,
checkmate. Yes.
Not every day do you get
you can
chance
do it.
To do
yes.
that,
So let's show it. Yes. This is really nice.
This was the main idea. I'm not sure it works. I have to admit.
Yeah. On the other hand, like, where to play with my queen, right?
I don't know. It's your problem.
Queen a. Now it's suddenly my problem, guys. Yeah, so I have to stay on this diagonal, right?
Queen a7.
Queen
maybe,
a7,
yeah?
I'm thinking about it, because at least I'm attacking also b7 pawn, and I'm preventing you from playing queen b6. So once you move your knight, maybe I have a chance to grab a pawn back. Very double-edged situation.
You remember I'm in my brave mode today.
I remember. What are you trying to do? I'm just wondering.
Something crazy.
But I'll take your knight. Be careful. Huh?
Yeah, I know. I was. No, but this is just stupid. Yeah, you
knight
have knight c3
yes.
and
like
game over. Yeah.
I have this.
Okay.
Option.
No, but the idea was interesting. It doesn't work, but it was interesting. So I was preparing to meet queen d4 with queen c5, pinning you from all the sides. And if you take, I check first. And then recapture, but this is all meaningless, of course, because you had the
knight c3 defense. Yes, so
so queen e7, yeah.
In any case, it's interesting, and like if you play knight c6, maybe I can afford to take on b7, and you don't have time to take on e4. What else? Knight g4.
Knight g4 probably, and then.
But I take, and I also protect e4 pawn, which is important.
Are you protecting?
Wow, it's nice. I can give you a check.
Yeah, you're.
But actually, funny, you have queen d7. Maybe.
Even queen d7.
Queen d7, it's funny.
No, queen d7 I don't have. Actually, this.
Why not? You have queen a7.
Take, yeah.
Queen b6. Queen d4. Yes, exactly. Queen d4. Bravo.
Our tactical skills can be improved.
So we found the same idea, but
from the other
side. Yes, exactly. So queen d4 is. So rook
this doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Yes. Rook
Okay.
e4. Nice try, but very optimistic, but black.
Some might say
Like
too
white.
optimistic. Yes.
But this is
Queen b7.
we can show it. We can do it. Yes, on knight g4 probably something
okay.
else. But then I have time to maybe develop my pieces and just
Maybe.
maybe not.
That's a fresh idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like if you do castling, for example, I will just play knight c3.
Yeah, castling.
guess.
I feel that I give you too
Or
much
H.
pleasure. But what happens here?
Don't forget you also have a king, huh?
What to do?
Don't want to calculate it. So queen c5 is the threat.
Queen c5 is a threat. If you check, I just go to d7, and I'm claiming that I don't mind giving you.
No,
the
queen
red.
c5 is a big threat, I must
It is.
admit. Because like
It is.
maybe I have to play before.
Yeah, but before I will come from here, I think.
Just the
somehow.
funny thing is like rook before I will play queen c8 and take the knight. This was my initial idea. Yes, g4.
You're so tricky.
Yes, knight was hanging on g4. So that was my intention, but doesn't mean that you don't have a better option. Maybe queen before
Even queen before.
Yeah,
maybe,
queen
yeah?
before.
Oh, this
pawn
is just
up.
a great.
Yes.
Great
But I
idea.
wanted to trick you a little bit. So
You almost managed,
yes.
but you
Nice.
gave up all your ideas.
Look, maybe I had also chance instead of before give you check on a8 or b8, doesn't matter, and then queen a7.
Yeah, but then I wanted to play this.
Queen g4 back. How many times I've been there? You know,
Yes. Well, just another one. But
you're not
are
obliged
you
even to protect, yes, this rook. Okay. Maybe not, because I will come back. Yes. No, you have to do something like rook c8. And
Oh, you know what I have? I have maybe this one.
queen h5. Yes, if I play h3.
Yeah, I wanted to play this.
So
Creating-
many tricks.
Yeah,
Terrible.
tricky, tricky.
Rook e1.
Knight c2.
Knight c2.
No,
I know,
not
you
the end of-
continue.
yeah,
Queen
it's,
takes,
It's not
yes.
the end of the
Just I don't
game.
like that my pieces are still not
But
developed.
yeah,
Yes, I can
exactly.
feel
and
it. Yes.
How's your king?
Knight c3. Maybe you have even rook c3. No. No. Because I take with queen. My idea was to play queen
And
e2.
queen e2, yeah.
But okay, we went too far away.
We're
It's
way
too
too
deep,
far,
too
but
deep.
it shows that,
Yes.
you know.
Both sides have many options here. Yeah, interesting position. Definitely.
And I think this is what Nana is calculating, right?
Yes.
Because it looks tempting, but
The
if
problem
you're
is
wrong,
if it's
you're
not
losing,
working,
right?
yes, you're right. Let's explain this, like knight e5, f4. If rook c4 is not working somehow, then actually what you do, you are losing either the piece or this rook on the h8. So you need to find the move before you play knight e5. You have to be sure that what you do next is working. Yes, so
But actually, if you have to play queen a7, then you're not really risking with black,
so then
right?
you just move the knight
You
and
can just go there, and then you just get the feeling that okay, even this, or maybe you make it, you know, the practical decision and say, okay, but here I will manage to find something. Maybe in the worst case, I can go to knight d7, castle, and knight c5, or something like that. I mean, this is I haven't sacrificed even anything. So.
okay, I'm not obliged still to play a4 even.
You're
I can
not.
just
You're
play
not.
knight
Yeah.
a3 or something like that. If you play knight a5, I can protect the pawn.
With
I don't want
b3
to
or
put
something.
or b3 or I still want so badly to develop the pieces, but
You're
maybe it's
so
not the case.
old-fashioned,
Yes, I'm.
yeah. Developing
point.
pieces.
Who
come
cares
on.
about it these days? Yes, like we have to be creative. Yes.
Yeah, maybe 92 is the move to go.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so this is interesting. Let's. We said we need to speed up, right?
Yes, many
Let's go.
interesting games. Yes.
This was our wow. Okay, this was a very. Let's go back.
Yes,
So,
Mariya Muzychuk, of course, and Tsolakidou, Stavroula, they started with full intention to make really interesting fight, you know, to help our viewers to enjoy chess as much as possible. So attack on the side, on the king's side, attack in the center. So who will be
You
first?
see? Who's talking about developing pieces? Castling, come on.
Who cares about it? Yes.
This is
Just
for the
enjoy.
week. Yes.
Just for old fashioned, now we know.
Okay. So g5, as we said, h5 was the move. And you know, during our break, I was trying to kind of see how it goes.
To make it work for
And
whom? For white or for black?
For white.
Yes.
And if you're not careful, if you allow black to just play g6, you're playing worse. You're just worse. So moves like, I don't know, queen h4, bishop e2, or even g6, it just don't work.
Yeah, because
right?
black will manage to block everything, all your attack, and then they just have free attack, as we say,
Exactly.
on the other side of the board. Like, it's important always to combine this defense and active play, and it's a good question always, yes, like, what, is it time for defense or is it time for something active? Here it was quite clear. We checked a little bit the lines, and yes, g takes h6 was really like a big threat. Black was not on time in all these variations with e takes d4, so h5 looks like very logical. So both sides clearly have to play very precisely.
Yep.
There is no other choice.
No question about it.
Yes.
But judging by the clock, so Stavroula still has 1 hour and 10 minutes left after 20 moves. So she kind of
Something what we discussed
looks
yesterday.
like she
Yes.
knows the plans.
Also, time management is better than in
Yeah.
previous games. She's trying to have some time.
And you implied that Mariya might be trapping her, but I think she
No.
went too far. If she's
Yes.
doing it, she went too far.
Exactly, no tricks here anymore. It's clear that she plays without any kind of idea and any prep, and
But-
tries to find the moves over the board.
C5, I love this move because it opens the very important square for the bishop, especially given the fact that black might want to play g6. So the bishop will
Land on c4.
land
I
on
think, yes.
c4, pinning the pawn on f7, creating some additional threats. And this pawn is also limiting the knight a little bit, right? Well, not allowing it to go to b6, as if the knight wanted to go there, but still. I mean,
Yeah. So, but look what happened after.
yes. G6, bishop c4, king h7.
King h7
you have
protecting
two because
queen g6
queen g6 was a threat, right? And, let's go here. This is a threat. A king h7, rook g3.
Rook
The
g3.
rook is coming from here.
Nice. Yes. So she's
Another-
trying to use all the all
Another
pins.
pin,
Yes.
yes.
like really.
But
Knight c5
knight
followed.
takes c5. Fire on the board, and it's a little bit. But the idea here is different. Yeah, the idea is that if we take, then it's
Just rook is on b1 is hanging, right? And bishop f5 protects everything. No tricks anymore. Wow, knight c5. Did she miss it? I wonder, or there was nothing else. So white cannot take the knight. It's clear. Bishop f5, and simply put the bishop there, and you open d file as well for rook d8 as the next move. So she decided to take this pawn on f5
maybe we could we prevent it with it here?
instead of rook g3. You mean?
Yes.
What else could be played? No, the question is like what move to make, which move to make. I mean,
Good question.
we have actually had to had statistics and check. Let's check the players that they managed to play before. Look, Mariya
didn't-
managed to win the
didn't play
game.
too
Yes,
much,
before
yes.
3 games in total, but Mariya managed to win their first one of the games, and also 2 draws between those players. Some maybe small psychological advantage.
Yes,
Let's
with
put it
this
this way.
kind of sample. So anyway, after rook g3, knight c5, queen takes e5.
Yes, knight is hanging.
So
now.
I want to point that black has this move.
Cute.
transferring into an endgame. But it feels that white has a very good advantage here, right? When this knight is dominating and the bishop again. So our theme of today's game is not finished development, right? So of today's round.
And some old-fashioned ideas. Yes.
Yes. So
Yes,
the
we're
old
going-
school and the
old
new
school
school.
and new school. Yes. So, in this case, I believe Black would like to develop the bishop.
Definitely.
The problem is that it's hard to do so. The moment you move it, you lose the pawn. Or
And you cannot protect the
No.
pawn because you lose this one.
yeah. Also, this is not working. Yes. So even rook b8 is not helping.
Or is it? Yeah, and this doesn't work as well because if you take, I will just go back and check
And then defend
then
a2
defend
pawn.
the pawn.
Yes. Yeah. Good point. Yes. That's even this was not working. Yeah. So the question remains like what to do.
So we don't want to go into this endgame.
So
But
black.
this is a threat, as far as I understand.
Yes, I mean, you just want to take the knight. Can I just play knight d3 right away?
Knight e3.
Just to keep the queens on the board. The
Sure
problem
you
is I can see already the problem, yes. Because now that... yes, but queen b1.
The rook is hanging,
Yes,
and
but
maybe I can
still,
give you?
maybe you can give it, yes, let's see. It's very tempting line.
So, for instance, let's say if black is too greedy,
yes.
maybe
It's a
she's
checkmate.
winning. No, it's not.
No? No? Because of 6?
And f6, yes.
Uh,
It looks like we almost
There.
created a brilliancy, but we might go back
It
home
all-
to cry, yes? Or maybe not.
Knight f6 back, yes?
No, it cannot happen.
No, it's, I mean, too many pieces. We give too many pieces. Maybe,
Just like this, and then just take. Or is it so simple? Yeah, it is.
take,
This,
take.
this and even something like that.
Because we don't have threads, yes. Like
We have an f7.
maybe even
um,
checks. I know.
Oh, I think we managed to lose with black.
Really?
No?
What I know that I can even give this rook and still
You
it
will.
will be...
I think you will.
But
And it's
maybe I can,
drawish.
yes. I can play queen f3, yes. I thought about it, probably. No, I mean, I can
Chess
just
is a
give the
draw.
rook. Yes.
Chess
Even.
is a draw.
Yes. But I'm sure we missed something
Yeah.
in between.
Yeah,
Let's come back
Let's
and
come back.
and check.
Knight e4. Wow.
Really?
Wow.
I like the idea. So if you take with queen, your idea works. Bishop f5.
Wow.
We didn't spot this move at all, right?
Oh, absolutely. But I think the line just begins here, right?
Yeah.
Because if now we take, then
What a game! I have a feeling
Rook.
this game will be crazy. Yes. What to play? I'm thinking look, if I had choice, if I had if I had moved with black, I would play bishop d3, threatening queen c1 also, right? But I'm not on time.
you're not in time.
Yes.
Well, maybe you can.
Maybe I can, yes, to do something
Because
like this.
If we go here, then you go king g8.
Yes, and I'm like asking questions. Where is your checkmate? But I'm threatening the one.
Yes.
Okay, you have a
well,
four
I have
perhaps,
at least perpetual, which is good in such a position to have a perpetual.
Yeah, so you have also a 4 move, but then I will definitely take this knight. Who knows what happens next?
But do I have more? I want more. Not satisfied with
It's always good to
low expectations.
to want more.
Maybe
Something.
just no,
Knight
this
e4, but
doesn't work,
just
yeah?
imagine this moment.
Beautiful.
I mean,
let's
it would be
let's
nice.
just
Enjoy it. Yes.
Yeah, just take it in because it's so beautiful.
Like, I mean, you count knight d3, you count queen c4. Like we were checking all these moves. Like from far away to see move like knight e4. Normally it doesn't cross your mind at all, right? I wonder if Stavroula
This is
like
this
almost
is a move
impossible, yes?
you blunder easily. I mean,
Yes, very
so-
beautiful move. Just even from the way how it looks like. Okay, proposing this knight, take the knight in the at the center of the board, threatening to take on d2. Wow.
And this it actually
She,
looks
it looks
very.
like she have to play something like that. She has to play, right? I mean, I don't see
Looks
any
very
other.
forced, yeah. And now maybe black has this move first. I'm not sure it helps anyhow.
So maybe yes, because in some lines maybe we have some checkmate ideas. Yes. So queen b7 or what?
Queen b7. B7, I mean.
Queen
sorry.
b7. Then we have bishop b1. Will be queen b1.
We might, yeah, I'm not sure we want to because then the rook will come. So if we go here,
No, then bishop
we are
b3.
and
Yes, I
bishop
can close it.
you're
It seems.
closing, and you might be winning. Yes.
Yes. So it's a
Although
geometry.
even here, you know, with such a weak king, I'm not entirely sure that it is
Well, I have feeling
so
that
clear.
I can hold it. 4 pieces, and also all pieces are around the king. Like, what is your threat even?
Yeah.
Like,
And you mean when
maybe-
you say hold it, you mean you win it, yeah?
Yes. Yes. I mean, exactly.
yeah,
Yes. Like there is
hold
no
and win, yeah.
checkmate, and then I will end up with piece up or 2 pieces up.
But maybe actually this is so. This is on
Bishop
the board.
F5, yes,
This is on the board, and
Queen
Queen
E7,
E7
what
looks
else?
looks quite
Maybe we can
forced.
find something else. So queen e7. What?
The computer says it's equal, obviously.
Maybe
But maybe that's the
perpetual
line.
check.
Yeah, that's the line, perhaps.
Bishop d3. What? This is something what we mentioned.
Like you
before.
said, yeah, like you said, Bishop d3 looks. It's hard to believe there is nothing. Let's check
for
this
whom?
one.
For white?
For
black?
both. Let's check this one. This is
Take.
probably losing, yeah? For white. we must say for him.
For whom? Yes. Yes. Okay, king g7 is important move because like king h7, g6. Some
Yes.
ideas. Yes.
But this threat in one, mate in one, is a bit annoying. I have to admit.
Yeah. Even like in the best scenario, you play f4. I take this knight on d2.
And I go home. Yeah. Okay.
Is it checkmate? I mean, for sure, yes. Like, imagine you didn't give up the bishop
Oh, you mean here?
somewhere here. Well, I don't know, just to understand like what's going on. Instead of bishop g6, like f4 move is like losing, right?
Check.
Yes, because it should be checkmate.
Check.
Like king g2. Sorry, king not possible according to chess rules. King where?
Chess rules are not in play here
Yes,
anymore.
let's show just that king g1 is
King
losing.
g1 is
King
mate in
e1,
2.
Queen e1 and queen f2. Oh, sorry, I'm saying the wrong squares, but I mean queen f1. Yes.
So this is checkmate. So that means that we have to go here.
Yes.
But this
Bishop
is mate in 1.
Yes.
So this is kind of it.
Yes. Just to
So,
be sure that there is
yeah,
no option. So
no
perhaps it's just a perpetual check.
If we want to keep playing, we have to go for this. Check.
Are you sure? Queen's. Yes. And
So we still have the perpetual, okay? We established that. If we want, but this looks more like a suicide. So if we could play knight f6 here, it would be good, but we need the extra move.
so live position is still like that. Yes, she took
Yeah,
bishop
and
f5
white
and
is
she's
thinking, yeah.
White is still thinking.
Stavroula is
else?
thinking, what else is she thinking about? This is interesting.
I don't know. I mean, it's
Rook b3 doesn't work because you have the intermezzo check and taking the queen.
maybe after queen e7, bishop b1, there is nothing else, right? Bishop f7 is forced. I just mean bishop f7.
Even if it's not forced, it's very hard to resist.
Yes, what else? No, I don't know what else. Like rook f3, I'm just trying to find maybe e4.
No, but this is bad
Yeah.
because we're
Yes.
giving up the whole position.
Rook f3, the bishop will go back, no?
Here.
No, before
Ah.
e4 move.
You got me scared. A little.
Yes, like queen e7, bishop takes, and
Rook
rook
f3.
f3.
Interesting.
I'm just trying to have some alternatives.
But I'm not sure you're... So first
Bishop
of all,
f5,
as you
yes,
said,
you
bishop
have this bishop
f5.
f5.
And you know which move also?
Just the,
Yeah. Bishop f5.
I mean, again, we have to calculate like rook f5 move, but probably it's not enough.
Such a nice position.
Actually, it's going to be like a funny queen
Now this is-
f6
this
with
might be winning.
perpetual.
It's actually...
Really, queen f6, but at least I want to play queen h6, queen g6.
Yeah, but I think you're winning
Perpetual,
here
yes.
because
How?
you want to check on g6.
G6, okay.
And I don't have anything. Yeah?
No, not really. Seems.
I
So
think-
rook f3, black should be careful.
I think you just found a great idea. But what do you want?
I want to take on f7 perhaps with... first of all, I don't want to leave my bishop on f7. I don't want to go with my bishop on f7, so you have bishop d3 now. At least, I don't know, you can play bishop d3, but
Maybe I can.
maybe you should.
Maybe I should.
But at least it's not
But
what I'm trying to say. It's not checkmate idea. Yes, I don't need to protect against checkmate.
Check.
Check.
Here.
Again, I have
Check.
perpetual.
This.
I
you
cannot play
have
bishop
more?
f7 because queen c1 is a problem.
It's a tiny problem.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think I have more. I have a feeling that that's it. Time to sign score sheets.
Chess is such a boring game.
You wanted some blood, it seems, in this game, right? And
Well, you
everything
know,
is finished in a draw.
sometimes if this is not winning, then
No,
what
but
is?
if Mariya found all this over the board, like
Kudos.
absolutely, like it's not that easy, right? To find move like knight e4. I mean, calculate until the end that after bishop f7 or moves like rook f3, there is nothing. For the king is still safe, and she has enough counterplay with bishop d3 to create her own threat. Not that easy at all. Like good game.
Wow,
man.
this is fantastic.
Yes.
Really, this is.
It's still not over. Let's
Yeah,
let's see
and then-
what is the end. So perhaps let's jump to
Is somebody recently told to me, you know, this is a 3-result game, at least 3-result game. So
I hope it was not me.
no, it wasn't you. Yeah,
At least three results.
yeah
Like
it
what
was
else?
funny.
Could
Yeah, I don't-
no.
no, we were analyzing, and
You can also fall down from
all-
the chair. You know,
all
or
of a sudden,
something
you
like-
know, from a 2-result game, it became messy, and he says, so now it's a 3-result game
Yeah,
at
but-
least, you know.
yes.
So
I mean, another, you know, there is this also expression which Greeks use, like, are you waiting for the train? I don't know if you heard it. You know, we played
No.
many tournaments in Greece, and like friends, they used to say. So like what does it mean? Like you can ask, like it's a situation when you are completely lost, but you keep playing, defending, let's say, and so your opponent can ask you, like, are you waiting for the train? Which means, like, are you waiting for the train to come and kill me? So this is the only way how I can lose this position. First, I
Nice.
was like, what does it mean? You know, even like, so this is one more possibility which.
so you see, so he was right.
Yeah, so at least only three. Let's jump to maybe Harika game. Which
Hari-
one?
Just a short. Okay, not much has happened here as we thought. Divya is pushing a little bit her pawns.
So she actually moved
She-
all of
she's-
them.
yeah,
She
she's
takes
moving.
space.
Still, I think Black is not too impressed about this, but we will have time to revisit it. Let's go to our leader, Zhu Jiner. Wow, and this is another end game. Let's see how it happened. So we left the game.
So actually, they exchange queens.
So we left the
checked
game
it, yes,
here,
before.
yes.
Remember, we discussed with you after queen e2 if it's a good idea to go for this ending, or maybe c4 was an option. Harika spent a
Harika
lot of time
decided to
here and decided to go
exchange.
for exchange.
And I think she was trying to make this work very concretely. So she attacks the g pawn, and now knight f5. It
Yes.
feels very important move.
Exactly, like d4 is hanging, rook is hanging right now.
So this is the tactical justification. So we are now put 2 pawns down, but we managed to break white center. We're still a pawn down. But now, I'm pretty sure she calculated it all.
Yes.
She had to calculate it all when she took on. She exchanged the queens, and now black wins one of the pawns back. And she's not even in a hurry. Oh, she cannot. Sorry, she cannot take on g2 yet. G2 was not really threatening, right?
Rook
Because
h8,
of rook
yes.
h8.
So that's why she played rook c8, bringing this rook closer. She actually could still make castling, just in case. Of course, you don't do this because rook f7, but just to mention, yes.
Castle was possible.
Yes,
Yeah.
so rook c8.
G3, rook
Defending
C7.
the pawn. Defending also f7 right now, and
Yes.
avoiding all the lines with rook h8, possible continuations.
And the main idea, I think, is the main threat is rook g4. Because the pawn on g3 is so vulnerable, so it prevents you from playing f4. And if the rook lands on g4, you will have some trouble defending your pawn on a4. And although white has an extra pawn, the black pieces are so coordinated, right? And white has so many weaknesses that it's probably impossible to keep all the pawns.
Exactly. Like it took me some time to realize that b6 is a bishop. But anyway, yes, you're right. Like it's 4 against 5, and but c2 is weak. Like too many islands, yes, in white's position.
And it's white that who needs to I
Maybe
think,
even to
think
hold.
about equalizing here. Well, not equalizing, but to make sure you don't get worse.
Yes. So what happened next?
And Zhu played rook h4.
h4.
Very important move. As we
Not
said,
allowing
not
rook
to
g4.
allow the fourth rank is extremely important here.
What happened? Rook in d7
And
and
c4.
c4.
Also, getting rid of this weakness, because 2 more moves and you will not have this luxury to do that, because if black
Yes, knight
manages
a5.
to...
I was even thinking that could you play it right away, the move like knight a5 instead of king d7.
But maybe then, actually then, I think you would have... I will exchange.
Bishop
Play
a5.
c4.
But rook is hanging on the a1. No? Bishop a5.
No, but we exchanged.
Bishop. Yes, sorry. This. Okay. Sorry. Yes.
You still think this is a bishop, yeah?
Sorry for that. Yes. Take. Yes.
So
Somehow it
c4.
looks from this angle like that. Yes. I'm sorry.
So c4, and then it's you're virtually pawn down. I don't like this position too much. So rook king d7, I think. Where were we?
Now that we analyze this game, just very quickly, let's check head-to-head between these players. First of all, we see the players, and then the results between them. Wow.
6 draws.
6 draws. They actually played many games.
And I believe today will be the 7th.
So that's was one. Yeah, no, we don't ruin any statistics here. Okay, thank you for that. And
so yes, so
they ended up in descending.
And for some reason, I thought white is a pawn up, but white is not a pawn up.
I just realized it too. But okay, I thought that this b6 thing was confusing me. But
confusing
in fact,
us both.
yes. Somehow you didn't see it at all. I saw the bishop instead. Yes, so maybe it's time soon to go for a break. You know?
It feels like it.
Yeah, but then
But you know,
first we have to
in the
finish.
previous game that we saw in Stavroula against Mariya, the pawns don't matter there,
Yes,
right?
yes. So exactly, it didn't matter at all. But now, just let's check the final position and try to estimate the ending they have. So this bishop against knight ending, and
I don't believe anyone can be better here.
so like it goes towards
Just
draw,
it goes
yes.
towards the draw, yeah. And maybe they're waiting for a 40th move or some repetition.
Something like that, yes. Okay. Did we check all the games, or we have to?
We have.
Did we make a circle at
Let's
least?
take a short look at
All games and.
Olga against Elisabeth, and not much happened here. Okay, so we will not spend too much time here. Bishop d2.
And
Okay,
Yes.
Olga is trying to create to attack on the king side, which makes a lot of sense, right?
Yes.
And the fact that Elisabeth had to bring her queen closer to the king basically says that she gave up for now on her
Any
hopes
ideas
for
on the queen
counterplay,
side?
yeah.
Yes. Okay, queen is good defender sometimes in such situations. Also, that if you will open your king too much, it can backfire as well. So I think it's time to go for a short break, and then we come back and we will check, Alik, with you the time travel part of the games. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone. We keep watching the round 3 of the Women's Grand Prix Series together with Alik, Gershon. And during this short break, I just checked a little bit what's going on outside, and we have this fantastic swimming pool in the venue, next to the venue, like really 10 meters away. And the weather is so great in Cyprus right now. We are very close to sunset, and at the same time, we are very close to time travel, as you can see on the boards. Things have changed a little bit. Alik, let's have a look and start with the game of Elisabeth Paehtz.
Yes, and
Olga Badelka.
Something has happened. So we saw before leaving to the break that Olga started pushing the pawns on the king side. And here Elisabeth probably felt that she needs to create some counterplay fast.
Yeah, because I don't know why she was so scared. Was it so straightforward, this attack, let's say G5? I'm not sure that if you play G5 right away, F5 can be vulnerable as well.
Yeah.
Yes, but probably she just wanted to do something. Yes, and D4 looks quite logical.
So C4,
C4
she
first?
tries. So she sacrificed the pawn.
In order to get some space in the center and open.
I think this was her idea all
Bravo.
along, right? This is why she brought the queen to
Not only
E8.
to defend, but also to attack. Wow.
And because when you attack when you push the pawns from your king, it's a very double-edged sword, right?
Can be risky as well.
If
yes.
the position opens, and the pawns are of less importance here. If the position opens, you might find yourself in a very tricky spot here with white. But we see
check the concrete line.
Yeah.
Let's say if I just take on b5 as usually, I always want to find out what's going
Greed.
on. Yes, not really, but like I'm not sure if it's checkmate. Like how scared I should be. This is what I'm trying to understand.
We have to first.
Yes.
It has to be said that this is not really a threat.
A threat,
right?
yes, because just bishop f4, right? So it's just fake threat.
And, this is not a threat.
It's just a game over for black after that, so not here.
Exactly.
So what actually black has in mind after
Good
taking
question.
after taking here?
Yeah, so
For the moment, it's like 2 pawns.
2 pawns.
Yes.
What about E3?
E3. So if
To make
I
it
have
3,
to take
to make it 3
probably.
pawns. How do you take? If you take with the knight, it's probably even. Actually, you can take with. No. Then Queen E5. For some reason, I thought we have check on.
But I think you only have in the best case scenario, you have only the no. The perpetual, this is what I was trying to say, but maybe there is something more, because there is...
There will be more. If
like
you allow
Bishop
me
G3
to check...
and stuff,
yeah.
yes.
But you don't have to allow me that.
Maybe I can take on C6, no, checkmate in 1.
No. But you can maybe move the
Rook
queen.
F3, yes, I
the
thought
rook,
about
sorry,
it.
yeah?
The idea is like if Queen H2, I just play King F2 and there is no Bishop G3 anymore,
Even
right?
King of... Yeah.
So even just wanted to show that even Bishop G3 is not possible anymore.
But I can check a little bit.
Okay, King F1 is like the best.
Right away, yeah? Right away? From here.
Yes.
But black does have some compensation here.
Rook H3. Queen F4, yes. And I go back.
F4 check, and you go back.
You take on G4.
I will take somewhere, maybe on G4 even. Or here I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it seems like there is some kind of activity.
There is activity, there are some pawns.
Yes.
Maybe it doesn't really matter what the exact... it's also important to say, because so the computer may say, you're plus 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't really matter, because again, as we established yesterday, there's minus 8 could be, some
like
one tempo,
line.
a line, and 15 moves forward, you have some check and it wins. So this is
Same here. Let's say Elisabeth found a way to
muddy
get
the
some
waters, at least,
activity, exactly, and also get some. She can get some chances at this moment, and that's why maybe she takes some risks here, obviously. But at the same time, she puts pressure on her opponent. So 95. This is what you think? Yes, is possible to play, threatening G4 pawn.
G4 pawn, and if I recapture one, it will be only one pawn, right? So
Yes. We can see that computer still prefers white in this position, but again, now it's unclear. It can be anything. Like
Absolutely.
one move, one mistake, and then white can find herself defending instead of attacking.
yeah, exactly. And Olga did not take on b5. She went bishop f4, and this is a move that you want to make, right? You want to consolidate, you want to take care of those dark squares. And Elisabeth immediately played knight e5.
You cannot
and
take
again,
this knight.
No, yeah, of course, you don't want, you need this
Don't
dark square bishop.
invite
right?
this queen, yes, and
Yeah,
the bishop.
you need this dark square bishop, otherwise you will be killed, and it doesn't really matter how many pawns you are up. right?
Yes,
You
exactly.
Will,
Yes,
you will be crushed.
You would just give all the squares, and it will be final.
So if we give up this dark square bishop, the only piece, there are two pieces we are ready to exchange this bishop for. One is the dark square bishop for black, and the other one is the queen, right? For a rook, we don't give this bishop, even for a rook.
But once you start attacking your opponent, you prefer not to exchange pieces, right? You prefer to keep them in order to have some threats, and 95 is like
That's
good move.
exactly.
You threaten G4, you threaten C4, you get one piece more closer to the king.
And you want to, if you
in some
keep
lines,
your
okay, not
in some
immediately,
lines,
yes.
you can come from here, and again,
In some situations,
not so
maybe.
easy to play it all of a sudden. Even though objectively white might be better, even much better, the dynamics of the position change so much. Right?
Yes,
So
yes. She gets her
instead
chances.
of slowly pushing and a 2-result game, now it's at least 3-result game, right? So 93.
She
played?
knight e3. Defending, let's say, defending both
and
yes,
attacking,
G4, but
right? And now let's see how we can proceed.
yeah, so look, what I can see that if you probably take on c4 with the pawn, the bishop is hanging.
bishop
Yes,
is
so
hanging.
that's a problem. Yes, you cannot do this immediately.
But first of all, this might be a move.
Yeah, because now if bishop is not hanging,
If
because you take the knight.
Because we take the knight, I think we don't stop here yet. Because there is what? There is a check.
Queen b3.
We
King goes,
go.
for example. Yeah, lots of calculation here,
And
right? I mean, you can
yeah.
take on a fate, or you can take on b8, or you can
Or
move
you
the
can
rook.
move the rook
Keep
and
all threats.
claiming
Yes.
that you are winning an
Yeah.
exchange.
At the same time, you can even take on. Okay, like that. I even thought of taking on g2 and playing e3, opening the
Maybe,
bishop. Yes,
maybe.
even, like
Actually,
I don't care
I like
about
it,
the
yeah.
exchange. You know, now suddenly I
Exactly.
don't care about the pieces. Like take here.
The
and
transformation
play e3.
of Anastasiya.
Yes, and open up this great bishop, and queen also is joining the party with queen e4.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, the dark squares are exchanged for the for the light squares.
Yes,
But that happens to you when you play h4 and g4. And you know, as somebody, I used to play the Sicilian, and many times that's what you do in the Sicilian. You castle short,
But
you move the
still-
king to h1, and then you keep pushing,
Yes.
right? And once I heard a nice analogy, you know, that it's kind of you're two fighters fighting, you know, next to an abyss, and you're trying to push your opponent, but one misstep, and you're the one who
You're
gets
the one
thrown
who
off the
actually-
rock. So
That's a good
this,
comparison, yes.
Exactly. This feels a lot like that. And just to illustrate that,
And yes,
Yeah,
just
so-
to illustrate, yes, just let's finish this part.
the idea is that you might even so as you said, you can take the bishop,
bishop?
here, but you might even go and take this pawn because, for instance, without this dark square bishop, again, now you can play along the dark squares.
I even
This
thought you can play immediately queen e5.
Even queen e5
Yes,
immediately.
instead
yes.
of okay, you
Much
still
stronger.
have bishop d6.
But it's
let's
much,
say.
but it's much stronger.
Yes.
What you said.
See, finally I found this kind of mode.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, and all of a sudden, you know,
I don't know if it's checkmate though. Bishop
It's
d6.
check.
Yes, it's check. Knight d3. I was thinking about. Oh yes, knight d3.
so
Some
you have
some
to,
interesting lights.
Oh, you cannot go to c5.
Yes,
so
it looks really brave, but maybe you are right. Maybe queen f8 was better. Nevertheless, let's check some statistics. We have statistics for Elisabeth Paehtz and her results against the players in this tournament. Let's check first of all her opponent today, Olga Badelka. Do we have her?
No encounters.
So she has never played against her. So it's her
At
their
least in
first
classical
encounter.
chess, right?
Yes.
This is
Yes,
classical.
you're right.
encounters.
I'm sure many times they played Rapid and Blitz because both of them played multiple times in World Rapid and Blitz Championships. But we can see that the biggest amount of games probably were with Nana Dzagnidze, okay, with of course Anna Muzychuk. Definitely, they played plenty of games. What is the
You
best
know
result
what's
for her?
surprising for me that she doesn't have many wins against this field.
Yes, so only let's say against Nana she has 3 victories, but she also lost five games. Yes.
And against Anna Muzychuk also won 4. And the rest of the field, she hasn't scored a victories so far.
It's
This
a
is
good point.
Very
It's a good
surprising.
point, yes. So perhaps this tournament is like maybe she has not so pleasant opponents.
They
yes?
collected, they collected all
the
their
worst opponents for Elisabeth, yes, in this event, it seems. Yeah, the statistics are not that great. We can see her right now on the screen, thinking about the position. Of course, it's very, very difficult one. And speaking about time, she has.
They both have
same,
22 minutes
same amount of
for
time.
15 moves. In this position, it's not a lot of
Not
time at
that
all.
much. Not, no.
So there's definitely a lot to think about. Maybe she will decide to just keep the bishop, but I don't see a good way to do that. Unfortunately, you don't have bishop c5, which is annoying because of this check winning the bishop.
Good point.
Let them think it out. Let's go to visit our leader.
Yes.
Zhu Jiner. Oh, and
We
I
left
think
her
we
with
are
this
in
ending,
time.
yes.
And we're exactly
Just
in time.
in time to
just in
finish the
time
game.
for the game. And they liquidated all the pieces like we predicted. And I think on our screens there will soon
Claim draw. Yes, this is what's
claim
happening.
draw.
Yes. They are trying to kind of understand that if they can offer draw in this position. Yes, and of course they can. It's like a very, very simple one. I don't know how many moves they made though.
41.
So that's exactly the amount of
yeah.
moves they needed in order to start.
But actually, they didn't
offering
even
draw.
need. I think they could have just played f5, f4, and then it would be.
Exactly, yes. I mean, there are many ways to make draw in
Theoretical.
this position, for sure. So the game finished in a draw, which means that Zhu Jiner will have 2.5 points, and only Stavroula Tsolakidou can catch up with her after this round if she wins her game.
If she wins, but
Yes.
it doesn't look that she is going to win because this crazy,
Line?
by far, I think the craziest game so far in the tournament. But and it actually we checked during the break, and it was not so much a theory what they played. So probably it looks like Stavroula was prepared with this line, but Mariya found everything over the board. So
Wow,
so it's
this is what
extremely
happens. Maybe
important.
even Stavroula knew that there is no advantage, let's say, but she wanted to create lots of problems for Mariya to solve, and then it's like if you manage to do it, great. If you don't, I mean, you may
Then you
lose the
tested
game.
your
yes.
opponent and you
Yes.
go home. Yeah.
Exactly. So like bishop f7, we discussed already this line after bishop d3. It seems like the best what white can do is just to give a perpetual check. I think
Mariya
something.
just checked on c1 instead of your bishop d3 and king e2. What's her plan? This is interesting.
Maybe queen c2.
Maybe queen c3
I don't
back?
know.
Oh, queen
Queen
c2.
C-
No,
queen
queen
C-
c2, bishop b3.
Bishop just b3, yes.
Ah, bishop c2 she played. Yes, interesting. Okay, threatening mate in 1.
Exactly. Different ways she found to threaten this checkmate in
Yeah.
one. Maybe it's even better because like maybe you don't need to calculate everything. And she keeps her eyes on g6, so I don't know what is the difference now, like if bishop
What's
g6.
the difference? Bishop g6 we take. We don't have much choice.
Yeah, did she manage to find a way to defend against the perpetual check or not?
No, I don't.
Not really.
I don't think so. No, the perpetual we can force the perpetual by just playing bishop b3 and just keep checking, right?
By the way, now that I understand it, with bishop on d3, did we have this bishop c4?
Yes, we did, but
Well, I mean, I just thought that maybe we were losing the bishop, no?
no.
No.
Why would we?
So queen is protected,
So we could
yes.
could do that,
Yes.
but we don't really want to take, I think,
Yes.
because we might lose.
Or make a draw.
Or make it. Oh well, we're no. I'm not sure. Do we
Yeah,
have a
because
draw?
I see that king g8, yes, you have,
King
or what?
g8.
No.
Yeah, we still have a draw.
Yes,
probably,
not
yeah.
rook f7 because queen g6,
Yeah, we
yes.
still
mhm.
have a draw. Yeah, okay.
Queen g6
Ah, there
is
is no
not
queen
possible.
g6.
No,
Okay.
rook f7, rook f7.
So you shouldn't be.
Rook f7, and then it's like we have exchange down, right?
Exchange,
Rook
yeah.
f3, rook f8. So maybe then rook f6.
Oh, come on. And e4.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
or 94, you know.
Ah, 94 is better.
It's also possible. Yes. Wow.
Yeah, but okay. But if
Complicated.
black wants, she doesn't have to go into it, and
Yes.
white is risking for nothing. So
Yes.
why do that?
Exactly. So
And-
now what we do? It's a big threat. Checkmate in one. I don't know if we can defend against it or
I have a feeling they will
Just
end in
repeat,
a
yes.
perpetual. Oh, and what we said that here, this is also tempting, right? To
Yes. Try to win the rook, but
to
king
win the rook.
g8.
For
It's
instance, if you
important.
misclick, then queen takes rook. But if you don't misclick,
Then
it's
where
just
is
a perpetual.
again?
Chess is a very Drosh game.
Wow. Yeah. So
Beautiful. Yeah.
in any case, like it seems like both players are aware of the fact that white can just finish this game in the draw at any moment. But probably Stavroula is trying to understand if she has more, and of course checking some lines here or there.
It's a nice feeling.
Yes,
you know
yes, yes,
that
like
you
you
have
have
at
a-
least a perpetual in your pocket, right?
Yeah, we have this kind of approach, right? That you have to, if you see the perpetual check in all the lines, you should go for this attack because at least you're not risking much,
Exactly.
right? So,
Ah, you
think
know
this-
what we can try though? I have an idea. May I? Check.
yes, I'm leaving.
This. Ah, no. Okay, I thought to play this.
In order to
And
exchange.
take here and start, but
Creating
this is how you lose.
Yes,
normally.
so rook f2 or what, something like that.
Yeah, this is how you lose those games. I don't know how, but you probably lose it somehow here.
Yeah, so
Bishop
what's
b3
going on? Bishop
is
b3 is
on
on
the board.
was played.
King h8 immediately because there is
There was
no
nothing
other
else.
move.
Once again, very professional. You don't lose any time. If you have
Yeah.
the only move, you just show it.
Just do it. Yeah.
Just do it. Except if your opponent offered you a draw, so then you need to think a little bit more about it.
Queen e5.
Queen e5.
I think we'll stay with this game because it
Yes,
might
it
end
might
soon,
finish.
yeah? King h7 is on the board, and unless, yeah, I think Stavroula just checked her score sheet to see how far they are from the 40th move.
Exactly, yes.
And-
But they
but
don't
she
need it.
doesn't
Just
need it. Yeah, just
they'll
if
just
it's-
repeat, yes, the position. You can actually play queen c7 maybe just for fun. No. Or you can.
You can.
Yes, just to repeat it. differently, but there is no need to do so. Okay, she still keeps checking. This very professional attitude. Like you still keep checking some lines. Maybe you missed something. Maybe there is still something. So when you have the position on the board, finally you have like a second thought. Maybe I missed something. Like you always kind of have it in your mind that perhaps there is some option I didn't see when I was analyzing this position in my mind.
head.
Yes.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
when you have it exactly on the board, one more check, and I think yes, that's it. She's repeating
Queen e7.
Queen d7, and Mariya quickly responds with King h8. I think
Yeah.
yes, we can see it on the board. Like seems like we have a very small delay.
Just going through the motions, but they both know that it's a draw.
Yeah, expecting them to finish soon. Yeah, I mean, well played by both players.
Yeah. And it again, we will of course we will
Find out
here.
it
We will
from-
find out in the post-game interviews. But
If not, I will ask them.
it,
I will
it
find them and I
definitely
will ask
felt
them.
like Stavroula was more prepared, and Anna found it over the board, which is, or maybe she.
Mariya found it over.
Sorry,
the board,
Mariya
yes.
found it. Yeah.
No, we stay with this game just to see the final handshake if they have it.
Checking the threefold repetition. But in such a position, you can maybe make 2 or 3 more checks, even just to make sure.
Yes. So who should do it? Yes, who should claim the draw? I think it doesn't matter. We remember them both chatting before the game.
Yeah.
I guess they will also perhaps may analyze it after. There is no special room to analyze, but chess players, they can do it in their minds, right? When they're just walking from the playing venue, they will exchange some lines, variations. This is very normal these days. Or they will just
it's not.
go
It doesn't look so normal
Yeah.
for an outsider, right? But for chess players, it is extremely normal too.
Yeah.
And the draw is agreed. Yeah,
They are both checking,
Stavroula
yes, to make sure
claimed
that
the
it was
draw.
3 times repetition. Everybody is afraid, sometimes to make only 2 times, and then the arbiter will come and
force you to keep playing. Yes.
Or there are some stories that you can get 2 zeros,
2
in
zeros,
case
yeah.
if you made something wrong. But again, for sure, the arbiters here will just simply check it and will let them know if you need to repeat it one more time.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not the
this
case.
it was a hard fought draw, and
Mariya
sometimes
found good moves.
yeah, and sometimes you just end. This is the logical end of the game. Very nice game.
Yes.
So Zhu Jiner keeps her lead, right?
Yeah, I mean, if, for example, we had this kind of prize for the best move of the day, like this move, knight e4, right? If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken,
It-
it was
here, let's
really,
go.
really beautiful
It
from Mariya. We definitely missed it.
is-
We were checking only knight d3 at certain point, but knight e4, inviting that nice geometry, right?
Very good.
Yes.
Forcing the queen
To take it, yes.
to
and-
go into the pin.
Yeah. It
And
was nice.
and she had to calculate, actually, by playing knight e4, you have to, from far ahead, you have to
See-
make sure that here white does not have anything. White had the luxury of getting here and finding if there is something. So you had to take into account the possible bishop e8 or whatnot, right?
Yes, Mariya had to calculate everything until the end, definitely, like few moves ahead. And of course, everybody who plays in this event are capable to do this in a good shape. So well played, absolutely. 94 was a brilliant moment of this game. So let's
Nice.
jump. Speaking about, we spoke about Mariya. Let's go to Anna's game.
Let's go to Anna's
Anna
game.
against Nana. Oh,
And okay, a lot happened here.
remember that
Yeah.
after like Queen d4, we were checking like
Knight e5.
e5,
yeah.
yes,
And,
I like this move.
Nana solved the issue in a completely different but very logical way. She
Old-fashioned way, just
Old-fashioned.
decided to finish
Yeah,
her
those
development. You see,
those so castling and allowing white to develop her pieces. What is this? It's like normal chess. Come on. So knight goes. This surprised me a little bit that she went to f6 rather than to e5. I guess she didn't want to allow white to play f4 with the tempo. So she feels that the knight is better placed on f6. And this is a very typical maneuver, exchanging the queens in Sicilian black. Sorry.
So if queen c5, like you would take with
Black is always happy
yes.
to play those Sicilian endgames because we always have a good counterplay and not really risking much. So the Sicilian endgames are considered to be good for black. And for this exact reason, Anna does not want to exchange the queens.
She kept queens on the board.
Keeping the queens on the board. And now knight d5 is also a very typical idea, forcing black to exchange. And I think this is the main reason why Nana wanted to keep her knight on f6 and not e5, to be able to exchange those knights when the knight jumps to d5. And now this is interesting. So Anna chose to take on d5 with the e-pawn because
she had another option. Yes, cd5, but in this case
cd5, but this will probably, it's admitting that it will end in a draw.
Yes. So e5 like creates some ideas like e file.
Creates imbalances, right? So you might be stuck after b5, bc. You might get a weakness on c4. But also you create a target for yourself.
Exactly, which is easy to start attacking, like playing by like queen g5 or rook e1, things like that.
Queen g5, rook e1. Another thing, with the queens on the board and without the dark square bishop,
you're right. Yes,
you can shift your, especially after having cut off all the pieces. Like we can see that this pawn on d5 kind of separates, creates a wall for black pieces from the king side. And sometimes the idea could be...
even to bring the rooks through the third rank and try to kind of attack this king, yes, something like that. Let's take a short break and see the statistics, Nana, and her results against the field. And just let's compare it also with statistics which Elisabeth has. Yes, so
many,
it seems
many
like
games, and she is
the other way around for Nana. She has good results basically with most of the players except Aleksandra Goryachkina.
Yes, only with Goryachkina she's on a minus. No, actually also with Mariya Muzychuk she's on a minus score.
Yes,
and she's tied with a
Harika. Yes, it's 4-4 with Harika.
With the rest of the field, she has a comfortable plus.
So what about Anna? We discussed it before, right? So she's ahead, 7 victories against 3 victories of Anna and many, many draws, 16 draws, 26 games in total in classical chess they played, those players, and it's just so amazing.
And probably just as many in non-classical, yes.
I'm sure maybe even more with all these rapid events lately. So we can see that Nana maybe played the biggest amount of games from all the participants against the field. So we have now clear pawn structure. Yes, actually Nana played very concrete line, like she played b5
She has to, because otherwise
she will be worse,
exactly what white wants to do, as we have just seen. So Anna transfers the rook to the same as we said, to the 4th rank, really getting ready to launch an attack. And let's see what will happen. So
I don't know if you just
I think, by the way, queen a7 is not a coincidence. The queen on a7 will eye the h7 pawn, the protection of h7 pawn, because once we... Sorry, I have a sticky arrow.
I can see it, like rook h4, maybe I can play e5.
Exactly, and I think that's exactly the move rook e8 comes to suggest exactly that. If you start attacking me here,
I'm not sure, like F5, yes,
F5
most
or
probably.
F6. Yeah,
But-
I think F5 is good enough here.
But look at
And
this
all of a
queen.
sudden, I managed to protect the H. So you have
Not even
no
a
attack at all.
threat, nothing, yes.
And all of a sudden, it's your pieces. Oh, come on.
This,
All of a sudden, your pieces are stuck with doing nothing on the side.
yes, and
And
black
you are
has
left,
improved.
black has no weaknesses anymore, e7 is not there anymore, and you are stuck with the weakness, and black starts pushing the pawns. This is how you lose with white. This is how I lost many games in my younger years.
But look, I mean, white had a different option after playing e5, still en passant was possible, it seems.
Yeah.
So after e5, what if I
E5,
take and I
that's
just try
probably
to
what
understand
we
like,
should do.
with the rook, right? Or with the pawn. That's what I'm thinking about. Because
you-
d6 is
You
hanging, right?
prepared a trick question for me. Yeah.
I
So
don't, maybe, but I don't know
F
which one.
takes, you take.
Yes.
But Anna played another interesting move. So having seen that, she decided that she doesn't want to play a rook h4 because black is ready to defend. And look at the move that Anna made.
Yeah, I like this move very
Yeah.
much. Like again, like
This is
h4.
again a very typical, right? Because again, we have cut the black pieces off from the king side, and now what we need to do is weaken it to the maximum.
I just decided to check time because I see that Nana is playing quite quickly.
Nana has only 7.5 minutes for 14 moves.
Yes, so that's why actually she plays, she makes moves so quickly. Like Queen d7 was played.
Queen d7, bringing the queen closer because she has to.
Yeah, I mean,
And Anna plays also
tendency
very
is
weak, yeah?
clear, yes.
Sorry, very quick, not weak. By no means weak. She plays very strongly.
Nana knows that she will need this time later in the game because white is trying to create some sort of an attack on the king side. So perhaps playing like h5, who knows, maybe even h6 later, or take on g6, opening h file, and then bringing the pieces with more dangerous threats than before. So yes.
Oh, and we have a game finished.
Yes.
Let's jump there.
Very quickly, so Divya managed to, I mean, not managed, but just made a draw against Aleksandra Goryachkina. We were checking this ending with
Yeah, we left it
opposite
here after
color
g4.
bishops.
And Aleksandra solved this issue of double pawns very nicely with b5. The point is that if you want to keep the pawns doubled, black will
play
sorry.
a5, yes.
will
more
play
actively.
a5. And using this bishop, she will create a very nice counterplay, which will allow her to equalize. And instead, Divya decided to take. And then happened what usually happens in such positions. You give up a pawn, but then you activate your rook. And white doesn't really have an option to defend it because if the king goes up, we have a check and taken the pawn. So Divya decided to give up this pawn, and we are in a balanced position. And now we just liquidate everything, exchange the rooks, and this is
It's just a draw,
just
yes.
a
Like
draw.
you cannot
Yes.
improve the position for any of the sides. So the position just finished and the game is over.
3 draws.
3 draws for both players. Yes,
Yes.
Aleksandra made all draws and same for Divya.
Very solid.
Solid
And
start of the
everything. Yeah, still 2/3 of the tournament to go. Okay, let's jump to Badelka against Paehtz.
Elisabeth, yes, perhaps they have time trouble as well.
And they actually, yeah, Olga has only 10 minutes for 10 moves left.
But
She has a nice position. Let's see how. So she played
93,
knight
we
e3.
stopped here after 93, like defending.
Elisabeth decided to just keep the bishop and defend it with queen e7.
Check.
Check, and this is pawn number 2. And the knight goes back to d5, exchange, and g5. This is our current position. So white is a pawn up. And it seems that she managed to solve, to neutralize black's counterattack.
For the moment, yes, it looks like that. But I believe that position is still very concrete here. But it's hard to understand, like, how can you attack? Maybe like bishop c6 or b5. Can you put some pressure on this knight? Even though white always has rook d1. Yeah,
Bishop c6, yeah?
yeah,
That's
but
nice.
at the same time, like, let's understand, like, what is the threat of white? Yes, here is it g6 or you just take on
G6 or
f6?
GF, depends on what you allow me to do.
Yes.
So let's consider what are we considering here? G6.
Yes, let's try.
We're using the fact that the knight is pinned, so you cannot take twice. Or so I believe at least.
So
Where do you go?
that's a good point. Like maybe queen g8, or I can take on g6. So probably just keep it queen g8.
Queen g8. And now I'm wondering if we want to play h5 and allow you to play h6.
Like closing, yes, the position, but on the other hand, also weakening the king.
The king will be eternally weak there, yes? So for instance, if you play h6, I can even maybe at some point play something like queen e3, forcing you to try and solve. No, this is just a blunder. I have to defend the bishop, the knight first. But the question is,
I mean,
do you
in
want
general,
to?
like you would like to do something like that, yes.
I actually liked Elisabeth's move. She played rook e8,
Rook
putting
e8, yes.
some pressure along the e file. Yes.
I don't know. Look, for example, this is these kind of positions where computer is so optimistic for white, but because we just see the bar, we don't see the moves right now, the variations. But like it's such a mess still.
It is a mess. Yeah.
So many things can happen, and each move can change the evaluation so quickly. So it's actually good. Good idea just to look at it, try to realize what are candidates' moves, who is better, like what are the options for both sides. Don't check the lines, you know, not only, but try to understand by yourself, let's say, and imagine how difficult it is to play this position for the players. First of all, they don't know this evaluation. Secondly, they see that there are so many options, and like you want to play g6 and push this pawn forward. Do you want to leave this queen there? Because like there are not maybe concrete threats, but or maybe you have to check if they are, because this knight can start jumping. Like so many questions which you can ask.
And the clock is ticking.
Yes, and the clock is ticking, 7 minutes, 6 minutes. But normally you need to spend a lot of time to realize. So first of all, by playing rook e8, did we create any kind of threat? Like, do I really want to start jumping with this knight? I'm not sure.
I think I do.
Yes, where?
Knight g4, bishop c5, in some order.
But I can maybe take on c4 then, and prevent
But
you
then
from
I will start with knight bishop
c5 and then, yes.
So let's say if you do nothing,
Yes, whatever.
then I check.
And then immediately like knight g4 and you create
And
some...
you go back, and knight
course,
g4,
not
and then
king
knight
h2.
f2 comes, and queen h5 might come with the checkmate ideas, right?
Yes, so this is what happened, you know.
Oh, and
look
look,
at this.
one move.
Yes, and that's it. The evaluation goes the other way around.
Exactly.
And I just got this feeling that this is possible, like because position is still so complicated, as you said, not so much time left, and you tend to like to exchange pieces, right? So bishop b5 is like very common also move for those who are in the time trouble. Like you would like to kind of remove this pressure, the tension in the center. I have no idea which move you had to play instead.
It's much more difficult to play with white. Although white has the advantage, it is that's the really surprising part. But it is more difficult to play with white because you don't have concrete ideas, and black does have many threats. And now, as we said before, you just gave up those dark squares for forever.
Yeah, but probably she really hated this knight.
And it again changed. So
the evaluation, yes. So
it was plus plus 0.8. Now then it jumped to it dropped to minus half a point, and
So
now
ladies managed to confuse even the machine. You know, it's like nobody can understand what's going on.
I am guessing that rook e5 was the right move.
No, I think that also.
What did she? Why didn't she like it? It looks
I mean,
natural.
queen c4.
Queen c4, and now we start, or maybe just take. So we cannot take with the bishop because of this, yes, because you run into, right?
Some double attack.
What is going on here?
Yes, it's just a really crazy position with many lines. So like rook e5 looks logical, but she played bishop b5, probably threatening bishop h2.
Bishop e5 also is also logical, yes.
Like you want to play bishop c3, bishop h2, and
Queen c4 probably, yes. But
yes,
did she
queen
take?
c4.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not yet. We don't know yet the move.
No, g6. Ah, g6 is interesting. She played g6, preventing the queen from going to h5, and also making sure there are mates on the back.
Yeah. So if, for example, you take, let's show it like h takes g6, take, then like queen g4.
No, you
sorry.
still
Yes,
not
like queen
G4.
f3. Sorry, I was
F3,
trying to
yep.
find the way how to get to h5. Yes.
For instance, you go here, then queen f3, and the queen comes from here.
Yes.
And
I mean, with
it.
some checkmate threats, which really not easy to face.
Very annoying, yes.
Yeah, so g6, I think she played
So
queen
Elisabeth
f8.
does not take, but now, as you said, maybe...
It's very typical, again, idea. She plays queen f8. Of course, now it's a big threat, bishop h2, so she has to move the queen. But I mean, in general, it's recommended, yes, sometimes to not to take this pawn, but leave it and allow your opponent to take on h7 and hide behind it.
Behind the pawn, but the opponent will not take on h7.
Not yet, yes, and he will not do this.
She took on c4. Now it's two pawns. But as we can see, having a two-pawn advantage, the bar is around equalish.
Yeah,
right?
which is crazy, right?
Which means that black has a very, very strong compensation, and I think this is the main reason. Right?
Yes, but try to prove you have it. Yes, like still you need to regroup pieces somehow. I don't know, bishop b8. I thought about this
I
move.
would consider playing
and
this move.
like queen d6. Like very difficult moves with bishops back. We discussed them before.
Yeah.
Bishop c8, bishop b8.
But you know, this
Tempting.
move makes it. All of a sudden, it clicks. I think.
Yeah, you would like to regroup. You would like to put your queen in front and start somehow. So she decided to play queen d6. I don't like it. I thought about it, but I really prefer this bishop b8 idea because
it's
you
much
would like
stronger to have the queen ahead of the bishop.
Now it's gonna be hard because what you actually want now, like to play bishop h2 and king h1. Maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, you want to play next move. You want to play bishop b8 really.
I know that you will call me old-fashioned, but it's not allowed, you know, still to play such moves, such chicken moves.
What are you doing? You're ruining all the fun.
Yes, I mean, it's very creative, but yes, I mean, still we have to play accordingly. But yes, I know what you mean. Like bishop b8 would be really like, but again,
yeah, I think
hard to play.
This was really the key moment to try and.
Yeah, because now also like good luck to Olga solving the problem. What to do with this queen d6? Like what is your next move? Black is very concrete. Queen d6, queen h2, queen g3, bishop g3. All these kind of threats. Maybe not enough to win the game, but perhaps enough to create a lot of troubles or even like and draw his chances.
Especially with being low in time.
Yes, no, bishop b8, yes. But it feels like, I spoke with Elisabeth today and she told me that like she has a feeling that after like 3-4 hours into the game, she like starts blundering and like doesn't see much, yes. Like, but again, like it can be a sign that you're just at the beginning of the tournament and you like really need a little bit more time to to wake
find
up
your
in a way,
rhythm,
yes,
yeah.
to find your rhythm. But yes, of course, she noticed, as also we noticed, that mistakes came at the last minutes of the first time control or after that, at the end of the game. Remember her game against Stavroula, and same happened with Zhu Jiner yesterday. Like a mistake came later in the game.
But I think
Again,
it's still right
it's
to
not over.
too early to write her off because again, this is an extremely powerful piece. Those dark square bishop. Of course, again, we would love to have it, but the opportunity might present itself. Yeah, because white is really overextended here.
What is this threat? Also bishop no, not now.
We have
yes.
a pair of very strong bishops. And this pawn is not really felt. The only one, this one, but it's not going anywhere yet. So I would not, I'm not sure if I would exaggerate too much if I would say that even seeing the bar, I would prefer to play black here, especially being short on time.
But look, I mean, what if I play straightforward moves like... No, I thought about like queen g4, but then probably you have h6, right?
Queen g4, I will wait. I don't have
Yes,
to play
you don't need to
immediately.
play it immediately.
I can
yes.
maybe even check first.
I know
And
you are
then
the...
bishop c6.
So yes, you don't want to remove this queen, yes, even though you try to... So look what happened, actually, Olga took on h7.
Oh, she took on h7.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, like... we agreed with you that probably it's not the best option, yes, because like black is not obliged to recapture the pawn. Black will actually the third pawn. Now she's officially 3 pawns
Three
up.
pawns, yeah.
But
true,
black
but
is not obliged to
you
take.
see that the
yes.
valuation dropped significantly
Yes.
because, and that means that black has compensation for 3 pawns, which is crazy,
Yes.
really.
Yes. Let's read computer correctly. Yes, this evaluation is not only shows that maybe there is like straightforward line, but also shows that yes, compensation thing, which is hard to describe in words, but clearly you understand in material, like 3 pawns down normally should be -3, but
Yes.
it's not. I mean, +3 for one,
Yeah.
but it's not. So definitely, it's something is happening here.
So I think the idea, Olga's idea, is to bring the knight to f4, g6 and kind of force black to exchange. That's what I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking also like some ideas with knight f6, but rook is still there covering.
Yeah,
like
you want
just,
to...
yes, but okay, it's not now, maybe for later.
Okay, but what do we do with black?
Yeah, I mean, also I'm trying to find a way how to, like bishop g3.
Let's say, what happens if we play something like simple?
Threading the bishop.
We are only 3 pawns down. Who cares?
By the way, I like your idea because if we exchange this knight for the bishop, yes, I mean the bishop for the knight. In this case, we'll have opposite color bishops, and we all know that the one who is attacking has an advantage, right? So it's like we are going to play with extra piece.
Exactly,
in
and
this
what
moment.
a piece.
And what a piece! Yes. So again, because she got 3 pawns, maybe it's not enough for victory, but definitely will be enough for compensation, and material is not important at all at this moment.
And by the way, let's for instance, just to illustrate what Anastasiya is telling us. So first of all, if you take here,
Yes.
yeah,
I don't exchange queens.
we don't exchange it,
Normally
but
not.
even if we
this possible.
decide to exchange the queens, right, and we manage to take. So we need to only be able to take this pawn, and those pawns are really of no threat to us with opposite color bishops. They're not threatening us. So this is idea number one. And the second idea, as you said, with the opposite color bishops, the point is, as you just mentioned, that we are attacking along the dark squares, and white cannot defend them. So
yeah, you don't have the dark square bishop, so it seems all the squares are mine right now, and I'm enjoying.
It's just an extra piece in the attack, and this one can do nothing. I mean, you cannot find any good purpose to this bishop.
Yes, so this bishop is like really e5. Bishop is better than bishop on g2, definitely. And light square bishop didn't create any kind of threats towards the king right now. Yes, so for example, even queen b6, you said. Yes.
So bishop. So we said.
Just, Elizabeth needs to understand it. That's a point. She just needs to transfer. I mean, if it's the best move. I mean, I just wonder that it's one of the options, bishop c6. Maybe there is something else. But at least if she understands that she can get this position, it's very typical situation, right? And you.
Oh, as white, you probably don't want to allow this
so
exchange. So maybe
f4.
you want to go there.
And now.
And now, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, so many different options. I can maybe even take on f4. Can I?
Yeah, I cannot force myself to make this move.
Yeah, me too, but just for fun, because look at this. You don't want to exchange this bishop, I know, but
I don't, no.
Yes.
But
king will be so open also, no? Maybe it's too
if
much.
we take,
Yes, the idea was then I keep the bishop.
check,
Yes, and then.
and then you move. You keep the bishop, I don't. Yes.
The problem is that I cannot move the rook far away.
I
Yes.
go here, yeah.
So what do you want if I play queen g3?
I don't want anything. What do you want?
Queen h4?
Okay.
But you have
here.
queen g2 maybe. Yes, queen
g2.
g2. Yes. Unfortunately, so
But
no.
it feels still drawish, yeah. So even here, I mean, being 3 pawns down. So we could, I think here we could just
Do it
take
again.
here. And this is, I think,
Yes,
very close
you
to
take all
to
the
draw,
pawns.
yeah.
Yes, I agree. That was my intention. But let's say if even what you said, I don't want to play bishop before. If you take on g2 and allow
Yeah,
this
so
move.
maybe we take here and then it's probably not more
Actually, you
than-
can even take on f4, no? No, because some.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you can take because
Take
like if
here.
rook f4, there is rook e2.
Yeah, and this.
I'm really afraid, but I'm not sure. But
yeah, I think you should be.
queen e2, queen f, queen.
But then you go
Go
back.
go
yeah?
back. Yes,
You just go back.
this is what I wanted. Yes.
And if I take
If you take queen
You
f4,
take on f4 and
normally I see that I have time. Yes, to capture on h7.
and yeah, you
Look at these pawns.
too
Yes,
many-
I will take
too
some of
many
them,
weaknesses.
unless you find something like really.
I don't believe I
Yes,
can find
if
much
you play
here.
queen h5, I think I have so many checks and maybe queen h5, but you don't even threat anything, right?
Yeah, my queen is busy defending the pawns, and I just. Yeah, so if this ends in a draw, it will be fun.
As well, yes, with so many chances for. But really, this
What-
game was difficult to play for both sides.
Yeah,
It's clear. Like
definitely.
every move was like could change the situation, and from this kind of games, which you can analyze later for a long time, and on every move, many variations and options. Yes, Elisabeth actually is thinking already for a long time.
For a long time, and she almost caught up with Olga on time, but they only have 6 more moves to make. Elizabeth has 7 moves to make.
Yeah. So far we have 3 draws in the round 3, and let's jump to
Let's
Anna's game
jump
because
to Anna's game, yes. Oh, so some development here, and then not to Nana's favor. So Anna doubled along the e file, preventing the queen from going anywhere. So I wanted to say, yes, this is a very, very nice way for a rook to both attack and defend, right? This is a fantastic place for the rook. And Nana played e5, and now after take exchanges, so these are weaknesses, and the main weakness is the king, right? Because we still have two heavy pieces, and the king doesn't feel so well.
Yeah, it's clear that even material is the same, but black will definitely have big troubles here. Like when you have such an exposed king, that's the main weakness in the position. And of course, white can play forever and try to create a lot of threats, or maybe quickly win.
And for example, if you take on c4, I think this move,
like
attacking both, and if you go here,
rook g4, take on
I
a6.
think I can just take on a6.
Like look at these pawns, and like rook b1 is coming. Like
and
oh my
this
gosh.
is a passed pawn which will distract you a lot, and the king.
I don't even think you need it. Like after rook b1, like good luck defending this against the idea rook b7 or rook b8.
Exactly. Yes.
Like you have rook f4, rook f7, or what? Like.
And Magnus keeps saying always that king safety is the most important thing, right? And he really gives a lot of thought to his own king safety, and this is really.
It sounds also old-fashioned, but still works.
We are old-fashioned.
Well, yes, if you think about your king's safety. I'm sure that some players will have a different opinion, you know, like more
no, I think everybody loves to
yes, but
to have own king in safety, right?
Like, but speaking about the game between Mariya Muzychuk and it was tricky. Yes, it was tricky. Anyway,
e5, and what happens if rook c4, rook e4 now? Wow, c5. But the computer doesn't like it so much.
Yeah, it looks logical. Like if you take with a pawn, then you have rook e5. But if you take with a
rook,
did she miss something? Maybe she kind of misplayed it.
What do you judge by her facial expression?
Oh,
is she?
Did Nana take on c5?
No, she didn't yet.
She didn't yet, but she will, because there is nothing else you can play.
Well, this is a surprising move, c5.
Yes.
But let me...
I'm sure she miscalculates something like rook c5, queen e8 maybe, and queen e6, but...
This looks very natural, yes?
Yes, trying to...
What do you do with black here?
It's a good question, yes.
Go here?
Yes, because rook g4 is such a big threat, right? No, it's a very important moment. I'm sure Nana will take it if she doesn't trust and respect too much her opponent, which she of course does respect her opponent. But we say it
even if you trust your opponent, if you think your opponent is God, you don't have much
of choice.
Much of choice
here. Yes.
Maybe she's considering some queen swap.
Yeah, so Nana has only 1 minute left, right?
No, they both have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, 3 minutes, yes, sorry.
Okay. She took with a pawn. Really? So we must be missing something there.
Yes, so let's see rook
what
c5.
Are we missing? What are we missing?
Yes, rook c5, maybe we missed something, yes.
No, the bar dropped significantly after
yes,
this. So dc5 is
the correct.
And it might be another case of, mutual, some kind of psychological field above the board, that you're both fixating on something. But let's go to the game.
Okay, now you can take on e5, yes, threatening rook g5 and then rook c5. Not rook c5, sorry, you don't exchange the rooks here. It will lead to a draw. But like after king h8?
King h8.
How do we actually win? There should be some geometry, like...
yeah. Must be generous. Maybe queen... Okay, queen h4 doesn't work. Rook g5.
Actually, why not queen h4?
Yeah, because
rooks, yes, I'm also blundering it, yes.
Yeah, that's what
I
wanted to do.
We keep saying it because it would be really nice to place this rook on e7.
And
maybe
if
rook
we
f5?
take, but this is not that easy.
No, no, I don't want to exchange rooks. Normally, I want to keep the rooks in order to have, like, if once you exchange the rooks, queen's ending is
How about
like
this move?
quite drawish.
Ah, king h8.
Mm-hmm.
This, how
I want to
about-
put my rook on 7th rank somehow. Like, can I do it?
What about this? Is this not a winning pawn endgame?
Ah, really?
I don't know. But it needs to be calculated, because if it's winning easily.
Just on the spot.
And I don't think,
Uh,
and I think you
Normally, you should win this.
You're
Yes. You
losing
just
it.
bring the king, yes, and then
yeah, because you have two
connected-
connector passers, which will keep the king, the black king on the king side, and we are just going here, collecting those pawns and
yes, yes.
promoting.
So this is this is what happens now. Yes, so she can force the pawn ending.
Uh,
Just exchange all the pieces and
and
finish.
I think Nana is, so she moved king h8 because
was
I think
nothing
she
else.
understood that. The problem with the pawn end games is that you cannot be worse there. You're either drawing or you're totally lost.
So maybe this is what happened. She missed this rook e8 idea,
Maybe,
and that's
yeah.
why she decided to take with the pawn, thinking that actually now she has this pass pawn, which will maybe get some attention of white and remove some attention from the king. Yeah.
I think
Wow, rook e8.
it's a mind trick, because when you have such a weak king, subconsciously you want to exchange all the pieces because because then you are not mated.
Yes, exactly. As you said about king safety, yes, so you want your king to be safe. So
Yes.
this is what you're looking for.
Yeah,
but you forgot
you
about
got it. Yeah,
the ending. Yes, the pawn ending is lost.
Wow.
Yes. No, but
So-
that's a good point. Yes, it's simply this pawn ending.
And
Good intuition, Alik, by the way. Like it's not. I saw that it's not like you knew it by heart, but you felt that it's like very good option. And this is what you have to consider. That any kind of exchanges of pieces in the ending can be really, really like vital, important, because like you simply can win this one.
yeah. But I have to admit, having the bar saying that it's a huge advantage,
Yes,
it
it
helps
helps.
because it tells you, okay, there is something, and if you cannot find it concretely, then it makes you think, right? So and
You
the
keep
players
thinking, yes,
don't
what-
have this luxury.
Yes.
Hopefully, This,
For sure. they
for
don't
sure,
use it
yes,
in
of course.
So good measures here.
And
Wow, rook e8. No, she will find it. I mean, no, I mean,
not necessarily, because again, this is not something that you, in such a position, this is not something that comes naturally to you, because you want to mate, right? The king is weak, you want to find the win. And without the benefit of the bar, you might not even consider it.
yeah, yes, it's easy to miss it, absolutely. And actually, I remember similar ending not long ago, which Anna didn't win. She had like winning position, and somehow she didn't manage. And yeah, it wasn't easy. Like it was like not puzzle, but etude.
Study, yeah?
Study like yes, position, but still. She has some experience also in similar endings.
Maybe we can see Anna's close. Yeah.
I think Nana understood. I have a feeling that she knows.
And this is a horrible
Th-
time
that's
to
really-
sit there, see the loss,
So yes,
and
like,
wait for your opponent to either spot it or not. And Anna
To
is
perform it on
down
the
to her
board.
last minute, and wow, and she needs, of course she knows that if she can calculate it, she can do with even 2 seconds.
of course. No, and it's a very interesting moment. Like, do you stand up at this moment? Like, Alik, what was your tactics? Like, say,
Yeah, I would.
You would just
I
leave,
would
yes?
leave. I
Yes?
would leave, but this is also a giveaway.
it's kind of you show
Especially
there
in,
is something. yes,
especially in such a situation when you only have 1.5 minutes.
because, like you don't.
And she goes for it. Wow!
rook e8,
And
yes.
look at this. How Nana took on e8,
Immediately, yes, but it's like just.
and this is yeah. You were right. She knew it all
she knew,
along,
she knew.
and
They both know like what's going on now, but
yeah.
like you cannot
There's not-
prevent. It looks what maybe it's the same, but
maybe she win some time.
Ah, yes, she can actually repeat the moves.
She
Yes,
will, yeah.
one time. Which move now is it?
So she not to get too carried away with this repetition,
Yes, like and not to play Queen C5.
but generally it should be.
By the way, Queen C5, like, look.
Queen C5 is making
Yes.
your life much more
No,
difficult.
it's just
Yes.
yes. I was thinking about some Queen A1.
What?
What? No.
And I think she will take on G7.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you don't take on C5. you just take the queen and win descending. And she has how much time? 2 minutes. 2 minutes still,
She
even
has,
to calculate.
a ton of time. And the problem with black, so let's just make it. So the problem for black here is that there's really nothing she can do. Well, actually, no, maybe we
Maybe
should
something. Maybe we had to play
G4 first,
before.
yeah? Yeah, so let's say we go here, we take, and we play a move like G4. We are still in time to catch the pawn if the pawn runs.
Yes, square rule.
So we
No,
go
but I mean,
here.
you don't play rook e8 if you don't see the follow-up.
Right.
There is no way you play rook e8. Like, it's just not possible. You keep the rook if you still don't see that descending is winning. So I just believe that she double-check everything.
She double checks it. For
everything.
this,
That's it.
she gave the 2 checks to
Yes.
have.
No, there is no way. So she
Took the pawn.
What?
She took the pawn.
I cannot believe it.
And it drops. Wow.
Because look, even Queen A1 is possible. This is what I was calculating. Just I didn't want to calculate it Queen F8, Queen G8 at the end of the line, no? Or like Queen A1, King H2,
Wow.
Queen A2, no?
Yes.
Because Queen F8 is not a checkmate. I can play Queen G8. And the king
And
is
this
not in
is
the
already-
square. It's
yeah,
winning
this is-
already. You cannot take the queen, yes. It's draw. What? Yes, she plays Queen A1 and Queen A2.
Unbelievable. Wow. This
Okay,
is.
this is like big miss. This is like big miss by Anna.
I have goosebumps, because
I'm
she
shocked.
probably, she probably saw something non-existent there. Maybe
Okay, she can take Queen F6, can Queen A6 now. This pawn.
She's
no?
yeah,
No.
but this is extremely difficult to win.
Yes, it's just like 2 against 1. No, I mean it's.
Still, it's not over. It ain't over until it's over. But
No, but you just had the victory in your hands, right? And like, I mean, Anna definitely can calculate it, and I'm very surprised with
I think
rook
she,
e8.
yeah, I
Like normally in these situations you don't give exchange the rooks. At least you
So
try to create some troubles.
perhaps she saw something like this.
But
and
I
she
don't
was
even
afraid-
G3
Yeah, okay. So
Let's see.
G3, and now we
F4.
wait. F4, and we
or
wait.
maybe even King C4 instead of F4.
Yeah, eventually. So
Yes.
okay, eventually, but
Yes.
eventually you will have to.
To. King
So
if
she
King
might have
D4
seen something like that,
Yes.
for instance. And then you're saying, okay, am I winning this? And this maybe you're not winning anymore.
Maybe not.
Because if
Maybe not, yes, because like always, or if you keep playing, okay, C3 maybe it's.
this, so not King G.
Maybe you could play F5.
Probably you should
F5 and
play
maybe
F5,
just
yes.
let's calculate it. Like come back. If I play F5, King
F5,
has to go back.
King goes back.
King
we go
C3.
here.
Yes.
And now you
and
have
then
to
you just
go
take
here.
on a pawn. Maybe we just.
Yeah, we are way ahead. Yes.
We have more
Or
than.
maybe not way ahead.
She still needs to. But the square will be.
Yeah,
So
we will.
we just need one tempo.
And this is exactly what we. So, but this is not that
Easy.
trivial, yeah,
Yes.
because
No, it's not. It's not, of course. But
we're just by one tempo. But it has to be said that had
maybe
we played G4,
G4 right away.
it would be much easier because
Like, let's come back to the
Let's
beginning.
come back here. So if we play g4 here,
Then maybe the
then
king
we
comes.
don't win at all.
I mean,
And
the
this is
difference,
winning.
the
Yep.
difference is yes that we
This is
pushed
totally
our
winning
pawns
because our
further.
pawn is much farther, and that means that we will get one move further ahead. So.
Yes, so I just mean that even from.
But you know, having not so much time, I mean, if you are wrong, you just missed a win, right?
Yes.
From the practical point of view, though, I think that if this is the current position is the best that you can get, you take the chances in the pawn endgame, because it feels that you should.
Yeah, I mean,
have
it's really hard, but again, like maybe it's like even theoretically it's possible to win, but practically it's so hard, right? I mean, the same side, all the pawns are on the same side, and yeah, but of course these queens
Wow.
endings, they're so difficult. Can I ask you something? Like at this moment where she played rook e8, perhaps I'm wrong by saying that like you don't exchange the rooks. Maybe she was afraid that c pawn will start running.
Yeah, it could be.
Although, I'm thinking because everything happened too fast, and I'm like now started to have these flashbacks and trying to realize like maybe she had to play already this move, like. Did we have an alternative? Because we realized with you that queen h4 is not really possible, rook is hanging, and spending a couple of tempos means that your opponent will just start playing c4, c3,
Yeah.
and it's also
and then
like
you will have to eventually. Again, with such a king, you're not really risking anything, right? So, but if you want to keep playing, this probably you have to go.
yeah. So
Wow.
maybe I
Wow. What a fantastic game so far. And Elisabeth.
let's go to Elisabeth
Oh,
game. We forgot
we
completely with all this.
Yeah. So
Trauma,
they,
drama.
as we predicted, pretty much.
Yes.
Oh, exactly.
Exactly.
It followed exactly the game that bishop c6.
And we can see that
Bishop
they're signing
f4.
score sheets already. So the game finished in a draw, and we
And
actually
it's exactly the line that we
we saw
calculated.
that
Wow.
actually we discussed it that we should be drawish.
I'm
Yes.
so impressed with ourselves. Okay, so this game ends in a draw, and we will have Anna Muzychuk trying
For 3 hours
for a lot of time. Yes.
to win this game, yes, which she could probably finish very quickly, yes. But I mean, easy to say, hard to perform. Try to play 4 or 5 hours and then find the best moves and be sure that this ending is winning. Again, it wasn't an easy task at all.
Absolutely. So
take us wrong,
for
please.
us, yeah, we saw the idea of rook e8, and we were reassured by the bar that jumped.
Yes,
right. So
exactly. Yes. So and we could at least look more and more. And
exactly,
find
we
it,
didn't
yes.
have to calculate 55 moves ahead to
I
get
just
to the conclusion.
wonder if she calculated this ending, pawn ending at all, because like you can see that, for example, yes, when you look at it, that pawn is not protected, and you have protected pass pawn, so always you have an advantage with the protected one. So normally she should take some time and really like make the most important perhaps decision in the game.
But she didn't have enough time. She didn't have too much time. Maybe
Yes.
it was enough. It turns out not. If she had 15 minutes,
Yes,
she would
with
sit
15
down,
minutes, she
calculate,
would
and,
see,
and
yes.
then come to a
I
different
have feeling
conclusion.
Nana realized, like knowing the players, you know, I'm watching them for so many years. I also used to be a photographer, as you know. So like I'm normally like kind of already, especially those players whom we've seen for so long playing chess. Probably I wouldn't guess anything with this young generation, but my generation of players, like, yes, I know them. So I feel that Nana kind of knew it. I will ask her. I'm really curious, like what happened is.
And as a photographer, you were trying to catch those exact moments, right? When
Not only this, like sometimes I feel that even before the game, like what kind of mood players have, and also during the game, yes, you can see a little bit. Like Nana actually has really like great poker face. Like you cannot really understand what kind of position she has. Like normally she stays in the same position, and like you don't really understand anything. But I don't know, the fact that she moves back.
It looked that she
and
kind
that
of...
and the fact that she decided not to, but like she was frozen, you know. You could see that she's frozen, and I could feel that perhaps she knows. Again, maybe I'm speculating. I just would like to speak to her. We have such a great privilege to be here at the venue and chance to communicate with players and journalists. So also Michael Rahal is a press officer here, and he will have this chance perhaps also to speak with ladies after they finish the game. So we have some options to find out what's going on. Again, if the players would like to really reveal and tell what really happened during the game, it's still an option for them to like be open or still not to tell everything. Yes, so hopefully they will tell us.
Definitely.
So now that, let's say, we passed the time trouble and we have one game only left, I'm thinking maybe we can have a short break and then come back, let's say, after the end of the break and analyze deeply this ending, which we have in front of us.
And we'll have a lot of time to analyze it.
Yes, and even in between, yes. So stay with us and we will be back very soon.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone. And round 3 is still on the way, but we have only one game left. So 4 draws so far. And the only game which is between Nana Dzagnidze and Anna Muzychuk is still on the way. It could have finished perhaps earlier. We just discussed, before we went to the break, we discussed that Anna could transfer the game into the pawn ending, and the ending which was winning for her. It wasn't easy at all to realize all this with only a couple of minutes on her clock. Both players were in time trouble. But now we have the queen's ending, 2 against 1 on the same side. And there are a few questions which we have to solve and understand. Alik, I need your help. There is no way I will understand it on my own.
We will try to,
Yes.
to dig through all the lines. Yeah. As you said, first of all, it has to be said that it was not that obvious, given 1.5 minutes on the clock, not that is simple a choice. But that's water under the bridge, right? Now,
Exactly. Anna was calculating and decided to go for the clear, for the ending where it's only 2 results, right? For 2 results ending where she may win or the draw will be the result, which of course she wouldn't like to have, but what to do? I mean, if Nana defends well, it's going to be fine.
If Nana defends well, it's going to be fine for her, but it's not so easy to defend well for a few reasons, and we will have probably a lot of time to discuss them.
Yes.
So first of all, we need to establish that pawn endgames here are lost.
That's a very important moment, because it immediately the choices which black has are limited, right? So you cannot really, even if you exchange on g6, yes, 8.
I'm not sure. Let's first think. Maybe on g6, actually, on g6, I think it
can be.
Still
For sure,
winning.
better for black.
But let's discuss what happens if we exchange like that, right?
Yes.
This is actually very simple and trivial. We can do whatever we want. First, if we catch an opposition, and we can do that in most of the cases, then this is just an easy win. Although, even in this, if we play in the worst possible way with white, this is still easily winning, because in such a position here, or we can get to this position, for instance, right?
Yes.
Where we normally, if it was only the f pawn, this would be a draw, because we would have to go with the king here, and it would be a stalemate. But here it's not a stalemate. Black will need to make a move.
Exactly. And
but
then
we do not
have
take the pawn. We just go forward and we win, right?
Yes.
So this is a very simple way. You don't need any oppositions. You just push the pawn, and you know that this is winning.
Yes, so yes, that's a good point. Yes, we don't have the stalemate option here for black anymore. Yes, so it's going to be very easy. So no queen exchange whatsoever for black side. Yes, at least with the same pawn structure.
Exactly. Now, so this plays in our favor. We can always, black will have to be aware of checks, of various checks and exchanges of the queens. What is black going to do? Black is going to basically wait until we push, until we start pushing our pawns, and once we push the pawns further away and far enough, the queen will start coming from behind, and with the ideas of perpetual check. So to make any progress, we need to find a way to place our queen
close to the king, probably.
Close
yes,
to the king, but in a central dominating way, and we can do that because we can offer queen exchanges. So, for instance, if it was without those pawns, and we can maybe even show this, right? We can create such a position that. So, for instance, had it been something like that, it's much easier for black to defend because black has the exchange odds now, right?
All the time, yes. You can.
And we can push white's queen away from
By
the good
offering,
squares, right? By offering
yes, and
the exchange.
blocking this pawn. Yes,
But
now-
because the pawn in endgame is winning for white, we can do that now. So we can place our queen in any square basically that we want. And I'm guessing that it would be somewhere here. So for instance, if the queen is, let's say, no, this is not a good move. So for instance...
So, I mean, you want to centralize the queen, like typically this is the best, yes, when you have queen in the center somewhere.
Somewhere on e5 that is, so it covers
So
this
many
check
squares,
from
yes.
here, and then we can put the king on h4, for instance, and black doesn't have enough checks, and slowly and looking for our chances.
But before we do it, can we check one more position and let's say just to realize, like after queen g6, for example, here. If
you want to check it this
yes,
one,
if
yeah?
we change the pawn structure, like what's happening?
I think we're still winning here because. Okay, so first of all, we don't let you play g5.
Even g5 is not possible here because it's winning, yes, for white after that.
But for instance, if we allow you to play, yeah, so even g5 is not enough here because we can transpose.
Yeah, so just get the opposition. And it's
with
winning,
the opposition,
yes.
we're winning, right? And if you are just waiting, let's think what happens. So if you're waiting, again, I will just, at some point like this, I can exchange, and I will get the opposition even. I didn't have to do that. But
the point is actually that once white has this g4 pawn, is it different?
if the pawn is already
yes,
on g4.
on g4. So let's come back to the
So
position
you're
on the
saying
board.
this one.
Yes,
yeah?
exactly. Like, is it enough? Still enough?
It's still enough because we will. Then we play it a little bit different, right? So we first
Come all the way.
come here, and once you are here, we can always push here. Although I don't think we need it even, but this is enough. So we don't need to find two wins.
It's important that you took with king, yes. On
Yeah,
the five, yes,
we
not
take with the
pawn,
king,
yes.
keeping the position. But but here I think even this is winning because we can go here and this. It's an easy win.
So you see how important it is to know these basic endings, and you can see that Alik knows all this by heart because, like, then it's easier for you to make choices earlier in the game. Like, do I need to exchange queens? Can I exchange? Is there any options to do so? I believe that Nana also is aware of it, and she will try to keep queens on the board, just trying to save it by giving lots of checks. Yeah, we'll see now how. But what you actually said, Alex, is like worrying for Nana right now that this position is really hard to hold, right? It feels like that.
For a human, it's not so easy to hold, but
there are
then
chances, yes?
if you don't lose your composure, that's I think the main thing, and wait for your chances because they will arrive, right? Sooner or later, white cannot win without start pushing the pawn.
Exactly, and then there will be many checks. But you know, I have always this feeling that if I'm on the side which is defending, like it's lost. Just there is no way to hold. But if you are trying to win this queen's ending,
how can
you
be
do
won,
so?
yeah?
There are so many checks. It's not possible to hide. Like, yeah, it's like always, it's tricky, these endings. Like.
I agree. It can happen, and it happened to me a lot as well. So, yeah.
So, look, both players, they got 30 minutes extra time. I can see that Nana already spent like 12 minutes and Anna didn't. And again, it shows that it's quite easy for Anna, just, you know, you push the pawns, like, I think it's easier for her to play.
You know what's the problem?
Yes.
You can make, with white, you can make many mistakes, and you still keep your winning chances.
Yes.
With black, you make one mistake and you're lost.
And it's over, yes. So
That's the tricky part in this position. So
Except if you missed the perpetual check, yes. So white
Yeah,
should keep an
okay,
eye
yes.
on perpetual checks, and but okay, Anna of course knows all this kind of all these rules, and yeah, we will
let's
keep checking.
try to maybe produce something concrete. Can we?
So now it's like queen went
So
to e6.
here,
so
queen
she-
e5 we
yes,
cannot
would
do,
be a
right?
mistake. Yes, of
Because
course. Not
this
exchanges here.
This is an immediate draw.
Yes, you don't do this to yourself.
Unless you're in a hurry and
Yeah,
you
so
want to finish
it's just to show that when we speak about changes, it's exchanges of the queen. It's still should be done in a certain way. Yes, like you don't
Absolutely.
ruin your pawn structure and you don't do something crazy. Yeah. So I wonder if black should keep the pawn on h7 or put it on h6.
Yeah, I think I want to keep it on h7.
Yes, as far as
Usually-
possible.
Usually, yeah, it's a good idea to keep, because for many reasons. One of the reasons is that with the pawn on h7, it's less accessible to the king to attack. And there are lines, well, not in this formation, but there are very important positions with the h and f pawns that if the black pawn is on h7, it's a draw. If it's on h6, it's lost because of the important g6 square.
So you tend not to move your
I
pawns
tend not to
without
move my pawn,
really
yeah.
big reasons for that. Yes, to
Call
have
me
this extra.
old-fashioned, but,
Yes, yes. Everybody has his weaknesses. what to do.
Absolutely. I wish this was my biggest weakness. Yeah. So
Yes. So and let's say you say queen e6 was played. Also, black is trying to get central position for the queen as much as possible. Like, for example, if you play inaccurate move like g4 here,
yeah.
like let's
So
just demonstrate.
This is game over.
Yes, game over for everyone because it's going to be a perpetual check most probably. Yes. And
Yes. And by the way, if you think you cannot lose with white,
no, but you have queen h4.
yeah,
Yes,
you
then,
will not
but-
lose, but
And then you lose the pawn. Yes, here.
but you don't win. But actually, there were cases when
Even-
white having an extra pawn lost because
Over pushing is
over
also
pushing and just
be a
getting mated
problem,
in
yes.
one or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, so be careful even if you have a better position. You can lose anything in this chess world, cruel chess world. So
So before
G4
pushing
of
the
course is not
pawns,
possible.
and I think also psychologically, you want to postpone those more forced lines until later, when your opponent has less time, when
Tired,
she is more
exhausted.
tired, and so you can play 30, 40 moves back and forth.
Don't even tell me this. Yes, it's not that we are commentators now. It's one story. But like, let's say I have this. Like, I remember these problems. Like these top players, they are so good in just keeping the position and torture you and make sure that you don't have time. Especially when we didn't have increment, right? So making sure that you don't have enough time when the moment will come to calculate all these like tricky tactics. It's crazy. Yes, like you feel so useless sometimes when the.
But that maximizes your chances to win, right?
Exactly, yes. So normally, yes, I mean, and Anna is very experienced and she plays endings like normally in a very great level. It's not a lot of jokes. She was 2,600 player, history of chess, who crossed this border. So her knowledge is really high. So she is capable for sure to torture her opponent for a long time, you know, and make sure that like everything is under control. She just checked Nana if she would like to exchange the queens. Yes, but of course Nana didn't do this. No queen g6.
But now look, I really like the way she plays. She offers this exchange.
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, checking and then establishing some ground rules, right?
Yes.
So.
So where you would like to put white's queen? Like
Yeah, so I would love
to
to have it here. Yeah, to have it on e5 or e4. Unfortunately, I cannot have it yet.
So like queen e4 now.
Yeah, queen e4 is probably a move. But then, okay, then I can check, maybe, yes.
Yes.
And then I can check. But now, this can be, all of a sudden, it can end much faster than we would like to.
Yes. Like G3 here would lead to
G3 is a perpetual, yeah?
Yes,
Because
queen
we go
h5.
here, queen h5.
Exactly, yes. So it's not
So-
working like that. So it's just an example how you can like start giving checks and allow your opponent's king to go forward.
Yeah, so you really don't want to allow your opponent anything concrete, right? So you have the luxury to maybe wait a little bit.
Maybe something like on queen h4,
Oh, queen h4.
queen h4, then queen f2. I don't know. Ah,
Did
maybe
none-
it's not.
Nana is still thinking, yeah? Or what?
Yes, after queen h3, she's still thinking. I hope she doesn't spend too much time calculating these pawn endings. I guess she has already
yeah.
spent this time before. So,
So
what, queen e4, yes,
is on the board, but
very logical move. She keeps her queen active in the center.
and it's important not to get too low on time for her. So I like that she's playing quite fast, and she knows that. It is a draw, right? It should be a draw.
Yeah,
And,
so, actually we should
it
establish
helps,
it. This, normally it's a draw, right? Normally.
It should be
Who
with
is the
correct
best
correct play. It should be a draw. Although, as you can see, the bar is slightly in white's favor, but that means that there is a draw. It's easier if your name is Stockfish to make this draw. So.
To make a draw, yes, than if you are a player who has spent already like 5 hours in the playing hall.
But you can test. I think there are tests that you can make. For instance, we can go forward and see how our opponent reacts.
I want to go with your king. Yes, forward.
Yeah, and then we will probably run back.
Yes.
Maybe we just.
You don't go king g5, right?
No, king g5. This is how. Yeah, we don't
This
go
is
king
funny.
g5.
We maybe found some options.
But we can go king h4, and we can go back. Yeah.
I mean, you can give it a try and see what your opponent
And
will
now,
do.
for instance, so we want to really improve our queen. We want to get black away off this this very central post of the queen, with the queen. And once we manage to put our queen on f5, now we are threatening queen e5 check. And there are no good checks for black. We are keeping those important squares, right? And if there is check from here, we go back. And next move, we are already ready
to play queen e5 and
to play queen e5. And once the queen here is very important to place because it covers this very important square on e1, which means that once we move with their king, black will not have this important check from e1.
I'm just wondering, so queen e3 is not possible here because we don't have time to get to the pawn, right?
Yeah, so queen e3.
No, it's queen e5.
Queen
yes.
e5.
Just for you, just to
Take. You go here and then g4.
G4, yes, it's
and
important.
h5. No, this is a draw.
Wow,
This
because
is a draw.
I thought about king f7, then we have time. King g3, king
Yes.
f4, but h5 maybe is like very, very
h5 is a draw, and if we don't play g4, then just king f5,
yes.
and
That's
game
it's
over.
important.
And here we are not in time to do anything because if this is already a draw, because
Yes.
the pawn is ahead of our king, and
Wow.
And what
No,
else? We don't
h5
have
is like
anything
really, really concrete. Correct move.
so queen e5 is
So
not.
I just
winning
again
here.
why I checked this line because I wanted to be sure that if I can prevent this queen to go to
Absolutely.
e5 or not.
So this is a right way to do.
Just keep the queen there and like.
Keep the queen there.
So
but
this is what happened, no? Look.
no.
Queen is,
Yes.
at least
She
I see.
played-
Oh, I know
No,
this is our
this is our
position. Yes, sorry.
So.
They didn't
But
go
it's
so
similar.
far.
But it's not yet. Yeah?
Yes, they didn't go
I'm
so far.
expecting queen g5 now.
And so you kind of now you cannot even play there, but you can play like queen e3.
Queen e3, yes. But then we can maybe, okay, start putting queen h6,
I'll
forcing
go
you
back.
to g8.
No, but why queen e4?
Ah, you have queen e4.
Queen e4, I
yes.
can go back.
Queen e4.
Yeah, how to make progress? Yes, for sure it's not going to be
D6.
easy.
You keep dancing like here, yeah?
Yes,
Not so easy.
yes. Like this perspective, you know, to defend this ending also, like for a long time, it's like, oh my gosh, it's a little bit depressing. But
And the problem with this is that as soon as we push, so maybe we can. Sorry. I wanted to show something. So we can go here, right? And now we can push g3 because we have the queen to go back to g2 if we need. Not yet, but not yet because there would be a check on h5. We can go up, and now there are no more checks, right?
yes,
And then we start improving our position a little bit more.
yeah, like I need to go back probably.
You probably need to go back. Then we check from here. You have to go here because then if I manage to put my queen on e5. So this is, another step that I make slowly progressing.
Yeah, probably like now queen h1 check will be like king g4 and
King g4, king
king
g5, yes. And
king g5, yes, and you don't have anything here, right?
so, this is how you make
But still, let's check.
step-by-step
Yes.
progress. So, for instance, we go here, you check.
Maybe king g4 first, because
we
king
go
g5,
here.
maybe h6 I have.
Yeah, okay, I have time. But
Now
then
it's
you
better.
check from here, yes. There you go. By the way, this is how you lose with white, if you want, yeah? If you wondered if you can
Yes.
lose this way, so this is how you lose.
Yeah, sorry, we're having a bit of fun, in this position, because
We
like,
need to
it's always like
entertain
we
ourselves
also
here, yeah?
need to enjoy a little bit.
Okay, so we go here. Oh, and Anna is starting to bring
Do it.
her
Yes,
king, yeah?
of course, you need to bring your king and try at least to activate it a little bit.
And she's taking a more direct approach. So she says, okay, now if you play here,
Just g3,
I can probably play g3, yes.
queen e4.
Queen e4, threatening mate in one.
By the way, but okay, there is no way to miss it because you need to move
Yeah.
someone.
It's
And
it's
then
hard to miss it. Yeah,
it's hard
the
to
only
lose
move
it. Yes, yes,
to lose
f5.
is
Bravo,
F5,
you
yeah?
found still.
I told you, you can count on me finding the losing moves always.
f5 is funny. Yes. No.
So, but ideally, I would like to postpone this g3 until a little bit later. Let her spend some more time before we make anything. Because this g3, it opens some diagonals for the checks. That's the problem. So every time we advance the pawns, we open more and more lines from behind for the checks.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this game will for sure last for a long time. And I was thinking, Alik, let's say maybe we can discuss a little bit women's chess and the situation in women's chess. I remember that you were the commentator of one of the World Championship matches back in 2023.
Yes.
It was Lei Tingyue was playing against Zhu Jiner, and we know that Zhu Jiner, she held her title. This year, in like 1 month, yes, we are going to have another match. Tan Zhongyi qualified for the match against Zhu Jiner once again. So, like, what is your opinion, and especially that you followed this match for so long? Like, what do you think about the women's world champion and her strengths? Like, do you think she will be able also to hold the title?
Well, I'll start with the match. I
Yes.
think the common perception of all of us who were there was that the quality of the match was higher than the previous match between
Tan Zhongyi and Zhu Jiner, you mean? Yes?
No. The previous match that there were between Nepo and Ding, because they made no, really. The
I thought
quality,
you were comparing it with women's matches,
the
but no.
quality was so high,
Yeah.
and they were really playing some fresh, good ideas, and they were playing fantastic chess.
The
very
prep was
interesting.
good, yes.
The prep was very good, yeah, and it was it was a very close match also. And it was, one game had it gone a little bit differently, and it could all be
in favor of Lei.
Lei
yes.
could be the world champion. Going into the match now, I'm not sure. It really depends in which form they will arrive at this match, because, of course, Tang Zhongyi,
yes.
she was a world champion, right? She lost to Zhu Jiner, I think.
Yes.
Back in
She won the Women's World Cup, yes, in Iran back in 2016.
yes,
And then she played this match against Zhu Jiner, and yes, she lost it.
and she lost. Yeah. So, but she's extremely capable. If she's in a good shape, she can beat anybody.
Yes, we've seen this many times. She's a very strong player, and they played the match, and Zhu Jiner managed to win that one. Back in
17, I think, or was
yes,
it
17. Yes, and I think they played one more time. But so, I mean, absolutely two strong players. The match will be divided between two cities, as far as I know. I think it was the same last time.
Yeah,
last time.
same as last time, Shanghai and Chongqing.
And this year, probably a different place at Shanghai and one more city. Like I don't remember exactly, but I think native city of
Chongqing, yeah.
I mean, looking forward, of course, we will be following this match closely and check if Zhu Jiner will be able to, I mean, what do you think about her?
Yes. Title.
So, what kind of player she is? Like, how can you describe her? I mean, checking her games for 20 days normally would give you some ideas.
Well, she is a very accomplished round player. She doesn't have any clear weaknesses, like all of them at this top level. But for instance, for Lei, you could say that she's a more tactic, more tactic, aggressive player. And Zhu Jiner is a round player. She plays well in the end games. She knows her openings very well. So, if I had to make a choice, yes. I think I would think that Zhu Jiner is a slight favorite, bearing, if Tang comes in a fantastic form, then she has very good chances, of course.
Yeah, we've discussed it with Emil yesterday during the broadcast, women's chess, and like some problems which we have, or maybe actually we don't. It's like a very interesting topic: the titles, the tournaments for women, and like, do you have an opinion? Like, do you think it's still very early to kind of dream about this kind of situation that women can play together with men and compete on the same level at certain point?
Actually, I think, sorry to say that, but I think it's a very stupid discussion, because why is this question rising? Because I mean, of course, there is no, it's like this very famous example of the experiment in statistics. So you can observe 1,000 white swans, but you cannot say, but by seeing 1,000 white swans, you cannot say that there are no black swans. But it's enough to see one black swan, and you prove. And you prove it. And having Judith Polgar, you have already proven that it's there. I mean,
it's possible.
It's possible, and I think it's just a sheer number of players that start playing. And it's like this flywheel that the more people you go entering into some field, the more get to the top, the more prizes there are, and it feeds the whole cycle. It feeds itself. And for whatever reason it happened, I mean, we see that less girls start playing chess than boys. So statistically, of course, there will be less talented. not just talented,
Let's-
because to become 2800, it's not enough to be talented, right?
No.
You need to be able to work hard. You need the will to do that, to sacrifice, to
Every
make a
day.
lot of sacrifices, right?
Yes.
So you can be talented, you can work hard, but you're not willing to do that because you want to pursue some other path.
Yes, and especially, I mean, I think also for women, it's like a really bigger choice because, like, women at a certain point they would like to have family, and it's not easy to combine. I don't say it's not possible, but it's normally not easy because still women spend more time with family, with kids, like. For example, I mean, in most of the countries, I mean, there are exceptions, but yeah, I mean, we should kind of say this. And again, you should be very lucky to have people around you to help you with all these troubles which may appear during your life and your career. Like, again, it's possible, but you need certain, you need knowledge, you need talent, you need people support, you need luck, a lot of luck to reach the point.
And if you start with a million people,
Yes.
you will find the 10 that will
Yes.
get to 2800 or
If you start
2700.
with
If you start
with 100,000, yes, or less,
it's much more
yes.
difficult, right? It's
I
statistically much more difficult.
believe
So-
that this explains a lot, like if not everything, but at least a lot. And until we reach this situation that we have more or less balanced amount of women and men players, then we can discuss it again. Yes.
Exactly.
20 years maybe.
It will, hopefully, the
Yes.
sooner the better. And
Yes.
I'm just exactly now. I'm reading a fantastic book by Nassim Taleb. It's called.
I just bought it. I'm going to read
It's called
it too.
Fooled by Randomness.
Yes, exactly.
And
this one I read.
he speaks a lot about the sheer, the sheer statistics, right? If you're talking about, for instance, investment managers, right? And you see some, and
That they
you open the news and you see, okay, they have 5 years of fantastic results and beating the market and stuff. And he says a very correct way. I mean, if there are 10,000 managers starting, right, and they're flipping a coin, right? So after 1 year, there will be left 5,000 that won. After 2 years, there will be 2,500. And after 5 years, there will be just by sheer luck, there will be at least 500 people that showed fantastic results.
Yes.
I'm not comparing it to chess. Chess is about skill, but the more people you get entering it, the more chances you have to find the talents. So.
Yes, exactly. Like, and also, I think in this book you also refer to the fact that we tend to remember successful stories and we forget about those who didn't reach the destination. And like he speaks a lot about this too, and that. Yeah, I mean, actually, a very interesting book if you will have chance to read. But yeah, I mean, this theory is really, really important. Again, not everybody knows that it's like one woman normally for 10 men in the tournament. So this is a clear statistics. Yes, I have daughter, and I can tell you that she's 9, and how hard it was even to teach her to play chess and keep her in the chess world. I still don't know. Maybe she will make a decision that she doesn't want to have any lessons, but. It wasn't easy at all. Like it was a big challenge. I managed at least to teach her how to play, and she has some lessons from time to time. But again, like I don't want to put a lot of pressure on her because, as many chess players, I mean, from my experience, from what I've seen in the chess world, like you really need to enjoy what you are doing, like so much, like that nothing else occupies your attention. Like you really need to develop this will, or it just comes naturally that you really want to play and study because like so many things are happening today and kids have so many choices.
Exactly.
So I know Alik, that
the
you
competition
also,
is very tough, right?
the competition is very tough, but I mean, like you can still go for it. The main idea is like I can see, and I saw this interview of Magnus. I saw it. I also speak with players who play on the top level in this event. It seems like all of them, they keep enjoying, and Magnus says it's hobby for him, yes, to play chess. So if you have this approach, I think it's a right approach to progress, to stay there and not to do something else. I don't see it, for example, in my daughter. She goes, she has these lessons, but she's not stuck and she doesn't want to play hours and days like crazy. So that's why I'm not pushing that much. And I don't think it's a right way to do things.
But that's that's equal for boys and girls, right?
That's exactly.
Unless you really love it and you want to spend there, you are not going to be the next Magnus Carlsen, right, or Judith Polgar, because you need to love it, right?
Yes. And again, it can change at any moment. Like what happened to you is the interesting example. We discussed it yesterday, that your focus was changed at a certain point, and that's it, right? You decided to have a different career, and also this is also a possibility. Anything can happen. Like you can be a very talented, very good player at your age, but who knows what will happen when you are 12 or 15. I know so many people who decided to quit at a certain point and didn't continue playing chess just like that. Yeah, so I know we started with women chess, of course, because we have a women event here and a very high level event. Ladies are fighting to get 2 spots in the candidates tournament, and be the winner of the candidates event is such a great step in your career, important stone in your career, because then you have a chance to play in the World Championship match. It's a long way still. We're still on the 4th leg.
Yes, but some people are already making
some steps.
Some statements, yes,
some statements
regarding.
Here, yes.
And you know, looking at Nana, just oftentimes, you know, when she's in those endgames, she almost looks bored, right? Waiting for her opponent to. But you shall not be fooled by that.
No,
she's
knows.
extremely concentrated and.
Yes. But sometimes maybe even it's not a bad idea to show that you're a little bit bored. Like, why do you keep playing this ending? Why you keep torturing me?
Yeah, I already understand everything.
Yes,
why do you do
it's
that?
a draw. Yes, so, no, but I mean, Anna is like obliged. Even both players may think that it's very drawish position. It's like must. If you are a professional player, like what's happening here is like it's a must-play situation for Anna. Like she has to try and use all her chances, and she's from those players who will try and all her chances,
and
no matter what.
Magnus made a career out of such positions, right?
Big inspiration for everyone.
Yes, and for when he plays, it looks so easy, right? I mean,
I don't know how he's the
somehow,
magic. It's the magic.
It's the magic of.
Yes.
But not many people. Not many people
today.
can do that. I mean, there is exactly one person in the world who can do that. So.
Yes. No, the point is like he simply doesn't make mistakes and keep playing the best moves, and like good luck defending and finding also all the best moves.
It gives you the opportunity to go wrong. Yeah. So, and but. I like what Anna is doing. So she's not rushing, right?
No.
She played the king h3, and as we said, now let's align the board, the analysis board.
She spent some time thinking about probably the plan, but
and it's okay. I think for her it's okay if she runs low on time, as long as she drags Nana with her, right?
Yes.
To those, you know, sub 5 minute.
Like 2-3 minutes.
2-3 minutes would be ideal, of course, because then the risk of just some blunder rises. So.
Yeah, but Nana is also like very experienced player. I'm sure that she will start playing like, and you know, it feels like she's not tired, but in fact both of them are tired by this moment. Like, what time is it now? Like it's around 8 o'clock, I guess.
8ish, yeah.
8ish, yes. So like 5 hours into the game. I know, not yet, but like 4.5 hours. Yes, it's like you're getting a little bit tired, of course. But you know, players, they have some snacks in the playing room and in the restroom.
Do you, when you play, do you prefer to eat or not? Because there are two schools, right?
Yes.
Those who say, okay. Maximum I drink water or maybe coffee.
Trying to remember, yes, like I think I was from those who didn't. I was so concentrated normally that I didn't bother to eat something. Like, and also I think I didn't even drink enough of water. This is I think it was a big mistake that we didn't really pay that much of attention what we are actually doing with food. I mean, again, we I don't want to say this, but
And look
there
at
were
the timing.
yes, and actually Anna decided that it's a good time to drink water or anything that she has or tea. But I believe that, of course, now we know that water is important. You have to keep digesting your body during the. I mean, especially if you do not only physical activity, but even this kind of activity requires water or some liquid during the game. So I was not so attentive, I would say. Like it came later that I realized how important. I remember also this kind of advices we had, like eat some chocolate or. And now we all know that if you eat chocolate without other food, it makes your everything, your sugar
Ups
to
and
go
down,
and then it go up, and then
it goes down
and
closer to the time pressure, right?
exactly. So you
when
actually
you
lose
need it most. Yeah.
energy, and you are not able to think the same level. So, for example, when I was listening this interview of Magnus, already I knew, of course, some basics, and it's clear that he pays a lot of attention on what he eats and what he's doing, what he drinks, and. I mean, I was not so much focused on this, and it's a job of trainers as well. But I don't think also they really paid too much attention. What about you?
Prior to Magnus, nobody really.
No,
he really took it to the next level, the professionalism in chess, right?
I think no. I think still, like I remember Kramnik coming in during the World Cup in Tromsø with a variety of different snacks and some
yeah,
nuts
and also
some,
Boris Gelfand does
yes,
that
yes.
as well.
I know that Boris Gelfand has like really important schedule with coffee. Like I think he asked for coffee after the or just before the time trouble. I try to remember because he played I mean many events Grand Prix events, and I was there as a press officer, and we shared the pain during our trip to China because it wasn't easy to find coffee. And like he had coffee with him, and he was so kind to offer sometimes some of his coffee to me during the games. I know that he has this kind of very strict habits. Even I remember that when it was not possible to drink coffee, he had pills with caffeine.
Okay.
So this is really professional approach.
Wow.
I think also Kasparov, Karpov, they were already thinking about physical.
Yeah, physical, of course. Many players.
And I'm sure that they had someone who would give some recommendations as well, what you eat and what you do. I mean, during the games, like what kind of schedule you have. I'm sure they already had it, but we should read maybe more about it. Yes, and I remember some stories with yogurt for Karpov during the World Championship match that I think
he was accused, there were stories, but I'm not remembering.
Yes, like he was accused that when he was asking to bring him yogurt, depending on the color, maybe it was some kind of
was sending him signals,
some signals or stuff like that. I mean, there are some stories
stories
in the chess world. Like, what were your habits?
My habits.
Do you remember from in your childhood and later on?
Yeah, well, I don't remember that we had so many. There was no concept of snacks during
first of all, like yes, we of course
the game, right? So whatever. I never brought food with me. That for sure. Yeah, I don't remember even drinking too much.
Also, it was like not polite. I remember correctly that it wasn't really polite to eat during the game.
Yeah.
Like you try to avoid this, and normally we didn't have space where you could put something, your snacks, or so. Normally you didn't want to annoy your opponent, and you stayed very calm, trying not to make too much noise. And then I remember I came to play Bundesliga like some years ago, and many years ago now, and my opponent took like a huge box with chips and started to eat in front of me and like making so much noise. And
I think you can complain, right?
You know, it was Bundesliga somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Germany. I don't even remember if the arbiter was there. Maybe he was, but like not. It wasn't an international event, so like I felt so strange and. I didn't know what to do, but definitely this is not the right way.
Yeah, you should treat your opponents with respect,
yes.
and
And at that time, I don't even remember if there was a rule like that you can complain. This was very
Luckily
funny.
for
Yes,
us,
like,
we didn't
yes.
Catch the times when they smoked next to the tables.
By
right?
the way, you're right.
At
yes.
the table.
And he didn't offer me even chips, like it's
Oh,
not
God.
polite. So yes, I was not happy.
So guys, if you eat chips at the board, offer your
At least
opponent at
offer
least.
your
yes.
opponent, yes, like it would be a
Yeah.
bit better. Then maybe the opponent will not complain, just will share some food with you, and it's gonna be fine. Yes.
Yeah.
Not much.
Not much
Change.
changes, but this is part of the plan, I think.
Yeah.
And look, Nana is down to 9 minutes, right? And nothing changed, but she
time
burned
changed, yeah.
12 minutes, and Anna as well, yeah. But I think this benefits White.
Yes, exactly. Once again, she's proposing to exchange queens, and
And you know,
we know.
if we're talking about statistics, so every time you offer an exchange, there is some minuscule chance that your opponent will exchange, right?
Yes, forget something, and
So
we'll take
you
it,
improve
yes.
your chances by
Yes.
1 billionth of a percent. So.
Oh no! I mean, how long they can play this game? So first of all, like they can burn the rest of the time, like 10 minutes and like 9 minutes. So it's about 20 minutes, and then they can play on increment forever. So
Well, not
what are the
forever,
bets?
but we have 50 moves, then pawn move, 50 moves. So this is 100 moves, 150, 200. Yeah, we have some.
We're going to discuss the story of our lives here, guys. if they keep playing for 200 moves, we are going to stay forever and like, yes, have long discussions about everything. Yes.
Well, this is where those endgames are quite instructive to play on both sides because, as you correctly mentioned, when you're White, so you kind of you're sitting there and you're saying, okay, how do I make progress, right?
Yes.
Nothing seems to work, and if you're Black
You
against a
struggle
skillful
also.
opponent, right, you're struggling to find the way.
To make a quick draw. Yes. So what is annoying that there is no
Exactly.
quick draw here.
And
like
it's in our psychology, right? We want to define, we want some clarity.
yes, I want to finish it and that's it and go home. And I mean to your room and have dinner as well. Yes, so something like that. Yeah, I mean I mentioned before I think that the first ever women Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix I ever been to was in 2011 in Qatar, Doha, and Nana Dzagnidze was playing there. From all the players in this event, she was the only one who participated in that event. I mean, imagine 2011 means like 14 years ago, and Nana was still playing on the highest level. And I remember it was the last tournament of the series, and she was still competing for like first place because it was given you something. I already don't remember, but I think the World Championship match also, like you would qualify for the World Championship match. Yes, and they were competing with Conero. At the end, actually, Hampi managed to win this series, and like already at that times, like Nana, it was like absolutely, I mean, a big name in chess world, and like it was really hard to beat her. In that tournament, also Mariya Dzagnidze played, and it was like so crazy for me. It was one of the first FIDE events where I could meet the legendary player.
Yeah.
One of her last tournaments, actually, that she participated. So yeah, it's really interesting how long career Nana has in the chess world. One of the top, for the moment, top player of Georgia.
And she's been here forever, it feels
yes,
like, right?
Like she played so many events for her national team, including Olympiads, World Championship, World Team Championship, European Championships, and like always very successfully, most of the times, and at the same time she has 3 kids. How she's doing it,
I don't know how she's doing.
Yeah, so she's a great example of like one of the top players who is combining her chess career and very successfully also family life. So I think also like maybe she's basically the only player in this particular event who have kids. Don't remember
Really?
who else. Yes, maybe the only one. Yes. And I mean, of course, because now that we have chance to speak about both players for longer, I of course know Anna Muzychuk since she was kid, and also Mariya Muzychuk, and we played in many events. Even I played against Anna a few times when she was small, and had my victories. You know, at that
That's
time
the
when she
trick.
was-
That's the trick,
when she
to
was
catch
very
them.
young. Yes, but then of course after she grew up a little bit, no chances after that. But she was very strong already since, I don't know, since forever. Multiple winner of world championships and European championships among kids, and later on, of course, we know what happened after, like one of the top players in the world. Yes, and she also played in most of the, maybe all of this Grand Prix series of FIDE. She was also World Rapid Champion, World Blitz Champion, and once in Qatar, she managed to get both titles together, like one after the other. So yeah, she's been a long time here, and of course, like I know they have also very interesting story. Both parents are chess trainers. Mariya and Anna, they're from Lviv region, so her parents taught her how to play chess, and of course they knew some tricks, let's say, how to keep the interest and how to develop enthusiasm, and they managed to raise not only so great girls but also so experienced players.
That's I think that's the most important goal of the coach, of the trainer, to teach the joy and the love for the sport, or whatever sport it is, for the discipline. Because without that, I think you stand no chance to become really great. You can be good. You can be,
Discipline is not my best
no,
skill,
no,
let's
not
say.
discipline. No, but
yes,
you
but
you
discipline
have
is
to,
important. Yes, you have to
discipline is
study
important,
every day.
but you have to love what you're doing. So
At the same time, yes.
they have to teach to get you to love this, and then then you don't need the discipline because you want to do that, right? You don't have to overcome this. I don't want to do that.
Yes.
It
For
was
sure.
the struggle of my life all the time, because I didn't have this. Okay, for me, I think Kasparov said it once, that for him there was no routine job. He loved the chess so much that every training session for him was like a holiday, or like that's important.
Yeah, for me, I think it was a little bit different. Like to tell the truth, I really like to go to the chess school we had in Dnipro. We had really great coaches there, and I had so many friends. So for me, I think the social aspect of chess was important. Something what also Emilio was talking about. Like I literally enjoyed the freedom, like this kind of kind of family feeling when you were there, and always. I mean, it wasn't that strict compared to the normal school. So like you always had time also to speak with your friends, with coach, and this kind of feeling that no matter how old are you, you can always talk to those who are older than you or younger. So what is important only is your skills and how good you are in chess. Like always, this gap was kind of interesting for me from the very beginning. And I think it's one of the greatest things about chess, that people of different generations can communicate and can always find something in common, because you have chess in common. Always.
And it's not something that happens in other sports, right?
Of
because
course, yes.
when you are 6 or 7 year olds, you cannot compete against
or play against
15
40,
or
50,
14
yes.
year olds.
Exactly. So you learn from each other, you communicate, and it was always fascinating and interesting for me. So I think I stayed in chess basically. I know they're just changing the score sheets. Yes, it's not over, so it means probably they
Move
reached 60 moves.
Yes, it's move 60,
Yes.
and so the position King F8. Maybe we can
Yes,
talk a bit about.
of course, absolutely. Yes,
So
anytime.
I love the way Anna is approaching this position, as we said, and now after King F8, I think we can go one step further.
With
Well, this-
queen.
With the queen to g5. So the threat was to exchange the queens with a check, right? So slowly but surely we are forcing black to give up the good position, the good squares. And now I'm thinking, so do we want to play queen g5 or maybe even queen? No, queen
No,
h5
queen
we don't go. Queen h5 we don't play, so queen g5.
Exactly. We keep an eye on g2 pawn, and now we have to move our queen. Where do we move it? Yes.
Well, we probably want to keep an eye on this square because this check would be.
Useful sometimes. Yes.
Yeah.
So shall I still play like queen e4, like trying
Queen e4.
to have control over h7 pawn and at the same time g2 pawn, that you cannot move your queen too far away, or you have
Let's
to
see.
push your pawn.
What happens if we play this? Is that a move?
So you just want to
So if
go
you
all the way.
check, then
Yes,
I
king
think this
h6.
is over all of a sudden. Right?
Yes, I'm looking for some stalemates, but
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that, I think,
but
eventually.
maybe not.
Maybe you can play something like king f7 now.
Yes, and I don't even have queen e6 because queen h6. Yes, again. Yes,
yes,
so
exactly.
yes, so king f7.
King f7.
So what? King h6.
Can I?
Yes, so she played queen g5. You're right.
Oh, she played queen
Yes,
g5.
queen,
yeah.
queen g5. Not yeah.
King
She would like to bring
yeah,
the king.
king h6 is actually keeping the pawn on g2. I like it because it prevents it prevents those checks along the h file, and this opens the path to with the king. And do not be fooled by this
No,
bar.
no, no,
It's
no.
much more difficult than it seems. Just like we shouldn't have been fooled by the -8 yesterday, right?
Yes, it was still difficult to find all the moves. Yeah, I'm trying to think what will be in the worst case scenario.
And Nana has 2.5 minutes.
Oh
less.
no, only two and a
Only
half
2.5
minutes. Yes,
minutes.
against 8.5 minutes. Yes, no, you don't.
I think White's winning chances are higher than
increasing.
Black's to draw.
Yeah, maybe it's not that easy to defend it at all. Yes, so now king is still on h4, but can we prevent it like
Queen d4, Queen c6 she played, yes?
queen c6?
She wants, but King h5.
Again, king h5 with the idea queen h6.
Yeah. And if King f7, maybe like that to keep.
I don't know what if queen f5, king g8. Yes, it's the only move. No.
Why?
Yeah, sorry. I
King
thought queen is
g7
on.
do we
on
have or not?
No, we have. Yes, sorry. No queen f5. No.
Why
Yes.
not? You
Yes.
can always come back.
Come back. Yes. Exactly.
That's the luxury that you have.
So what she's trying to do, she tries to put her queen on the 6th rank, preventing the king to go to h6 perhaps, but
Yeah.
asking question like, how will you manage to get rid of me? Only queen h6 maybe, but then queen g2.
Okay, so this is she found a nice way to hold.
To hold for the moment at least. Yeah, so king h5, like king f7, yes. Shall I, and g4 is not a move, yes? Or it is? No, actually it's possible.
G4.
It's possible. Then queen h1, queen h4, queen d5. I can push the pawn.
Like this, yeah?
Yes, f5, yes. And I made a progress.
You made some progress.
But what is next?
So, for instance, let's just illustrate. So,
Yes,
if you
G4.
push too far, it's important to understand, then if you will, that's the problems, right? So, you will get just
Perpetual check,
perpetual.
Yes, you are too opened.
Exactly. So, for this reason, the pawn on g2 really makes a lot of sense because it prevents those checks. But you cannot win without pushing the pawns. So this is This is a tricky situation.
Yeah.
How can we improve even further, or can we?
Yeah, it's all, as you said, like on one hand, it's hard for Nana to defend, but and I just don't like that she keeps thinking, and it's already.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Yes.
2.5 minutes, it's less than I would love to have. But King H5, she can play maybe very fast. Yeah, she can play King F7.
F5. What about move F5? Like without pushing the pawn, just
F5 makes sense. But then we go here, right?
The same
so
idea.
we
Like
move to the other side.
And it's like a big threat actually. Like now you really want to take the pawn on G2.
Yes,
what about King H6?
When?
No. Imagine I don't see the queen. It's not possible according to the chess rules.
After
My
5
idea
and a
was
half
like,
hours, you're
yes,
allowed to do that.
This is possible. My idea was to play Queen H5, but after Queen H2, but no, we cannot do this at once.
That would be fantastic.
Yes.
So F5, yeah.
Maybe it's too fast. Yes, too fast. But what is not?
Okay, so we go back. Maybe counterintuitively, go to H3. So we want to defend the pawn on G2 and place our queen on E5 before, or am I? Why not?
Yeah.
We can allow that.
So
or even
how you'll make a progress? Like again, G4
maybe
finally?
first. No, not yet. Not yet.
So you're getting into this rhythm, right?
Yeah,
like, very slowly, just torture my opponent. You remember, yes?
Hopefully
how to do
you
it,
fall
yes.
asleep and
yes.
then
fall
and
down
then you
from
blunder.
the chair. Yes, exactly. Something like that. Yes.
So I want to play Queen E5 and then see how we react. And eventually I will play G3, King G4, King G5, but I will try to find the best way to do that. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. So now Nana is also drinking her water. The game promises to be long. Yes, and now that we analyzed most of the lines here, yes, we just follow and wait for what's happens next. Perhaps we can go for a short break, let's say. But before that, I would like to remind our viewers that we have 4 games finished in draws, and only 1 game is remaining. So I think, Alik, it's not a mistake to have a short break and then we come back and check what's happening. I don't think it's a huge development for now. But you don't go anywhere. We are not leaving forever. We will be back.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
I'm joined this afternoon by Stavroula Tsolakidou. This time I think I said it correctly. Stavroula, you're rapidly becoming one of my favorite players to follow because every day your games are so exciting, and today was actually unbelievable. You played against Mariya Muzychuk, who is a very strong player. You surprised her in the opening, at least that's what it seems to me. But then she played fantastically. Could you show us the game a bit with the tablet and tell us a bit what happened?
Of course. Sorry, what am I... Okay, so let's go to the main position. This line is one of the lines I expected her to play. I actually usually don't play bishop g5 in the semi-slab here, so she got surprised. She didn't expect that I'm going to play this. Queen c2. I actually expected her to play D takes c4 here, which is one of the main moves. Of course, I prepared here and also this line. I saw both her and her sister have played this, so I already prepared. This rook g1 move. Of course, it's sort of a bluff. I based my preparation on the game of Tabatabai, the grandmaster. The grandmaster from Iran, and Murzin also played knight e4, as Mariya did. Here, black has many options. They can play c5. They can take on c4. They can play b5 even, which is interesting. I think she played the most solid option. You try to exchange some pieces. So g4, g5 doesn't come so strong, because like c5, g4 seems a bit scary if you don't know this position. So and then g5 is coming.
The idea for g1 is just to play g4, blast open and try and mate as soon as possible. And that's the idea.
Yeah, of course, it's
never so
objectively
easy.
Equal. But it's an interesting position, so I decided to go for it. Knight e4 is a good reaction. Takes. And here, Tabatabai castle long, which is not a very good option. There's knight takes c3, queen takes c5. No, not c5, like takes, and then c5. And then my queen side will open. Anyways, okay, so I looked at this line. Takes, queen b4, knight d2, queen takes b2, rook b1, queen c3, g4. Which was my,
So up to here, you'd spent, I think, maybe 7 or 8 minutes, not more.
Yeah.
Maybe just
I was just double-checking.
double-checking. But Mariya had already spent nearly an hour, but to her credit, she was nailing all the moves of the computer. She was finding the best moves at every option.
Yeah.
Did that surprise you, or did you think she would be capable?
My coach told me to be psychologically prepared that she might find all the moves.
Okay.
So
He was right.
already prepared for that possibility since I know that, objectively it is equal. So e5, very good move. You're trying to open up the position since my king is on the center. g5, h5, also a good move. You want to close the king side. It is quite scary to open
That's very scary.
the g file. So here h5, also, c5, you want to give a square for your bishop, like to c4. And here g6. A good move. Sorry. I wasn't sure. During the game, I was thinking what happens after such a thing. Because I actually knew the best moves, but I wasn't sure about other options. And I was calculating stuff like, what if she can take on c5? But that is not good, I think. And then I have rook g3 coming. Let's say g6. There's some rook g3. Still, it's quite interesting.
So the correct moves are in your preparation, and you know how to deal with them, which means that you should know how to deal with the moves that are not so good. But if they're scary, maybe you haven't checked them before, so there's always a risk there as well.
Yeah, of course, because the position is so complex. Maybe she would find another option that I wasn't aware of. That's why I was also thinking, even though I have seen this position before. Okay, g6, bishop c4, and she plays the correct move, king h7. I knew that king g7 is not so good, rook g3, and I have something going on because she doesn't have knight takes c5. This time queen takes c5 check. Yeah, so king h7 correct, rook g3, knight takes c5. I guess it's the only options. Otherwise, she's slow with
So she's sacrificing the piece to get back the piece with bishop to f5 and finish the development.
Take here because of bishop f5 and the rook is hanging. So yeah, queen takes e5, knight e4. Actually, didn't really know the knight e4 is.
This is the move you told me here that surprised you, yes?
Maybe I remember incorrectly, but I thought knight d3 was fine. Queen takes d3, rook b3, queen c2. Because if I go knight e4, there's check, and then bishop g4. And so let's say there's repetition. Because bishop g4 is important because now you have queen d1, queen g4. I thought that was an option. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, but knight e4 looked very good, and I actually was surprised. I didn't know this knight e4, but I saw it before she played it, which was very interesting. Queen takes, bishop f5, queen e7, and bishop takes b1.
And now you have to force the draw. No, there's no other way to play it now. No?
I couldn't find. I was thinking also rook f3, but again she has this And then, okay, it's again.
Well, this will be a draw anyway, so.
So yeah, bishop takes f7. Queen c1. Actually, I thought that bishop d3 is fine. I probably missed some.
But it's a draw anyway, no? You just bring the bishop back?
So yeah, because here she also threatens queen c1 check. But okay, what she did was also good. And apparently I don't have anything. If I play bishop e8, there's king g8. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I have to make a rotation.
But this is modern chess preparation. You have an interesting idea, you put pressure on your opponent, but if your opponent finds all the best moves.
Yeah, of course. And she's very strong and she found all the moves. Okay, today I only had prep basically. But okay, I tried to play something interesting.
Okay. So, as you can see, modern chess preparation, deep analysis, a lot of memorization, but also you have to understand the moves that weren't played as well. So, and the game ended in a draw, and thank you, Stavroula, for coming to show it to us.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and we just watched the interview with Stavroula Tsolakidou, player from Greece. She made a draw today in her game against Mariya Muzychuk, and it was really nice to also see her thoughts on the game, and it's great that we have this opportunity also to ask players and find out what they were thinking about during the encounter. So, and nothing changed that much, but still,
we have a
yes.
pawn move.
Yes, it's important. So, what does it mean?
We have 50 more moves to
At least
to play.
Yes, at least to play. Yes, exactly.
So
We feel like we're playing together with participants.
Yeah,
You know, like we have 50 moves to play. So
with only one tiny difference. Yeah, we are talking, they're thinking.
they're
So
thinking, yes, and it's easier still, of course, to talk and check the game like that than to play. I mean,
much less pressure.
yes, of course. I mean, we don't have anything on stake, and ladies, they have to play and they have to fight, and they need to stay focused until the very end. One more proposal to exchange the queens.
Yes, why not? Maybe again. Improving our statistical chances. And Nana has 1.5 minutes left.
Oh,
right?
Yes, but I think it's already for some time, and I think Anna is also getting there.
She has a little bit more than 2 minutes. By the way, without the increment, it's almost impossible to hold, I think.
Actually, yes, I agree with you. Like without increment, it would be like almost impossible task, because of course you will be spending some time trying to find the precise defense, and like, yeah, I mean, it will be really hard. So I don't know how, maybe they, so queen g4 is again on the board, it's check.
Yeah, so
Funny,
G3,
funny, queen king h6 will be queen g5 checkmate, just to show.
Yeah, we have to entertain ourselves with,
Yes.
with this. And king f7 probably, yes. But now, how do we proceed?
So now that pawn has moved,
Yeah,
and,
so we can move, bring the queen probably to e5. Is it time?
all these checks on h1 are not working.
Well, I want to bring it to e5 with a check.
So like
if-
king
if-
g7 first.
If king g7, queen, not this. Queen e5, king here. And is it time for f5 already or not yet?
Yeah, I was thinking even with a move before, like even if I play king g6, like provoking you to play f5, like is it good idea or not?
Nana is keeping, she played king f7.
After
And
queen f5, I'm not obliged, of course, to play maybe king g7, maybe I can play king g8. Or it's too passive.
And queen f5 on the board.
Like
Nana
maybe king
has
g8.
54 seconds.
Oh, not much. Like king g8 also is an option, I think.
Yeah, king g8 is an option, but
Yes, but then I'm
then
a bit
king
passive.
g5.
Yes.
Yes, you might be getting a bit passive. King g7. Yeah, she
still
played
yes.
king g7.
So
But
after queen
even
e5.
after king g7, you know, I'm thinking king g5 still.
Checking some queen h6.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're getting adrenaline, almost
Always.
a checkmate,
But it's not the case.
but now your
Queen
queen
h1.
is misplaced a little bit. And now after a check, Anna played king g4 immediately. So basically, I want to make to give you as many possibilities to go wrong
Exactly,
as I can.
to make mistakes as possible. Yes, so like you still have in your mind queen e5 if necessary, or queen g5, right? So and just bring the king, and actually we don't have any checks for black right
king
now.
g4. She played them very nice. And black has to, and this is a very unpleasant sometimes situation, because now you don't have queen d6 because of queen e5, and this is game over. And you need to search for a setup, and you have 25 seconds left.
Yeah, exactly.
Although, by looking at Nana, you would never say that she has less than half a minute. Yeah, she's so relaxed,
Same
so
face,
confident,
yes,
so
yes.
calm.
No. She will not show you any emotions, at least until the end of the game.
Fantastic composure.
We were discussing with you like what we would bet for in
Yes.
like which result we can predict here. You know, I'm a very peaceful person, at least right now, for the moment. I think it's going to finish in a draw. I mean, I have a feeling that Nana may hold.
Yeah,
what
well,
about you?
You're forcing me to take
the other side.
The other side of the bet.
Yes,
yeah?
I tricked you, yes, by talking about it first. So, yeah, so you think still that maybe Anna will manage to
I think I still think, especially that we're now down to less than a minute, 30 seconds. I think the chance of going wrong here is quite high.
Yeah.
So this is the rational explanation, but the real explanation is that you took the draw, so I have to take the win.
Yes, it's a good explanation.
But what do you do with king f6?
Yes, so it's a good point. Like where you go with your.
Wow.
So she is allowing white to take a pawn.
Yeah. So this is a poison pawn, because
yes,
this
nice.
is game over
For
in the wrong direction.
Imagine if we wouldn't predict the result.
So actually, we need to
have the third result. Yes.
Yes. So the pawn is protected. It's important to keep in mind.
Let's say our producer in the studio, he took the third one, yes. So now we're like have clear understanding.
But the queen on d7 is, or even better on d5 maybe, is extremely well placed. And okay, Anna checks on d6 first, and I think she will place the queen. Oh, and even maybe, maybe king g5 she wants to play next move. So, for instance, you go here.
Yes,
g5.
and you don't have any check.
You don't have checks.
Yes, no checks.
And you start
okay,
feeling
h6, but you don't really play like that. Yes.
This is a check I am willing to accept.
Yes, so king g5, yes, but then what you want? Actually, you want the same, yes, just to torture black and to make them make a mistake.
I'm not proud about it, but I want to torture them. And that's Anna played king g5. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, it's a good move. And where you place your queen?
Yeah, finally the queen is in the dominating spot that we want to see it. We see that the bar is not impressed, but again, we're not playing against a computer. We're playing against a human with less than half a minute on the clock. So,
where you put your queen, like queen c2? Like an example,
queen
just
c3
like
maybe, to attack the pawn.
yes, to attack the pawn, and also like she played queen G1.
Okay.
With
this
similar
is
idea, she's attacking
also
her pawn.
interesting, but making sure maybe there are no queen exchanges also. Yes,
Yes.
by accident.
By moving. You're right, because maybe after queen c3 there was like queen d5 move, maybe unpleasant. Where you go,
Yeah,
right?
some unpleasantries. But okay. But now let's think. So first of all, if we check here, if you go, for instance, we want to go to f6, but you are bailed out with the only, probably this is the only move.
Yeah, because queen g3 is queen e8, not queen g7.
Exactly, exactly. So here there is checkmate.
Or queen d8.
Or queen d8. And what to do? Queen b6 check is met with queen e6.
Oh,
so all of a
not
sudden,
good.
yeah, all of a sudden it's really not. So you're down to the only move.
Maybe it's enough, but
By
still.
the way, if I
Yeah,
think I have
queen
seen,
g7, yes.
I have seen a game that ended something like that. So you can lose with white this way.
Crazy. I remember this
And
game
it
with
was,
Kostyniuk.
I think it was a grandmaster game.
Yeah, no, I remember Kostyniuk played in was World Blitz tournament in Samarkand, and if I remember correctly, she played against Tanjungi or someone. I mean, good player, or Harika. So she was actually winning and trying to win the descending with queens, and then she missed the checkmate like that. Yes,
Yeah.
so I should definitely
So
check against whom she was playing. But I remember this game, like, yes, such a
Definitely
fortunate
possible, yeah.
situation. Yes.
And actually, we are there. We are at this exact position now. But king f6, again, king f6, queen a1, and we have to go back.
No, Anna is
Right.
still thinking right
Because
now.
king
but
e7, there is a check, and
Yes.
if we go here and we just...
you take the pawn.
Take the
Yes,
pawn.
yes. Important not to play king e8.
Another move that we could perhaps make is g4, but then queen c5 check. So maybe we want to place the queen here first. Anna is checking. Oh, because Anna was down due to her 40 seconds.
So it's like also yes important to keep an eye on your clock. It's
Yeah, there are
easy
so
to-
many,
to
so many
forget
ways to
things,
lose
yes.
with white. Yes,
Yes.
it turns out.
Exactly. So queen d5. She
Ah, the
didn't play.
queen-
Yes.
Yes. So she checked on.
E7.
She moved the queen to e7. I'm
Maybe now
not
g4.
so sure.
Maybe
but-
g4 now because there is no any check. Again. Look, she covered
okay,
c5 square.
nice. So yeah.
Yes. So g4.
G4 is a move. Actually, also now maybe she wants to play this. How about that? Is
Looks
it
very
not-
strong because like
is it
queen
not
a6.
game over?
Yes, it's game over because queen a6, queen e6, right?
Yes?
And if I go queen a8, maybe queen a8 is the only
When?
move. Not now, before. Instead of this move, maybe queen
Yeah,
a8,
but
the only
no,
move.
queen g5.
Also queen g5, yes? Yes,
And,
and
this is
checkmate.
checkmate, yeah? From
From
the other side.
This, I couldn't cover both.
Yeah, it's very it's hard to cover everything. So
Oh, can be very
wow.
unpleasant.
And how do you even defend here?
And
Queen d4
queen d4, just to stay
and queen
closer.
d8.
Yeah, so you need
So
to get rid of
this
this
is-
queen from the 7th rank, right?
Yeah. But Mariya, but Anna doesn't play king f6. She played
G4 is something what we also mentioned.
But
that,
you know, you're feeling that
that what?
that your bet is getting further away. No,
yes, I'm
sorry.
finding the moves. Like I even proposed this move G4, thinking that now queen c5 is not possible. But it's like I'm helping yes Anna to to play better.
Is h6 you don't want to play? Queen h2. Interesting.
Nana played. So now if you play queen f6, I have queen h4, obviously.
Queen f6.
Queen f6.
What do you play? No, you don't have.
I was checking queen h6
Queen
actually,
h6,
but it's
but
not
queen
working. Yes,
takes,
queen
yeah.
takes. If king takes, it's stalemate, but no, queen
Beautiful,
can
yeah.
take. Yeah, and like queen h5 is also not possible. We can show it because
h5.
then we have still our pawn is still moving.
Take and then
So white is winning.
so Anna checked on e6, king g7, and look, the Nana's time jumped to 2 minutes.
Wow.
This is how you hold it, right?
Yes. No, it's important to have some time. There will be a moment you will need to spend at least a certain amount to understand like what is the best move to play. Like, I mean, if Nana manages to defend this position, like it's gonna be like a big achievement, of course, after so much time.
Queen e5, king g8.
Again, no stalemates, just
No
checking.
stalemates.
Yes, but
Maybe
always
king
in
f6 now. Ah, but then it's check and check from
King-
here,
yes.
yes. And what?
and then this king goes who knows where.
Yeah, but maybe this is...
Queen d5, king g7, I guess.
probably. Important not to play f5 here.
Easy to lose.
So, queen d7, king g8. And now Anna has 1.5 minutes to think, and Nana is...
Maybe f5 now, because again,
Oh,
no
but
queen
now,
d2.
now the bar jumped.
Yeah, maybe f5.
f5 now, yes?
What king g8 is a mistake.
Yes. Well, not,
mean,
not about king g8, but
yes.
f5. Yes to f5. f5 looks good.
Yeah, so look how creatively
And
and
she did play,
precisely
yeah?
Anna
She just
plays.
she played
the
f5,
Yes,
yeah.
so how precisely she plays, making sure there are no checks. Yes, like queen d7.
Exactly.
To control
important
d2 square.
controlling this square, and the king is cut off.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Black, of course, has chances until the end. I mean, perhaps there will be some also stalemate ideas, so it's not that easy.
This loses. Important to note. And we are moved for 84.
84 only.
Only.
Yes, we were thinking that it can last until 200. Yeah, but I agree that that Anna made a huge progress, and her chances look really like much better. But
Yeah,
I don't know how Black should defend. Maybe
think-
there are only moves, but yeah, it's really now this job is really difficult.
I would even actually it was there was a somewhat similar game between Caruana and Magnus, when Magnus was with Black and a similar queen endgame. And the computer said that it was zeros until the very like 2 moves before the resignation. But they both said that human
Yeah,
cannot,
I remember-
cannot
yes, I understand.
keep this position.
Yes,
so.
I remember. Yes, this
He was
comment. I
actually
remember
he
this
was actually
comment,
very
yes.
surprised that it was
That-
not even winning, you know. So
Not earlier. Yes. Yeah, I remember the game you're talking about. Just I don't remember which event it was.
yeah,
They played
I
so
cannot
many
recall. Yeah, I cannot recall the
Maybe
event,
our
but
viewers can. You know, our viewers sometimes they know statistics and like the game so well.
So how do we keep our
How do we survive? You mean?
yeah
Survive here in this
that's
moment.
the way.
So f5 really like queen e5 is not possible. I don't know, something like queen b2.
Queen b2. Yeah, I was also thinking to keep, but now I have
But even
feeling
king
that
h6, yes. So then I go back. Yes, queen h2 at
you
least.
have
Yes.
a check from here.
Oh,
She played queen
Queen
h1, and Anna checked because she wants to.
and I think it's f6. Oh my gosh, I think it's
she
losing.
found yeah, she won.
It's losing, yes.
So
Oh.
this is just mate in 2. Oh my God. Yeah,
Yeah, so-
but
and
this is
this is the
exactly
end,
how you
yes.
lose.
Yeah, I was hoping that the game will finish in a draw. I mean, in a good sense. I always like kind of feel sorry for both players, for any player who can lose. But yeah, I mean, Anna managed still to convert this ending very impressively, step by step, slowly. Like everything, we predicted actually everything. She will make sure, yes, that.
And she won this game twice.
Yes, she could have won it earlier, yes, but still, I mean.
But at least, you know, she will not be devastated.
And of course, she will not be
missing.
disappointed so much with draw in this game. But I'm sure both players are really tired right now. Anna puts actually her pieces back. Just pay attention.
Yeah.
No matter what. And
showing respect to the pieces, yeah.
And ready to leave.
Very impressive.
Yes,
very impressive.
Absolutely. Yes.
Game
So
by both players.
Let's speak a little bit about this round. So we had like 4 draws, I mean, and 1 victory, but it's just the results. In fact, a lot of things were happening during this round.
So the game, well, we have the game between Olga Badelka and Elisabeth Paehtz, right? It was really exciting battle.
I know that actually our press officer, Michael Rochal, managed to get the interview with Olga, which will be published a bit later on FIDE YouTube channel. So if you would like to listen to her comments, you can always do this later. And speaking about the other games, we had a fantastic game between Tsolakidou and Elisabeth Paehtz.
Mariya Muzychuk,
yes, Mariya Muzychuk.
Also, very sharp game that ended in a perpetual, and the end game between Divya and Aleksandra, with Divya Deshmukh and Aleksandra Goryachkina was also was not as exciting as the other games, but
it was solid, and it shows that Divya can compete with players on any level and can hold the positions, and like had no any problems, and actually very brave to go to endings against them and doesn't feel that
this is
any problems there. So we have now
and Zhu Jiner drew against Harika Dronavalli, and she keeps her lead with 2.5 out of 3. If we can see the current standings. If not, we maybe remember them, because Zhu Jiner is leading with 2.5 out of 3, and she's followed by Stavroula, Tsolakidou, and Anna Muzychuk, who joined her with
That's
2
a good
out
point.
of 3.
Yes, now we have two players sharing the second place.
Yes, Elisabeth scored her first points today, which is
we
very
know that
good,
it's
very important. Yes, to stop the loss streak. And all in all, everything is open, I think.
Of course,
in this
yes.
tournament.
Good for us. We are still. We will be commenting, and I mean, even though we have now sole leader for 2 rounds, it's not over at all. It's only half a point difference between the second place, and I see that everybody is very ambitious, and will try, of course, to win this event. We will see what will happen. We'll see what will happen tomorrow, and we'll be here at the same time, at the same place. The first round of the women's FIDE Grand Prix will be held in Nicosia, Cyprus, the same time.
And you're still invited to hop on the plane and come here and see it live, right?
Absolutely. The weather is still good, but we heard some news that it's going to be changed soon. So hurry up. Yes, so see you tomorrow.
I'm lost.